The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
He's there.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Any correspondent?
Yes,
Madam,
Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 22nd, 2022. Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, this letter serves to inform you that I will be tardy to the Committee on Finance meeting scheduled for Monday, August 22nd, 2022. I do apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating in the discussion upon my arrival. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Respectfully submitted, Janelle K. Serow.
Please mark Senator Serow as starting.
Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 3 absent, 1 tardy.
Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2022 budget hearing for Monday, August 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed Fiscal Year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., the Department of Justice invited testifiers Denise George Esquire, Attorney General. At 12:30 p.m., the Virgin Islands Housing Authority invited testifiers Robert Graham, Executive Director. At 2 p.m., the Bureau of Motor Vehicles invited testifiers Barbara Jackson-McIntosh, Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. I'd also like to welcome Senator Noble Francis, who have joined us. First before us this morning, we have the Department of Justice, led by Attorney General Denise George. I'm going to give her an opportunity to put her name and title on the record, and then I'll allow the members of the Department of Justice who are here with her to do likewise. Attorney General. Okay, one second, Attorney General. Try it again. I wasn't hearing you in St. Croix. Let's go to the next person and try media. Okay, we're gonna try and get this kink worked out. We're not hearing on St. Croix. We'll take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Let's try this again. Attorney General, your name and title on the record.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Attorney General. Denise George, Attorney General.
Thank you so much. Next.
Kai, good morning, Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Carol Thomas Jacob, Chief Deputy Attorney General.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Beverly Herman Wallace, Human Resources Director.
Thank you. All those individuals that are participating virtually. Let's begin with Ariel Smith.
Good morning, Ariel Smith, Chief of the Civil Division, Virgin Islands Department of Justice.
Thank you. Claudia Georges.
Good morning, Claudia Georges, Fiscal Budget Manager.
Thank you. And everyone, mute your device after you have placed your name on the record. Julie. Everyone, make sure you mute your device. Okay, good. Julita De Leon.
Good morning, Julita De Leon, Director, the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit.
Thank you. Ms. Andrews. Ms. Andrews.
Good morning, Commissioner Andrews, Federal Grants Coordinating Specialist.
Thank you. Mr. McCree. So everybody need to mute their devices after they speak. Okay, Mr. McCree, try it again. I didn't hear you. Your device is muted. Your device is muted. Okay, Mr. McCree, I'll come back to you. Mr. David.
Good morning, R. Oliver David, Director, Division of Gaming Enforcement.
Thank you. Mr. Joseph. Mr. Joseph.
Terrence Joseph, the Director of Paternity and Child Support Division.
Okay, thank you. And when you're speaking, Mr. Joseph, you're going to need to put on your camera. Before we get started, I also want to welcome Senator Johnson, who has joined us, and also Senator Samuel Carrion, a committee member who has joined us. I also want to apologize for not being at St. Thomas. We had flight issues today, and were unable to get over. We had everything just about set, but unfortunately was not able to get over, so we're conducting a meeting from St. Croix. We also have someone here in the well, so I will allow him to put his name on the record.
Good morning, Eric Chancellor, Deputy Attorney General.
Okay, thank you so much. Attorney General, you may proceed with the testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Bailey, members of the Finance Committee, senators, legislative staff, my Department of Justice team. And to those of you in the listening audience, my name is Denise George, and I am the Virgin Islands Attorney General, head of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. I'm honored to appear before you today with the support of my team to present testimony aimed at justifying Governor Bryan's proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. Though we've had our challenges over the years, we have also had many accomplishments as well. For example, the department won an excise tax case bringing millions of revenue back to the territory, and we just prevailed in another attempt in federal court to sue the government on ancillary excise tax refund claims. We prevented the loss of millions of dollars in revenue by successfully defending the constitutionality of the timeshare tax. We represented the government in the Government Employees Retirement System, District Court, and Superior Court cases that resulted in negotiations for the dismissal of both cases to ensure the successful refinancing of the outstanding matching fund revenue bonds for the benefit of the GERS. We obtained settlements in multi-state lawsuits and consumer protection cases on behalf of the Virgin Islands, bringing in millions of dollars to the territory to use for the public good. Conducted investigations that led to the arrests of individuals for the financial exploitation of the elderly and sex offender violations. Gained convictions in numerous murder and gun violence cases, including the recent successful conviction in a 17-year-old cold case. We increased child support enforcement and distribution, completed our staff reorganization project, and developed a robust professional training initiative for all staff to do our jobs better in service to the people of these Virgin Islands. These achievements and successes by such a dedicated and outstanding group of individuals of our DOJ team certainly have not been without its challenges. Even though the worldwide pandemic led to a backlog of criminal cases as jury trials and in-person proceedings grinded to a halt, the criminal prosecutors have been successful in even more criminal convictions since the courts finally opened, hopefully making our streets safer. Also, it seems that the so-called COVID-related Great Resignation sweeping the nation has taken a hold of the department with a significant amount of resignations. However, due to the department's robust recruitment efforts, we've been able to hire 23 new employees over the last fiscal year. Also, while the medical examiner's office has faced challenges, we continue with plans to establish a new St. Croix medical examiner's office, including a morgue and autopsy suite, which is projected to be completed by the end of 2022. Again, today's purpose is to justify the governor's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. As such, it would be appropriate to remind this committee and the general public what the department is tasked with and why that money is so important and needed. The Department of Justice consists of numerous divisions operating in each of the districts and are responsible individually and collectively to fulfill, among other things, the department's mission to prosecute all criminal and juvenile violations of the Virgin Islands Code, to represent the government in all civil actions brought against it or on its behalf, to provide efficient and effective financial child support and access services in the interest of the children of the Virgin Islands, to represent the government in appeals before the appellate courts, as well as to provide legal advice to the numerous government agencies, boards, instrumentalities, and commissions. While there may be a lot of numbers and statistics floated around today, it must be remembered that these numbers and statistics represent real people and real problems, as well as legal mandates and duties placed on the Attorney General's office, whether it be the prosecution of a defendant for first-degree murder or child sexual abuse, justice sought for a victim of domestic violence, aid in securing financial support for a child who is being raised by a single parent, or defending the constitutionality of our laws, all of which require time, money, and resources. The department and its staff will always dutifully seek to fulfill the statutory objectives and mandates outlined in 3 BIC Section 114. However, without the necessary funding, the mission would be exponentially more difficult. Today, the department is staffed with 166 well-qualified essential employees, 100 employees in the St. Thomas-St. John district and 66 in the St. Croix district. Of these 166 employees, 40 are attorneys and the remaining 126 are other very critical staff. As I have stated every day to this body since taking office, the DOJ team are people who are dedicated to the services that they perform, and they deserve to have the best possible resources available to them. As of August 15, 2022, Perhaps consistent with the national trend, the department had 25 separations. Fortunately, as stated earlier, the department has been able to recruit 23 new employees, which includes 10 new attorneys and 13 additional staff due to our continuing robust and vigorous recruitment and hiring efforts. 2 additional new employees will be joining the department by the end of the month. At this time, I would now like to share with the committee the governor's proposed budget breakdown of the $19,220,118. From the general fund, the breakdown is personnel services, $10,661,090. Fringe benefits, $3,998,407. Supplies, including office supplies, operating supplies, vehicle supplies, and small tools and minor equipment, that's at $171,144. Other services, including such things as rent, training, professional services, automotive repair, airfare, and advertising, is at $4,074,404. I'm sorry. Utilities, $256,560. Capital projects, $58,513. For a total general fund amount of $19,220,118. The federal grant amount is $8,790,117. Thus, the grand total of the department's proposed budget, including local and federal funds, is $28,010,235 for fiscal year 2023. The above represents the governor's recommendation for funding the department over the next fiscal year. I would now like to briefly describe some of the division's needs and accomplishments and overall justification for the above mentioned dollar figure. The criminal division, the department and its prosecution team in the criminal division remain committed to see that justice is rendered fairly without fear or favor. Within this division also exists the family unit, which handles a large caseload of family court matters, including juvenile delinquency, child protection and abuse and neglect matters, guardianship, and involuntary commitments. We currently have a total of 18 criminal prosecutors, excluding the criminal chiefs of each division, and 11 support staff throughout the territory. To date, the criminal division has opened 280 felony cases, 217 misdemeanor cases, and 53 juvenile cases, and closed 271 cases this fiscal year. There are 687 active criminal cases in the St. Croix district and 471 in the St. Thomas district. Together, this team prosecutes all local crimes and arrests in the name of the people of the Virgin Islands before the court in bench and jury trials. They conduct witness interviews, draft criminal warrants and motions, appears at arraignments and advice of rights hearings, negotiates reasonable plea agreements with defense counsel when appropriate, and works closely with the Virgin Islands Police Department to bring arrests to prosecution and ultimately conviction. I am pleased to report that the criminal team has won several major criminal trials just in the past few months since in-person trials began in the Superior Court, including 2 for the first-degree murder in St. Croix and 1 for first-degree murder in St. Thomas. That one in St. Thomas, which was a 17-year-old cold case. However, despite these successes, this division, particularly in St. Croix, has not yet reached its staffing goals of the minimum 2 assistant attorneys general per courtroom. These attorneys and staff continue to work increased hours to meet the demands of their increased and extremely high caseloads, especially due to the Superior Court having to double down on the court docket to address the backlog since the COVID shutdown. The St. Croix district has 25 jury trials, and the St. Thomas St. John district has 16 jury trials scheduled for August and September alone. We continue to vigorously recruit and hire new attorneys to fill our available positions, which I expect will get easier once our assistant attorneys general are paid a competitive salary and receive timely increases consistent with the terms of the new collective bargaining agreement, which is now finally coming to fruition. We need to ensure that we achieve full staffing levels so that our attorneys and their legal support staff do not suffer burnout despite their successes. Excuse me. The White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Division is a statutorily mandated division under the Virgin Islands law. In 2021, the 33rd legislature earmarked $448,800 in salary and fringe for the specific purpose of hiring hire personnel for a white-collar division. With those funds, the department promptly hired 3 investigators or special agents. We also secured 1 assistant attorney general position out of those funds, leaving a balance at that time of $3,815.56. The White Collar Crime Unit is now staffed with 1 attorney director of the White Collar Crime, 1 assistant attorney general, 2 investigators, and 1 vacancy due to a recent resignation of an investigator, which we expect will be filled very shortly. Right now, the DOJ has over 73 newly filed white-collar crime cases for investigation and over 45 white-collar criminal cases pending in court. Had it not been for that funding, we would not have been able to start rebuilding this very critical position. The Special Investigations Division is a peace officer enforcement unit of the department, staffed primarily with special agents who are equipped to conduct particularized investigations. Their function and scopes are limited to specifically defined areas, including investigation of all civil claims against the government, white-collar crime, fraud and corruption, background investigations for new hires, boards, commissions, and judges, witness protection prior to and during trials, and fugitive apprehension and extraditions. Currently, the Special Investigations Division is staffed with 9 employees. These include 6 special agents, including the 2 assigned to the White Collar Crime Division, 3 in the St. Thomas St. John District, and 3 in the St. Croix District, and 2 supervisors, as well as 1 support staff member in the St. Thomas St. John District. Together, this team has opened over 73 new cases, most of which are white-collar cases. These agents also have served 639 subpoenas, which represents a 128% increase compared to this time last year, when the division served 280 subpoenas. Additionally, this division handled 5 extraditions and several investigations that resulted in arrests this past fiscal year. The division, the civil division, represents the government's agencies, departments, boards, and commissions in all civil litigation filed in the superior and district courts. These cases are often very time-consuming and complex, requiring a particular attention to detail. Much of the work the attorneys and support staff devote their time to is defense work, given the number of cases filed against the government each year. Currently, the civil division consists of 7 assistant attorneys general, including the civil chief. There are 3 attorneys assigned to the St. Thomas District and 4 assigned to the St. Croix Division. One of those attorneys is specifically assigned to defend, on behalf of the Department of Health, medical malpractice cases filed against the government and health care providers who are employed by the government and acting within the scope of such employment during the alleged occurrence. Additionally, there are 4 support staff, 2 in each district. Currently, there are 291 active cases in the civil division, an increase of 46 cases from this time last year. To date, the government has paid out $6,629,040.54 for claims in excess of $25,000, $111,673 for claims under $25,000, and $38,024.47 for administrative tort claims, which are claims under $6,000. Again, the Civil Division handles very complex matters against well-funded and seasoned attorneys with almost limitless resources at their disposal. Therefore, funding would be used to combat these adversaries. Recently, the Civil Division was able to successfully defend against the lawsuit filed by the Virgin Islands Carnival Committee, which sought an injunction to prevent the government from using the terms Virgin Islands Carnival or St. Thomas Carnival. According to the court's holding, the Carnival Committee has an exceedingly unlikely chance to, quote, to succeed on the merits of its Lanham Act claim. The department will continue to defend the government's continued right to fund, promote, advertise, and manage Carnival in St. Thomas on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Also on August 18, 2022, the District Court of the Virgin Islands, in its decision dismissing a number of excise tax refund actions, held that the tax comity doctrine applies in the Virgin Islands, so that cases involving locally imposed taxes, such as the Virgin Islands excise tax, must be decided in the local courts of the Virgin Islands rather than in federal court. That case follows after the initial excise tax case we defended and resolved 2 years ago, freeing up over $40 million in excise tax revenues for the territory. Aside from the cases against the government, the department has initiated and settled several consumer protection lawsuits, including the lawsuits against opioid manufacturers and distributors and Terminix Pest Control Company. By bringing these cases, the department has been able to recover millions of dollars for the Virgin Islands. The Solicitor General Division provides legal representation for the government in all civil and criminal appeals, administrative matters, and other various writs. It also provides legal opinions to the various government agencies, boards, and commissions, as well as review for legal sufficiency of all contracts, which include leases, memorandums of understanding, professional services contracts, and construction contracts. Currently, it is staffed with the Solicitor General, 4 Assistant Attorneys General, and 3 support staff. From the beginning this fiscal year to the present, the attorneys working in this division have been assigned 44 new appeals. Further, this division reviewed 290 contracts this fiscal year, received 11 new public employee labor relations board cases, and provided advice to roughly 15 boards and commissions over the course of the year. These numbers represent only a small fraction of what the Assistant Attorneys General do in this division. They are handling 126 active appeals, 43 PERB cases, 75 habeas corpus actions, 10 Board of Land Use Appeals actions, 11 Americans with Disability Act matters, 3 consent decrees relating to the environment, and it is currently reviewing rules and regulations for government agencies and boards. Then we have the Office of Sexual Offender Registry. The Department of Justice is also tasked with enforcing the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act, which we call SORNA, and the Virgin Islands Sex Offender Registration and Community Protection Act. Virgin Islands SORNA staff are responsible for registering and tracking sex offenders in the territory. The Sexual Offender Registry Office consists of 3 individuals: a Territorial Sex Offender Registry Program Manager, Sexual Offender Registry Coordinator, and a SORNA investigator. Today, there are 120 sex offenders registered in the Virgin Islands, 63 on St. Croix, and 57 on St. Thomas. For the past fiscal year, this section made 4 arrests of sex offenders on felony failure to register charges and led 2 address verification operations along with local and federal authorities. The Office of the Medical Examiner. The powers and duties of the medical examiner are defined in Virgin Islands law. A medical examiner's role in law enforcement is to investigate and determine the cause and manner of deaths. However, not all deaths fall under the auspices of the medical examiner's office. For instance, the medical examiner may only take charge of unnatural and violent deaths involving foul play or criminal neglect, such as all homicides, suicides, and suspicious, unusual, or unexplained deaths. The medical examiner does not, however, have any authority over natural deaths occurring, for example, in a hospital, nursing home, or hospice care. The medical examiners are law enforcement medical doctors and are an integral part in all homicide prosecutions, which begin with death scene investigation and examinations of bodies, which may or may not include an autopsy, in order to determine cause and manner of death. These death investigations are made under the Office of the Attorney General as a fundamental part of the overall criminal investigation and ultimate prosecution of homicide cases. As with all criminal investigations and prosecutions, they are sensitive and confidential in nature and not for public disclosure or discussion, as the integrity of our investigations and cases must be preserved and protected. Please also keep in mind that behind every single death or homicide that we investigate, the deceased is not the only victim, but also the next of kin and each and every loved one left behind who suffer a tremendous amount of pain and emotional trauma in these unexpected deaths. Currently, the department is staffed with one medical examiner, forensic pathologist, one medical examiner on contract, one medical examiner position is vacant. Additionally, the medical examiner's office is staffed with 2 medical legal death investigators in the St. Croix district, as well as 2 forensic technicians and an administrative assistant in the St. Thomas district. These employees of the medical examiner's office are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for the retrieval of the deceased that fall within the medical examiner's investigative and legal authority. The St. Thomas DOJ Medical Examiner's facility, including a morgue and autopsy suite, is now operational and fully equipped to perform autopsies. From October 2021 to the present, the medical examiner's office responded and took charge of 260 deaths. For those deaths this fiscal year, 40 autopsies were performed on persons who died in the St. Croix district, and 24 were performed on persons who died in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Currently, all autopsies, regardless of where the death occurred, are being performed in the St. Thomas district until the St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office, including a morgue and autopsy suite, is established, which the department anticipates will be by the end of this year. The Division of Gaming Enforcement. The Division of Gaming Enforcement serves as the investigative and enforcement arm of the Casino Control Commission, ensuring compliance with the Virgin Islands Casino and Resort Act of 1995. Its general powers are set forth in 32 VIC Section 428. Some of the DGE, as we call it, some of the DGE's duties include conducting casino employee background investigations, investigating all applicants seeking a license to do business with a casino, investigating and prosecuting before the commission anyone who violates the rules and regulations, and performing verification and the testing of all electronic gaming machines before such machines can be used in a casino. The division has a prodigious workload which is currently handled by only a director and 3 other employees. For example, it has committed the due diligence investigation of 53 employee license applicants, opened 232 new employee license investigation files, which is a 214% increase from last year, opened 32 new casino servicing entity investigation files, completed 8 investigations with respect to potential violations of the casino laws and other rules and regulations, filed 6 complaints for violations with the Commission, and conducted an audit of the gaming machines at both casinos of 363 electronic gaming devices and 1,737 pieces of software. The DG needs 2 additional staff members to help effectively carry out its operations. The Paternity and Child Support Division works tirelessly to provide many of our community's children with the support that they need to help them thrive and become responsible and successful adults. PCSD functions include the establishment of paternity, enforcement of support obligations, implementation of centralized collections processes, distribution of support payments, and the establishment and maintenance of case records. PCSD staff also actively conduct access and visitation program services, mediation and fatherhood programs, which are free of charge and assure that non-custodial parents get visitations and spend more time with their children. PCSD's primary funding source is the federal government, which funds 66% of all PCSD staffing and 100% of all PCSD federally approved expenditures. PCSD is currently staffed with 3 assistant attorneys general and 52 other support staff. For this fiscal year, PCSD has opened 449 cases. What this means is that 449 individuals, whether custodial or non-custodial, or another government entity, has requested the assistance of PCSD. This could range from the determination of paternity to a request for modification of child support. The number of pending cases is now 7,679 cases for both districts. To date, PCSD has collected $4,252,599 in child support payments and has distributed $3,385,108. The net undistributed funds as of August 15th, 2022, now stands at $1,203,417. Please note that this is a fluid number and may fluctuate daily. PCSD currently has 4 investigators on staff who work to locate custodial and non-custodial parents to facilitate the collection and distribution of child support payments. As a result of their efforts, together with the use of the what's called the locate feature within the child support case management system and the newly purchased software called Clear, PCSD agents are able to verify the addresses of many custodial parents, enabling the disbursement of $411,598.49 of funds previously undelivered. Since taking office, I have hired a significant amount of customer service personnel. Today, PCSD has 9 client facilitators and 12 case administrators. The additional staffing has enabled PCSD to process applications in a more timely manner, quickly address the needs and requests of clients, and provide more frequent updates to its customers. The department has been searching for 2 new attorneys for the St. Thomas office, and 1 was recently identified who will begin very shortly. Then we have the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit was established in 2018 pursuant to federal legislation. WFUCU, as we call it, was created to investigate and prosecute healthcare providers and other individuals for defrauding the Virgin Islands Medicaid program, as well as provider fraud and instances of abuse and neglect of persons in healthcare and similar type facilities. Currently, this unit is staffed with 3 employees. Recently, staff of the Mofuku investigated and arrested 3 employees of the Virgin Islands Medicaid fraud program for program fraud. And it currently has several other ongoing investigations. This completes the summary of each of the department's divisions. I would now like to discuss the Assistant Attorneys General Collective Bargaining Agreement very briefly. Since I became the Assistant Attorney General, I've been advocating for higher salaries for the Assistant Attorneys General. For the better part of the year, the department has been negotiating salary increases for the Assistant Attorneys General with the union. And today, I am so pleased to state that we have reached an agreement in principle that would increase the salaries of all Assistant Attorneys General, very well deserved. This will go a long way in retention and recruitment of new talent. Before I conclude, I would like to reiterate what I've stated in years past, that the numbers before you are just that, they're numbers. They do not sufficiently convey the work required that each represents. For example, one appeal may take months to research and draft arguments. One domestic violence charge may take weeks of negotiating before a plea is reached or trial and conviction. One civil action brought against the government can involve numerous attorneys in the civil division and take months, if not years, to formally resolve. In other words, I implore each of you to look past the simple numbers and understand what they truly represent in everyday life. Some law firms have hundreds, if not thousands, of staff to handle only those cases they choose to take. On the other hand, the department is staffed with only 166 staff members, of which only 4 are attorneys, and they don't get to so easily pick and choose the cases that come before them. If a murder is committed, we must and we will gladly prosecute. If someone sues the government for a breach of contract, we must and gladly defend it. I believe that the results of the collective bargaining agreement will go a long way to prevent or at least alleviate attorney turnover and to attract new talent. However, the money must be there. In short, I believe that the governor's proposed budget for the department is justified, and I request that it be voted on favorably by this body. Before I close, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the men and women of the Department of Justice. Their dedication to duty is unequaled, and their true devotion to public service is reflected in the everyday work that they engage in, for which they all should be commended. This concludes my former testimony, and I'm now available for any questions that the members may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney General, for your testimony. I would also like to welcome Senator DeGraff, committee member. Please put him down as present. We are going to go to a 6-minute round of questioning, and we will begin with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I just want to let you know you're choppy in this end, so.
I'm sorry?
Good morning. Attorney General George and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. I know Mr. Christopher, the number guy, so I'm going to go to you first in terms of the testimony and your budget. Under the general fund, under personal service, I know that the ask for 23 is 10.6 million. Let me ask you, how much have been expended thus far to date in terms of personnel under the general fund? But I know you're expending it 21,800,220, and appropriation for this year was $10.5 million. How much of that have been expended thus far?
Thus far to date, as of July 31st, 2022, we spent $7,213,335.38 in personnel.
7.2 million thus far. So we're gonna have you're not gonna be able to spend a 10.5 this fiscal year. But I know that how many vacancies, Attorney General, in respect to the 22 budget you have, and what number are they funded at 100%? How much vacancies do you have?
The total amount of vacancies?
Yes.
Refer to Ms. Wallace.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Beverly Herman Wallace, Human Resources Director. The total vacancies are 7, but most were newly created. The sole vacancy in the budget has been filled.
Oh, very good. Okay, so you're anticipating utilizing all 10.6 million another personnel for 23?
Yes. Yes, yeah.
Very well. Let me ask, in respect to the federal grant now under the personnel services also, how much have you expended thus far for the year, fiscal year 22, under the federal grants? And while you're looking for that, Mr. Christopher, you got it? While you're looking for that, let me ask, in respect to the grant listing also, because I know there's some $4.7 million in federal grant, but thus far for the year, only $2.2 million have been spent. Most of them expire next month. Are we going to be able to expend those funds for those different federal grants? There's a listing of 7 grants.
Yes, Senator.
We'll deal with the first question first and then the second question.
I'll get back to you with the first question, but let me answer the second question.
Okay, very well.
Yes, we have an extension for the 2020 grant, that 2020 Paul Coverdale grant. We're just waiting for the approval. And for the 2019 grant, it shall be expended by the end of the fiscal year.
What about the others?
The others will be expended.
Oh, okay, very well. And also your professional service contracts. You have $4.1 million worth of federal contracts, but professional service contract. But as of March, only 31,000 have been paid to those vendors. What's going on there? And most of those contracts expire next month also. What's going on in that space with the payments? What the hold up? What the challenge?
The contracts for professional services, one will end in December, which will be fully expended, and the others we are just starting to go ahead and execute those agreements.
2 minutes.
Oh, you just started? But they expire next month.
No, the agreements are being worked on now, Senator. It's just that we were waiting for the first set of contracts under the professional services, particularly in the paternity division, to finish, which will finish in December, and then the others have just started.
Okay, now let's go back to the first question that you did. You say you were going to get back to me on. Did you find those numbers?
Not as yet, Senator. I will calculate and get back to you, Senator.
Okay, very well. Well, let me go to the testimony. Attorney General George, you spoke to your 40 attorneys. I know you have 40 attorneys. Then you have 166 individuals. You have 8 vacancies, I believe 7 vacancies. My question is, in terms of being fully armed and ready to do the department work, how many attorneys would you say would right-size your department? Because I know you have 40. How much more do you need to onboard?
I would say at this time, we have a baseline figure, which we would like to have 2 attorneys per courtroom. And so we are short with respect to that, approximately 6 attorneys for now. And that excludes the That excludes the criminal chiefs of the division. So for that division, in order to have the baseline, that would be the amount. But however, ideally, we should be able to have additional attorneys, at least 3, in order to handle specialized cases such as homicides and as well as special victim sexual assault type cases. So I would say a total of 10.
Okay, and with that being said, also, you spoke to your backlog. What's the plan to basically bring down those numbers in terms of your backlog? I know you spoke to the number of cases you're doing moving forward, but you have a backlog there. What's the plan to reduce those numbers?
As far as the backlog of particularly criminal cases, well, the backlog is the attorneys, sort of depends on, as the courts put on the docket and schedule cases. The courts, both in St. Thomas and St. Croix, have a very robust schedule, and they've been trying a lot of cases, especially since they've reopened. So our attorneys have been really tasked with keeping up with that. If cases that there are always attempts, of course, with every case that they attempt to see if cases can be pled out. But if they can't, because you can't just throw away a case, so if they can't, then they have to go to trial. So we're looking at that. There's some other plans in the works too, where we're going to try to do some, work with the federal, office, prosecutor's office maybe, but that might address a few things. But right now, we're just working on really working the cases.
Thank you so much for your testimony. My time was called. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Noble Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to staff, and good morning to the Department of Justice. Thank you very much, AG George, for your testimony. Ma'am, you mentioned that the St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office will be completed by the end of 2022, which is the next 90 to 120 days. Are you on your way to get that as a projected date?
Yeah, that's projected, yes.
That's rather ambitious. Where are we with that right now? I mean, you have identified a location and everything?
Yes, we have secured a location. We have been working at this for quite some time. We finally it's finally coming to fruition, actually. Location has been identified, as well as right now, we have identified a contractor, a vendor who would be able to provide a modular design, build, and install turnkey project, which is why it is that reasonably anticipate that it could be finished, and it would be finished, and project that it would be finished before the end of the year.
Very well. I look forward to that. As you know, we have done the walk through there, and we know of the urgency in getting that completed. Attorney General, in respect to the Jeffrey Epstein case, you didn't mention that today, but I wanted to know are we any closer to the resolution of that matter? I know it's an ongoing matter, but are we any closer to resolution?
Well, I would say, I always say that we're closer to resolution as every day goes by, but the reason why I don't mention it, or I did not mention it, is because of the fact that it is still pending. It's still pending in litigation right now. But resolution is always something that the parties look to, but, we're working on it.
Okay. And there was a number of vehicles received as a result, I guess, might have been of the Takata airbag lawsuit. How many vehicles was received by the Department of Justice thus far?
The total amount, I'll refer this to Attorney Jacob. She has the records in front of her.
Good morning, Senator.
Morning.
We received 50 vehicles.
50 vehicles, and how were those distributed?
Good morning, Carol Thomas Jacobs, Chief Deputy Attorney General.
Morning.
So far, we have had 50 vehicles. DOJ currently has 26. We have PD3, BMV, Bureau of Motor Vehicles 4, the hospital 1, Governor's Office 1, Inspector General 2, Licensing and Consumer Affairs 4, and PMPE has the remainder. I know there's been some discussion regarding redistribution, and those are in the works. So these numbers may very well change.
Very well. So the Department of Justice is totally outfitted with vehicles at this time, which means you probably wouldn't need any vehicles between the next 3 to 5 years?
Yes. Yes, that is the idea, and that's why it was such a benefit that we were able to get this as a part of a settlement. It saves an awful lot of money because we did not have to expend any funds, but then it also saves on maintenance because they're brand new, and they will last and hopefully last for a good 5 years.
All right. In your testimony, you spoke about the Great Resignation. How many individuals have separated or resigned from the Department of Justice?
That would be exactly 25. I now refer this to Ms. Wallace as well.
Yes, good morning, Senator. 25 resignations to date.
And you have hired 23, so we're still down by 2.
2 minutes.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Very well. And in respect to the judgments against the government of the Virgin Islands, how many in aggregate judgment amount do we have against the government of the Virgin Islands at this time for this fiscal year?
Are you asking judgments against the
government of the Virgin Islands? Yes.
Okay. One moment, sir.
Madam Timekeeper, please hold my time.
Okay.
Senator, based on as a testimony, as the AG states in her testimony, we've paid out some $6,629,040.54 for judgments in excess of 25,000 and 111,673,000 for claims under 25,000 and 38,000. $24.47 for administrative tort claims, which are claims under 6,000. I know we have a few tort claims that are still pending, and those should be paid shortly.
Very well. So you don't have the pending amount. This is that amount is not the total, is it? Obviously, there's still some balances.
There are still some balances.
Okay. Very well. If you could get us that number in respect to what our balance looked like. Also, the Paul Coverdell Forensic Science Improvement Grant, $264,000. Zero have been expended from that grant. What is the purpose of that grant, AG? And why are we not spending any money from that?
Well, I'm going to refer this to our grant specialist, Ms. Peterson. Is she on the line?
Senator Kai Christopher.
Oh, okay.
The reason the 2020 grant is not expended because the grantors will not allow 2 grants open at the same time. So we first spent the 2019 grant and we asked for an extension for the 2020 grant.
Time.
Very well. My time has been called. Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with one final question.
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. AG, what is the role and responsibility of the assistant director of the medical examiner's office?
The assistant director of the medical examiner's office, which we don't have that position there, but right now. But the role would be actually to supervise and manage the forensic, because I think it is assistant forensic director, but it's to manage the forensic team that includes the forensic technicians as well as the medical legal death investigators, as well as overall general management of the necessary inventory and management and supplies and everything that's needed in order to effectively carry out the operations of the department, of the division.
And you're saying that position is currently not filled?
Right now it is not, but we expect and we're hoping that we'll be able to get something later on.
Very well. Thank you for your responses, Mr. Chair, and I'll continue in round 2 if we have one. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Attorney General, how many vacancies did you say we have now for this fiscal year?
The vacancies for the fiscal year was mentioned. Ms. Wallace, you said.
Yes, sir, 7.
How much did you have at the beginning of the fiscal year?
I think it was 1. Those vacancies that we have are all as a result of persons separating, either through retirement or resignations.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to get, because if we funded, say, 15 vacancies, and you had 25 separations and 22 hires, then we still have a number of vacancies based on the number of individuals that have resigned.
Right, because we just have to refill those positions.
Okay, so to include those, Ms. Wallace, how many vacancies to include those that resigned? How many vacancies do we have?
Senator, if I may, we have 7. According to the fiscal year 2023 budget, there was 1 noted vacancy, and that has been filled. The 7 referred vacancies, as I noted, are recent separations, which we are working to fill.
Okay, thank you so much. Your financial person, just some figures quickly, and then I'll go to the next senator. You gave the actuals for personnel service. Can you give the actuals for fringe and the other categories, supplies, other services, utilities, capital projects? And skip utilities, because that's a single payer fund. So let's do fringe.
Kai Christopher, for fringe, the balance is $1,389,134.76.
That is how
Supplies.
much. 1 minute. That's how much has been expended thus far?
Oh, sorry, Senator. That was a balance. The actuals is $811,135 as of July 31st, 2022. Supplies is $175,776.80. Other services and charges, $6,586,392.68.
Okay, and can you repeat the number you said for personnel services before?
Personnel services, $7,213,335.38.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator James, you're recognized.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. In your testimony, Attorney General, you made mention of establishing a new St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office, and you said it's projected to be completed by the end of 2022. As far as...
That is our projection. That is correct, yes.
As far as the funding, can you let us know, is that in the capital outlay section? Where are you getting the funding from for this new St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office?
The funding that we're using for that is from the Criminal Activity Fund, which is not a part of the general fund.
And for this project that you plan to undertake, what is the total cost?
At this point in time, I can't say or speak to what the total cost is, because it is still being negotiated with the vendor, but we do have a certain, an amount and a ceiling within which we can be able to pay for it. So that's something I cannot disclose right now.
Because you told me it's projected to be...
But we do have funding for it, that we knew that we have funding for it based on we've had an engineering estimate and everything done by the Department of Public Works.
Okay, because I'm just curious, because you made mention that it's projected to be completed by the end of 2022, and we only have about 4 more months left in the year. So I was a bit curious as far as the funding, and are we still projected to be completed by the end of 2022? Because you seem like you're going through negotiations.
That is a projection.
Wait. Let's establish this. Let me finish my sentence before you answer. This is not a debate. So go ahead.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are projecting that for December, the end of December, by the end of this year. That is a projection based on just an evaluation of what the vendor may be able to provide, which is design, build, and installation turnkey type operation, a modular type facility, temporary facility.
The reason why I've been the reason I've been asking you these questions for the past probably 2 to 3 minutes is because of the disturbing article that came out in the VI consortium, in which I will not go into details. We all know what it's about. And I just want to make sure moving forward that you have the resources to be able to rectify that issue. And as far as the individual who resigned, ever since she resigned, do we have individuals who are coming forward to fill that vacant position in the District of St. Croix?
Well, we will be starting recruitment actually this week after budget hearings. That was the plan, but we'll start recruitment. However, I do not intend to have one on board, have a medical examiner on board until such time that we have a facility, an appropriate facility, a medical examiner office with the autopsy suite and morgue that is fully equipped so that they can work out of. But we would start the recruitment process because it's not going to be only in the Virgin Islands, but it would be nationwide in order to plan for that so that we would be ahead of the game so that we can have a full-time medical examiner for the St. Croix district.
So what do we plan to do in the interim?
In the interim, well, what is happening now, because of the fact that when it was brought to my attention in June, that the funeral home that was being used as a place to handle the autopsies for past several months, I then what is happening is that it was determined that it was not workable, it was not working out. So I had to make a determination, a very difficult determination, to have autopsies delivered or transferred and transported safely and securely to St. Thomas, to the medical examiner's office in St. Thomas to have the autopsies performed. However, we have just obtained a new morgue container, fully equipped morgue container in St. Croix, so that our bodies right now, the deceased, are able to be stored in that container. And that's working out well.
So currently what you're doing in the interim, how much does that cost the government of the Virgin Islands?
Well,
for each body that you send over to St. Thomas, what is the cost associated with it and what is the funding source?
The cost associated with it is, I believe it is 950. Okay, go ahead, Attorney Jacobs.
Good morning, Senator Carol Jacobs. To transport a body or a deceased person from St. Croix to St. Thomas, one way is $950, and to return that body to St. Croix is another $950. That's the general cost.
And the funding source, I'm assuming the family has to absorb that cost. Is that from the government of the Virgin Islands funding source? Initially, where did you get the funding from? Is it an IOU situation? Explain to me.
The Attorney General's office fund the cost of transportation.
And that cost is reimbursable to the government of the Virgin Islands, or that's something you absorb?
We absorb the cost.
Okay. Okay.
The families do not bear any costs associated with the transportation.
So let me tie this into the budget. As we speak about a budget, you said in the interim that is what you plan to do. And it was made mention that it's projected to be completed in 2022 as far as the new suite. So that's for the next 4 months. So as we speak about a budget and being able to factor that in, no one knows how much individuals we have to fly over to St. Thomas. But as we speak about a budget, we have to make sure that we have adequate funding in there to deal with that in the interim. So my question is, can we get an update from you at a later time as far as an assessment, even though we don't know how much individuals are going to die from now until December, just to make sure that we have a cushion in there so you can be able to fund it, or you have more than enough funds?
Yes, we definitely can provide that to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I had a lot more questions, but that situation is very important as we speak about a budget when it comes to flying bodies back and forth between the two districts. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Attorney General, didn't the past medical examiner for St. Croix indicate that if we get a facility that is improved, that they would be willing to come back and work, and that they're staying at St. Croix, they're not leaving?
I am not aware of that, and I cannot comment on those personnel matters, which are confidential with respect to those confidential conversations. So, yeah.
I would
but
just
I am not aware of that. What you just said, I am not aware of that.
I would just
That's
hope that the individual is not penalized in any way for describing the conditions that they were working under, and that we could improve by being able to establish adequate facility, and that if that individual work was up to par or excellent, that we reach out to that individual. Point of inquiry or information? Inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all the testifiers and my colleagues. Attorney General, what's the turnaround time with bodies from St. Croix to St. Thomas? Because I've heard some complaint about this. Some family members talk about 3 to 4 weeks before their body got back to St. Croix. What is the turnaround time? Because if this is true, this creates some real hardships for family members. We're preparing for funeral and everything. So what is the turnaround time? What's the average turnaround time? What have been your longest since you're doing it, and what is the shortest?
Well, certainly 4 weeks will be way too long, and I don't think that. But Attorney Jacobs handles a lot of the logistics with respect to the travel back and forth. So I would refer it to her.
I would like to get 2 times, the shortest turnaround and the longest turnaround time.
Sure.
I could give you both, Senator Carol Jacobs. Again, since we have started transporting bodies from St. Croix to St. Thomas for autopsies, we have transported 6 bodies. And in each instance, except for one, the body is transported to St. Thomas on one day. The autopsy is conducted, is performed the next day, and that body is immediately transferred back to St. Croix that same day. So we're talking roughly 24 hours. There was one instance where we transported 3 bodies from St. Croix to St. Thomas for an autopsy that related to a triple homicide. The bodies were transported on July 27, 2022, and returned August 2nd, 2022. And that was the longest period. And that involved 3 bodies. Every other instance, the body was returned to St. Croix within 24 hours.
Mr. Chair, if I may proceed with this, because they're saying to me that the body goes over one day, the autopsy is done the next day, and the body is then turned back the following day. That's not 24 hours. And then you gave me a time frame. You gave me a time frame of the 3 bodies. What's that long date? I didn't get your date on that.
Okay, so Senator, I don't know if you misunderstood what I said. What I said, okay, so for instance, if the body is transported to St. Thomas today, if we had a body and the body is transported to St. Thomas today, the autopsy would be performed tomorrow. And once the autopsy is done tomorrow in the afternoon, that body is then transported back to St. Croix. That is what has happened in 5 instances. In one instance, we had 3 bodies that were transported to St. Thomas on July 27th. There were 3 autopsies to be performed, and the bodies were returned to St. Croix on August 2nd, 2022. So I'm just telling you what the facts are. There may be rumors, but these are the actual facts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that leniency.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Point of inquiry quickly, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very important that we dive down on this situation because I asked about the new St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office earlier, and it was made mention that it should be completed in December of 2022. And as we factor in the cost of flying the bodies back and forth, the delay in getting the situation or the process moving, my question to the Attorney General is there anything that can be done to expedite the process for the build-out of this St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office? And have you had a conversation with the new CEO of JFL regarding the status of what's going on there when it comes to the St. Croix Medical Examiner? Because I know that the JFL does autopsies as well, right? They do the autopsies?
I have been informed that they stopped doing autopsies, I think, several months ago, back in October, and they had been doing them at the Schneider Hospital. So that is what I heard, but maybe you'll have to verify with them. So they had not been doing autopsies at the JFL morgue for quite some time. And neither have Department of Justice either. We have not been doing autopsies at the JFL morgue since January. We had been using, at the request of the medical examiner, the former medical examiner, we had used the funeral home, to perform the autopsies since January and until June when the medical examiner resigned.
And the first part of the question, as far as is there anything that can be done to expedite the process when it comes to the projected date of December 2022 for the new St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office?
I certainly wish there is, and we're working, our team is really working to get it as soon as possible. I am projecting towards that as an end date, but the type of facility, being that it's a modular temporary facility and dealing with a vendor who does this type of turnkey and turnaround process, I am hopeful it would be way before then. We need it as soon as possible, but I do a projection way out as possibly the latest. But we are working on as quickly as possible to get this thing done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. This is basically considered a state of emergency, in my humble opinion, and it needs to be expedited. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion.
Thank you. Good morning.
Before you go, Senator Carrion, let me recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins. Thank you for coming. Senator Gittins. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning to all my colleagues. And good morning to the team for the Department of Justice and the people that are viewing and watching us. Good morning to the people of St. Croix. Attorney, Attorney General, I just would like to start by thanking you for your advocacy to be able to raise those salaries for the Assistant Attorney Generals. And I'm pleased to hear that final agreement has been reached and that the deserved increase will be soon given and much deserved. But also we understand that hopefully other underpaid staff would also receive an increase. So that's my hope. But I want to commend you for that work with the unions to accomplish that. Now, just following a line with the topic that we have about the autopsies, did you budget within this FY23 funds for these transportation of these bodies?
You asked if it's in the FY23 funds?
Yes, ma'am.
Budget? No, not specifically, no.
Okay. Have you... You want to say something else?
I was going to refer to Mr. Christopher if you wanted more information.
Mr. Christopher?
Kai Christopher, no, they were not budgeted in an FY23.
Have you made an estimate of approximately maybe how much bodies you might have and the cost that this would bring? Based on previous years, rough numbers?
At this time, Senator, no, this is the first time that we have been in this experience as far as having to transfer bodies from one island district to the next. But it will be worked on, and we could forward that information to you later.
Please do, because it seems like this will be the practice until next year. So we need to make sure that you have the funding source for that. Attorney General, now with regards to the same topic, have you had any conversations maybe with the federal government to see if there's any type of assistance they can provide, as this clearly is a crisis for us here in the District of St. Croix?
I understand what you said. In fact, last year was when this started, or rather late 2020, when we were told that we could no longer use the Juan Luis Hospital morgue because at the time they were going to demolish it. At that time, they had said we had 90 days to get out. What we did at that time is apply to the federal government for a grant through the LEPC for the construction of the morgue facility. That did not work out. We'd been working on that for almost a year, and it fell through. And that is when, fortunately, we saw an opportunity. I saw an opportunity with respect to settlement funds that were received in the Criminal Activity Fund that we can then just use our own funding available to us. In addition to some of the capital grant funds can be used for supplies as well. So that would also be able to add to the supplies portion rather, of the project. So since 2020, October of 2020, yes, we did apply for federal funding, a federal grant. That did not work out. So that's why I secured this other funding, which I feel comfortable we do have in order to complete this project.
2 minutes.
I mean, I'm concerned in the interim with the process that is being handled now, if it's something that will be sustainable. Do you have any concerns?
About whether it's going to be sustainable?
Yes, ma'am.
You mean the type of building?
No, I mean the process now transporting the bodies to St. Thomas. You're foreseeing any challenges in that area?
I do not at this time, and I'll tell you, we have some resources, whether it's from the operations budget or the Criminal Activity Fund, to do this. But we have been since January in using the facilities at the time at the funeral home in order to perform the autopsies. We were paying fees to perform the autopsies as well. So we kind of had an idea of the budgeting of using, of expending those funds in order to transport persons back and forth. So it's a little bit more expensive, but we've been doing it. And I see that we do have, I'm comfortable, we do have enough funding to be able to sustain it. But we still got to get this done as soon as possible. So it's still an urgent situation.
Is there any type of temporary model that we could purchase and bring into St. Croix District that could be used as an interim medical examiner's office, equipment staff?
Well, you know, that is like what we're doing now with a temporary modular unit, but that is what we're working on now. But what we do have that was recently installed is the morgue portion of the medical examiner's office, which is to house the deceased bodies. And that is now installed at the Juan Luis Hospital. They've been very kind to assist us throughout the whole process. It is a 40-foot trailer or modular unit. Well, not a modular unit, rather, it is a trailer. It's a container unit complete with all of the trays and all of the equipment that is necessary in order to have the proper storage, secure, and storage of the DOJ bodies. That was it just came in. It was ordered back in earlier this year, and it just arrived in St. Thomas in June. And then we had to ship it over to St. Croix, so it's been installed and everything and ready for operation. So right now, that is where we're storing the bodies. But for the autopsy part, the plan had been in the interim. It had always been from the beginning of the year when we knew we had to move out and transition out from the JFL, that the autopsies temporarily until we get our facility would be performed at the funeral home, and then this facility will be able to hold our bodies securely. So when I learned in June that now the autopsies or the funeral home was not really working out for the types of autopsies that we do, that is why it is then I had to make the decision then of having them done in St. Thomas, at this facility in St. Thomas. But so I'm just explaining so you can understand it. Right now, we do have that facility, that mortuary facility, to hold the bodies securely at the JFL hospital right now, and it is a self-contained unit that we use.
Does the staff in St. Thomas need additional assistance since now they're taking up St. Croix load?
Well, we always do have, we have the St. Thomas, the one who performs the St. Thomas medical examiner, but we also have another medical examiner that's on contract that flies in and performs the autopsy. She's always been on contract, and she would come in when, let's say, any of the medical examiners are either on vacation or on leave, and she'll fill in. So we do have two, essentially, that are performing these autopsies.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, if I may ask through the chair, if you guys can submit the actuals for FY22 for supplies, other services from the general fund, federal grant, and all the other non-federal, non-lapsing within the post-audit report, because we don't have those actuals, so if you could submit those, I would appreciate it.
Yes, well, you can. That is asking. Yes?
Yes, we'll get that over to you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Carrion. I'd also like to recognize Senator Carla Joseph, who have joined us. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Good morning again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Before I go deep into my question, Attorney General, I have a burning question here. And you spoke about the raises that are pending for these attorneys. Why is the attorney with the most experience receiving a 1%, and those with the least experience will be receiving a 3% increase?
I'm not sure. That doesn't sound right, Senator.
It doesn't sound right too.
Let me. Let me give you the details.
That would help me.
Of what it. Okay, yeah, I think it would be helpful. Can you give them the details with respect to them?
I'm Senator Carol Jacobs again. Based on the agreement, current agreement, the lowest paid AAG currently is paid $78,000. That is 0 years barred. Under the new agreement, the salary would go up to $90,000.
And what percent is that?
The highest paid AAG currently receives $115,500 under the old agreement, and under the new agreement, the highest paid, which is the most experienced, would receive $127,500. So I don't know.
So what's the percent? What's the percent of the increase? I'll give you some time to come back to that, because you're killing my time with this badly, and I keep asking percent. You're just giving me dollar figures, and I'm asking what percent of an increase is that? And I'm being very straight. I don't think I'm missing my question what I'm asking. I'm asking for the percentage of that increase. I'll get back to that because I really want to get into these grants. And I understand, based on under the line of questioning, we spoke about some of these grants that you guys asking for extension and some of them that are going to be expended. And you have about 6 grants here that's going to be upped in the 30th. We spoke about the Coverdale. Coverdale, I think, happened to be a rollover. We have the Adam Walsh implementing grant. Still have $113,000 on that. You have the State Medical Fraud Control Unit, $204,000 remaining on that. And you have Child Support Enforcement, $852,000 remaining on that. I'd like to know those that got the extension and those that you said you will be able to complete utilizing.
I'd like to refer, with respect to the paternity and child support grant, I'd like to refer that to the financial manager with respect to that, the grants manager with respect to that grant, and that would be Kamisha Andrews.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good morning, Senator Kamisha Andrews.
Yeah.
The child support enforcement grant, the figures that you have there, those was as of the March. But currently, as of July, we were awarded $4,439,197, and we have a balance of $932,691. And those will be expended by the September 30th, 2022 deadline, and those will be for personnel services and for invoices we are waiting for purchase orders that were submitted.
So you're saying to me that you're going to spend 900, you say?
Yes, 932,000, Senator.
Between now and September 30th?
Yes, Senator.
All right.
2 minutes.
Go again to the next one.
And for the state access and visitation, we have to encumber the funds by the September 30th, 2022 deadline, but we have an extension that would allow us to expend it by the December 31st, 2022 deadline. So the current balance have changed, and it actually is $71,756.55. Out of those balances have been encumbered, and we expect it to be fully expended by the December 2022 deadline.
And the State Medical Fraud Control Unit?
I will refer that back to the CFO, Senator.
It's Julita. We can, I believe Julita De Leon, Attorney Julita De Leon, she's on. She is the director of the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit.
All of these bills total $1.5 million. And you're saying to me that you're going to expend all of this money between now and September.
Good morning, Senator.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Attorney.
This is Julita De Leon, Director for the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. The Medical Fraud Control Unit is 100% funded by the federal government. We intend to expend the entirety of the remaining funds on salaries, fringe benefits, and other outstanding invoices.
Thank you very much for those explanations, but I guess I'm wrong to think that it's not going to happen. What is the Division on Paternity and Child Support doing to reduce the pending 769 cases in the territory? And of that 769, how many are pending to be heard? How many have been adjudicated?
Time.
You could go ahead and answer, Mr. Chair. Please,
I'm going to refer that question to the Director of the Division of Paternity and Child Support, that Mr. Terrence Joseph.
Your device is muted, Mr. Joseph.
Could you repeat that question one more time? I was having some computer issues.
What is the the Division of Paternity and Child Support doing to reduce the pending 7,679 cases in the territory? Of that 7,679 cases, how many are pending to be heard? How many have been adjudicated?
Well, our child support right now, we are pending an attorney in the St. Thomas district. And that will alleviate most of the cases in the St. Thomas district. As it relates to the number mentioned, we are working hard to get these cases heard and
Give me a minute,
get them
please.
adjudicated.
Give me a minute, please. My time have already been called. So we have some time for you to answer this question that based on the chair. And my question was, how many have been heard out of the 7,679? How many have been adjudicated?
You have the question, Mr. Joseph?
Yes. I will have to get back with you with that information, Senator.
To the chair, can we?
Mr. Joseph, you need to get a number before the meeting is over. Somebody in paternity division should know what the answer to that is. You have the number of pending cases is 7,679. Is that still the number, or have you been able to resolve some of those cases? Attorney General, I know that we provided some additional funding for your paternity unit to be able to resolve a lot of the outstanding cases. I think you're able to bring on a number of individuals. Have you been able to resolve or decrease the number of cases?
Yes, they have with respect to the number of outstanding type cases. Remember, a lot of these cases, first of all, are ongoing cases. So if you're talking about cases themselves, you're talking about cases that would follow a child to 18 or 21 if they're in college. So it's not just about getting rid of them, but it's mainly about making the collections, and there've been a substantial increase in collections. I can get you those figures, a substantial increase in collections as well as a substantial increase in undistributed funds and in locating those and getting those funds distributed. And I did mention that.
So one minute, AG, 1 minute. How would you define the word pending? Pending meaning new cases, or pending meaning some of those cases are ongoing, they're already receiving monies? What does the word pending mean for this in this particular scenario?
What it means is that they are active cases and have not been closed out.
But some are active cases that are being dealt with on a regular basis, in which whoever is a custodial parent parents are receiving monies on a monthly basis.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Joseph, would you have that number as to the 7,679 as to how many of those cases? I mean, they're still on the book because the child isn't 18 years old. As to how much claims have been filed that you have not yet, that the department have not yet been able to address. How many outstanding cases do you have of individuals who file a case and you have not been able to come to some type of agreement for that particular case? What's that number?
I will give you some statistics, as I indicated. For this fiscal year, PCSD actually opened 449 new cases. That comes in from complaints with non-custodial parents. Now, the number of pending cases being 7,679, that means those are cases that are active, where people are still paying, children are still getting paid, that sort of thing, has not been closed out.
So that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that those are cases that still have issues to resolve.
You mean where a support order has not been issued? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. How many cases do we have in which a support order has not been issued?
I don't have that information.
But
I was trying to clarify what Mr. Joseph was saying. Maybe Mr. Joseph has found that information.
I'm trying to find out from that particular. I mean, you're trying to answer the questions, Attorney General, but your paternity division should really be able to spit those numbers out as to how many claims we have that have not been resolved, that we're still working on the particular case. Who's assistant? Don't you have you had an attorney recently assigned to paternity also, right? The person is still with you guys?
We have three attorneys right now working at paternity and child support.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the next senator, but can you get somebody that could answer questions in reference to paternity so that our members could be able to receive, the members of the legislature could receive information? Now, before I go to the next senator.
Will do, sir. I'm going to try to get that shortly.
Mr. CFO, the numbers that you indicated as of July 29th or 30th, 7,213,335. You have literally been spending way less than $1 million per month. So you've been spending 721,333 is your average that you've been spending per month. And you only have 2 more months, which are August and September. So I'm projecting that you're only going to spend $8,656,000. So you're spending literally a little, like $1.9 million less than what was allocated. Agreed?
Based on the average, I agree.
But we're looking at a slight increase. We have a $1.9 million that we can't spend now. Do you actually believe, and you only have, how many vacancies you have going into next fiscal year, or will you have next fiscal year?
The number of new vacancies for next fiscal year is estimated to be 1.
So I can't see how you'll be able to expend over $10 million based on how much you're presently spending.
What happens, sir, is we also what is budgeted as not as a new position. We have to transfer some employees from after grant to in the general fund for FY 2023.
How many employees?
And those are 3 individuals.
Okay, so we're up to 4. That still won't utilize $1.9 million. And I also saw something else. If you look, and I'm sure other senators will drill down, if you look at other services, you have already spent $6,586,392, but your recommendation for FY23 is $4,074,000. Did the other services include a settlement or something? I'm trying to remember that we funded as to why the numbers are so much higher.
Yes, Senator. It included 2 settlements, one for medical imaging and one for Vantaboo Enterprises.
Okay, so that would be substantially more. Okay, thank you so much. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present.
1 minute, Senator DeGraff. Let me just recognize Senator General Sarro. I just saw her on the screen. Senator General Sarro, thank you for coming. You may proceed, Senator DeGraff.
Also, Senator Potter is here also.
Okay, and that's also Senator Potter. Thank you, Senator Potter, for coming.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. AG, to you and your staff, thank you for what you do. I know it's an uphill battle at times. Now, we're going to save the CBA agreements and stuff for last. Right now, the capital outlay, 58,513. You didn't have anything for 22. What was that money for?
That money is for the reorganization of the new paternity and child support positions that we got in late FY21 and funded in FY22 to build out the space so they could have adequate seating.
So the 58,513 is sufficient?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. The miscellaneous government funds, I think, is page 5, grants, where you went down to 770. At the post auditor's report, you went down to a total of 770,000. In the 22 budget, it was up to 850,000. And notice you have $70,000 for contribution to legal defense fund, which was 100,000. How come the decrease?
The decrease in that, Senator, is because we have not spending as much money as predicted in previous years in that category. So I wanted to shift some of the monies to build up the other categories where we do spend more money in, as far, like, for instance, the judgments over 25 or under 25.
Okay, so you remove 80,000 from the 22 budget. Is it still sufficient at 770?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. You Deputy Solicitor General and the Solicitor General make the same salary. How come is that so? In the post auditor report, 22 and 23, they make the same salary.
We don't have it.
Yes, they do make the same salary, Senator. At the time, under previous management, that was recommended to be the salary for the Deputy Solicitor General.
The solicitor and the deputy solicitor. So who is whose boss? The AG and that's it?
I'll refer that to
Attorney General.
That does not actually reflect what is going to be. We only have a Solicitor General, and for many years that's been the case. I don't know why it's deputy that they would make the same, but we have only had the Solicitor General and attorneys for several years, so it's not a fill position, but...
So you're aware of it now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Definitely.
So you could address that?
Yeah, if we ever look to fill.
And the Vanderpool case was paid. Total amount?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Now for your vehicles. You mentioned in the post-auditor's report, it said there are 42 vehicles. They show Fords, they show Chevys. You said you had 50 Hondas. Then you should have 92 vehicles listed, but they only have 42 listed.
Senator Carol Jacobs, the Department of Justice currently only has 26 of the 50 Hondas. So we didn't take all the
Okay,
the
so you have the 26 to include what you had before, total now 42?
No, the 26 is in addition to what we had before. So, and plus some of those that we had before we turned in because they were, they had some issues.
So what is your total amount of vehicles, total, all makes, models, or all makes and models? You have 26 Hondas, Honda Acura. How much total vehicles do you have?
2 minutes.
Well, Senator, I could get you that number, but I know we don't have 26 Acuras. We have 26 various types of Honda vehicles.
Right.
Well, I can get you that information. I don't have it right now, is to tell you the exact total.
Right, because if you're using all those vehicles, or additional 26, then your fuel and everything would go up. So that's what I'm saying. We need to know the exact amount of vehicles that you have, so you can find that out for me. Now for Madam AG, you have really pushed for the AAG wage increases and everything. When did those wage increases go into effect?
I learned that they ratified the contract just about about a week and a half ago.
Okay.
So it is between, I guess, with OMB and everything. Hopefully, they'll be in effect shortly.
Okay, so
the next fiscal year. I'm hoping.
So
That's what we expect.
We anticipating retro to be paid out, or it would be on time for?
I do not believe retro was a part of it, of this one. But you know, with that remains to be seen with respect to when it is that they are able to start.
Okay, and those salaries are, excuse me, and those salaries are into the 23 budget?
Not as yet.
Right. So
that's not included in this budget. So it would be something worked out between the Office of Collective Bargaining and OMB in particular, with respect to how that works. Yeah.
Now, in regards to your other employees, have they negotiated, or are they in the process of negotiating? No, we're going to fight for them. I know you fight hard for the AGs. For years, you come in here and throw blows on us to get what you wanted, so we got your back. So now for the other employees, are they in any negotiation, or have they received, because in 22 you did receive monies for wage increases. Were those individuals paid?
Yes, Senator.
Any retro owed to them?
No, Senator.
So what unions do you have that have not negotiated in the AGs?
No, time. That's it.
None.
Oh, so all of them are
all
current?
of them are done, right?
Okay, so just the AAGs and that's it.
Right.
And finally, if I may, Mr. Chair, in regards to transporting of the bodies, especially when it comes to crimes, criminal activities, individuals, victims of crimes, or do you have to pay a cost in addition for chain of custody, maintaining chain of custody, sending agents with the bodies to make sure you maintain the chain of custody going back and forth and different things like that for the cases? Is that a separate expense?
No, it is not. What happens is that an agent travels, or an agent or forensic technician travels with the body on the plane. And then as they land, then another agent meets them. And then so the custody remains constantly within the Department of Justice.
Okay, and the crime lab, if you could just, and my closing the crime lab, or the building that we have on Bergegata, give me an update on that, please. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're referring to the medical examiner office? Okay, because there is no crime lab in there, and there's such a distinction. But it is operational. There was a lot of, well, not a lot, but we had to do a lot of, a few renovations and everything that we had not expect once we started to move in last year. But it has been completed, and it's fully operational now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chair.
DeGraff, yes. Go ahead, Attorney General.
Okay, I wanted to ask Attorney Jacobs does have an answer for Senator Johnson with respect to the raises for the Attorney General and for the Assistant Attorneys General. So she would like to be able to do that if you allow that.
Go ahead, Attorney General.
Carol Jacobs. To respond to Senator Johnson's question, the raises for fiscal year 20. One second. The raises for fiscal year for fiscal year 2023 across the board, it's roughly 15% across the board. As you'll see, it's a $12,000 increase for every single AAG in every category. And then for the subsequent 2 years, it's a 3% increase across the board. So there's no differentiation between new attorneys and experienced attorneys. Their increases are the same.
Thank you for that information. And the other employees for 23, what are the increases?
Okay, so the increase, a new attorney, 0 years barred, will be making $90,000, and an attorney, 15 plus years barred, will be making $127,500.
Great, 15 or more years of service.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, under the collective bargaining agreement, we also have small bonus of between 1,005 and 3,006 for longevity, because that's one of our concerns, to ensure that we can retain our experience and awesome AAGs. So we give them a bonus every 5 years, every 10 years, every 15 years. That's between 1,000 and 3,006. 1,005 and 3,006.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. Senator Gittens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. You know, this morgue situation is not only alarming, but it's costly to the people of this territory. As I listened to the response by the AG that at the time they were going to demolish the morgue at Wang Louis. How long ago was this that we're talking about?
That was approximately October 2020, late October, when I first got word.
So we're talking about more than a year. Again, the 5 Ps, prior planning prevents poor performance. We need to stop playing on the emotions of our people and know that these bodies are bodies of loved ones, and they should be treated with some dignity. The custody of these bodies are called into question because some of them are used for evidence in criminal matters. And I repeatedly hear, and it appears that this custody issue isn't of great concern, but it is. And again, it is very costly, not only to the Department of Justice, but also to the police department, because when these bodies have to be transported from St. Croix to St. Thomas, this comes at a cost to the police department, where they have to also send their forensic detective over to St. Thomas. Isn't this so?
Yes, I believe that they do come over, particularly with homicide cases.
Well, we can't believe they have to. If this is their case, there's no way around this. We need to handle this matter post haste, and which will also bring me to ask about your position within the Department of Justice of that of a witness, victim witness advocate. Have you been able to fill this position yet?
We have only filled the position so far for St. Thomas. We did identify a victim advocate for St. Croix office. That is pending approval at the government house at this time.
Why is it taking so long to onboard individuals into the Department of Justice?
I won't say it takes. I mean, we've hired about 23 people in the last fiscal year alone. I wouldn't say that it necessarily takes long, some longer than others, but I cannot give an answer as far as that. We tend to work very rapidly.
I have assisted and defended you with a couple of positions last budget hearing, when some colleagues were questioning why you need this analyst, why you need that analyst, etc. I remember standing firm with you and justifying the need for some of these positions. To date, I know of at least one applicant that submitted an application to the agency and to personnel more than a year ago. After several calls by myself and the administrator of St. Croix,
2 minutes,
was finally given an interview and was told that they'll hear back something in 2 weeks. and it's been an additional 6 to 8 months again, and still nothing. This is more than a year now, and nothing. What's going on? Do we have your HR division is still functioning?
We have actually a new HR director, and that is Ms. Wallace. And she just started a couple weeks ago, and it has been like a baptism of fire for her. With respect to the criminal analyst position, that is something that we're looking very closely at, and I know exactly what you're talking about, and I expect to see some significant movement. There was an issue with respect to the I think it was the position title in the budget. I don't know if you can explain that, Mr.
So congratulations to your new hire in being Ms. Wallace. But again, you know, I always talk about continuity of government. So even if the Mr. Trotman is no longer there and it's now Ms. Wallace, I expect that things will continue. Now, what about the, I've heard some discussions on the paternity and child support division. I'm also told that the attorney there is retiring as of the end of this month. Is there any plans to fill this position?
We do have an attorney that should be coming on board, will be coming on board by the end of this month. And so that will happen. That is just among our, you know, like I was talking about the vigorous recruitment of attorneys. We're finally able to find one to place there, and we're constantly recruiting attorneys.
And how is the paternity and child support division back up fully and functioning now? When was the last time a show cause hearing, there was an order to show cause?
Time.
I don't have that. First of all, to answer your question, yes, the Division of Paternity and Child Support is a fully functioning division, totally functioning. I do not have that answer for you. I can get it. I can see if I can get that answer as far as when the last order of show cause. Is that you want to know when the last order to show cause was filed?
Yes.
Okay, I'll work on getting that answer for you. I don't have that right now.
Because this is indeed a concern for several of your clients that still can't get to collect. And this shouldn't be. Do you have and I think time was called, but lastly, I'll just ask, do you have connectivity with the Virgin Islands Police Department or the Bureau of Motor Vehicles in that if you suspend license and whatnot for failure to pay child support?
Yes, there have been, that is one of the remedies is suspensions of licenses, and we have had some suspensions. I don't have the exact amount, actually, Mr.
So
Joseph.
when this occurs, is there any connectivity to the VA Police Department and or the Bureau of Motor Vehicles?
Well, with respect to the suspension of licenses, that definitely encompasses a connection or collaboration with the Motor Vehicles Bureau. I cannot say that it does for the BIPD. I'm not quite sure of that.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question directly, but I know time was called. Mr. Chair, if we could get a direct response as to whether or not there is connectivity between the Department of Justice, specifically the Paternity and Child Support Division, with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Virgin Islands Police Department, once these licenses are revoked or suspended, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an answer.
The director is right on there. I mean, he's full in the camera. Can we get a response?
Well, I can't see, but I would say, Mr. Joseph, do you have an answer for Senator Gittens?
Yes. There is a memorandum of understanding between motor vehicle and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
So there's a memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Motor Vehicle and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. But this doesn't tell me if there's electronic connectivity between these agencies.
With paternity and child support.
Again, I'm
it's been working
understanding
very
that.
well.
Okay, we're talking at the same time. What I'm saying is, I understand that you have a MOU in place or a MOA in place. However, what I'm trying to ascertain is if there's any electronic connectivity between your agency and the other two departments that you speak of.
We're working on a electronic connectivity with the motor vehicle department.
This is next.
We had at one time, but things have since changed.
So the answer is the short answer is no, and I just want to say that, you know, if we're gonna have enforcement, we need to have enforcement across the board, and everybody, the left hand needs to know what the right hand is doing. So I'm asking that we make sure that we work with the Bureau of Information Technology and have that connectivity between the agencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Has any part of the MOU ever been executed? We have an MOU.
Any part of the MOU what?
Ever been executed? Has paternity...
Senator Viola, you're coming in breaking up now.
Has paternity ever utilized any part of the MOU with DLCA or BMP?
Well, right now, the commissioner of DLCA is updating MOU because he had some concerns.
Okay, so that's no for DLCA. Bureau of Motor Vehicle.
Bureau of Motor Vehicle is working well. We're just moving forward to go electronically.
But you have utilized the provisions of the MOU before?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're utilizing it right now.
Senator Carla Joseph.
A pleasant good day to you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the viewing, listening audience, as well as our testifiers and my other colleagues who are gathered here today. I always open up and say thank you all for your service. I know it's not easy, the hard work that goes on behind the scenes, but I definitely can appreciate some of those items and action items and how the role of the Attorney General plays in our everyday life to advocate for justice. That's a very important role for us to be able to advocate for justice, especially for those persons who have been victimized and are seeking and looking justice. So I want to go to, again, this whole issues with paternity and child support. I'm really concerned about it because, again, at the end of the day, the individuals who are in need of justice is our young people, our children, who really are experiencing grave socio and economic challenges because their non-custodial parent, in many instances, are not paying their fair share to support our young people, and so that they can achieve success in our community and in the broader community alike. I noted that you mentioned and followed me to page, let me see. you had a page, oh, here we go, page 16. I noted in your testimony, Attorney General, you mentioned that you have a net undistributed funds as of August 15, 2022 of $1,203,417. Now, that's a lot of money you have collected and you have not been able to distribute. I just wanted to understand that.
Yes, that is the situation. That's what that represents because, and what happens is that, oftentimes when parents may leave, custodial parents, may leave the territory, relocate. This happened a lot, particularly over the COVID era. And sometimes they don't get the addresses and everything of them. So it's really good to be able to do that.
So is this pot of money kept in a separate account outside of an restricted account?
Yes, it is. And is she on? Okay, and I'd like to, I have the program director, also paternity and child support, that is on.
Okay.
I think she just came on, and that is Ms. Catherine DeLugo. And she should be able to answer questions directly with respect to that.
Okay, that'd be perfect.
Ms. DeLugo?
Good morning, all.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Lugo.
Good morning, Senator. I apologize. I did not receive an invite until 9:30, but I have been on the call since then.
Well, we are very thankful that you are here and that you could give some clarity to some of the questions. Now, what is your process to actually look at getting those parents, those custodial parents, the monies that are due to you? And how many cases are we looking at?
Good morning again. Catherine Jensen DeLugo, Program Specialist, Paternity and Child Support. Senator, when a case opens in child support, there are several steps that take place.
Please.
I know. I need to know specifically.
Excuse me. Hello, can you hear me? My time is running. So just get to the point of the question was, how many cases are we looking at individuals who are owed this money?
2 minutes.
Over 1 point. Yes, I don't need to know the process. I just need to know the
undistributed funds.
Yes, ma'am.
I would have to get you a number of individuals because there are several.
Hold us at a time.
Okay.
Hold us at a time. Whenever you're speaking, you must put on your camera.
My camera is on, Senator Vale. I don't know why you're not seeing it. It says that my camera is on. I've turned it on 3 times already.
Okay, go ahead. So after, if you're not being asked a question, sign out quickly and then sign back in, and it should work. But go ahead and answer the question now. I'll resume your time, Senator Joseph.
Very well, Senator. Senator Joseph, I will have to have our IT to run a program of exactly how many people are owed that money. That is an aggregate number.
Okay, now, is any of those persons who are owed that money deceased? Do you know? The custodial parent.
There may be, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I would like to know that information as well. And in your process, just let me ask you, and this is also for the public edification, when a custodial parent passes, all of the monies that would have been collected, that dies with that custodial parent?
Unless somebody is appointed as a guardian, Senator.
Okay,
if the children are minors.
If all of the children have reached the age of maturity, then that money is still has passed with that custodial parent passing, right?
The child support order would then end if the child is of the age of majority. If there are undistributed funds pending, that is there's a term for it. I will refer to the chief deputy, but there is a law in the books that affords us to pay the amount of $5,000.
Oh, $5,000. Okay. Now, I also wanted to thank you so much for your remarks, and I appreciate you, Ms. DeLugo. I also wanted to look at your Attorney General.
Yes.
I wanted to inquire about your white-collar crimes. I noted that you mentioned here on page 7 of 19, you have a remaining balance of $3,815.56 from the amount of money that was allotted in 2021 for the white-collar crime. Is it your presentation today that you are going to need some additional funding to fund this division? White-collar crime and public corruption division.
Well, we're always in need of additional staff, and that's good. But what my purpose on that was just to explain how the money was used so you can understand this body and giving the money and being able to provide that funding.
And
that
you were
we were able to
accountable.
use it, and that we're very glad for it. It's a good start. We started to build. And I think that it'll go a long way to be able to have more funding to be able to hire even more investigators. But right now, we are at that stage where we're able to function, but we have an awful lot of cases, so we're kind of wondering how we're going to do that. But
and that's my question to you, because I did note that we have 73 cases that were newly filed, but I didn't get from you. You have 45 white-collar cases.
Prosecutions, yes.
Yes.
That's in court already.
Okay, in court already. Now, do you see that you have any additional needs based on the workload or the case load for the white-collar crime division?
Well, definitely, because at this point in time that we have, things take time to grow. Let's put it that way. So at this time, we're talking about over 45 cases that are white collar. But what we do now, because of the fact that we only have 2 attorneys, all attorneys, or I should say, many of the cases are disbursed to attorneys who may not be in white collar, and they'll be just handling them because it would be, too much of a burden to place it on the attorney that's specifically designated, let's say the director of white collar, to place all of them of her when she is also handling murder cases and other types of cases. So we're not at the point until we get to the point where we have the sufficient amount of coverage for attorneys, and then we're able to have then the specialized attorneys. It's going to be a sort of a fluid situation where there's sharing and responsibility.
Do you have a forensic accountant on staff?
Time.
No, we do not.
You do not have?
No.
Okay. So I would have really looked at having that portion, especially coupled with your white-collar crime unit, to have a forensic accountant on staff to assist your unit with the prosecution of some of these cases, because it's typically white collar. It has to do with money and the like. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, and I really appreciate the time, and I thank you so much for the leeway.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Sorrow, you recognize? Sorry, point of inquiry, Senator Johnson. 1 minute, Senator Sorrow. Point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Attorney General, I've been looking at your employees, your list of everyone that's on board. You say you have 166 employees, correct number?
That is our count, 166.
And I've been watching and counting. It just dawned on me that 132 are exempt. And for me, that strikes something very difficult for me. How do we have continuity in a department like this when 132 is exempt? And the next governor come tomorrow, most of these people can be gone. Why do we have so much exempt?
Well, I'm not sure about the count, but we do have a number of exempt employees. that are not in management, and they've been there for years in these exempt positions. I met it that way. I don't know. I've not seen that has been any great turnover, even when I came on board, of any of those exempt employees, unless, of course, they were in management. But even then, management there wasn't. So I don't see that as a huge concern. I know that many employees were who were in the union through the reorganization. They took new positions, but we then got them as classified, the positions classified as classified non-union. So many of them are in the classified non-union type positions.
Well,
but
maybe
the exempt positions.
Maybe your documentation might be incorrect based on you putting some of them classified. But when I went through and I count 132 exempt. So maybe there is that change, but those numbers are alarming to me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so
I'll
much,
certainly
Senator
check
Johnson.
that.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's go back to the morgue a second, because the discussion, Attorney General, sometimes you have to just pause and say that we erred, or say that we're sorry, or that we'll do better. And the press release on the morgue, I found it to be a bit disturbing. Sometimes people just like for us to say, we can do better. So we talked about the morgue on St. Croix. What's the status of the morgue on St. Thomas? I sent you an email. Tell me what's happening. Is there overload of bodies? Why are bodies deteriorating? What's going on?
Well, no, the morgue on St. Thomas is fully operational. That is the medical examiner with the offices and the morgue.
Is there an suite. Do you have an overload of bodies in the morgue because we're taking bodies from St. Croix?
No, we do not.
Okay, so
it has a capacity. The morgue itself, the refrigerator, has the capacity of about holding 24 under just regular standards. And then it can increase if there's a mass casualty, it can increase to even more based on how it would be stacked. But
so I sent you 2 names. Were you able to look into that?
Actually, one is still under investigation. The other, the first one you mentioned, actually is not a body, a person, a deceased that was under the custody of the medical examiner's office.
Okay.
So the other is still under investigation. So, but I'm glad that you did raise it, because then we have an opportunity to actually look and investigate and see what happened.
Okay. Paternity and child support. Any plans to hire? Let's talk to the Director of Paternity and Child Support. Are you there?
You're on mute, Mr. Joseph.
Can my time be held till I find Mr. Joseph? Mr. Joseph?
He's there, but he's
I'm right here.
When was the last time you've been at St. Thomas?
I'm in St. Thomas right now.
And before that?
It was November last year.
I have a feedback.
Okay, 1 minute. We're getting a lot of feedback. Somebody, mic is probably on. Okay, Mr. Joseph, when she's asking you a question, you have to, okay, now your device is muted. And when she's finished, then you unmute your device.
Mr. Chair, there's still a recess. There's still a lot of feedback over here.
You have 2 devices on, Mr. Joseph? There's a device behind of you?
Okay, it's off now.
No, there's more than one device. That's what you're hearing. It's
My both devices are mute.
No, you take one, just use one device, Mr. Joseph. Sign out of the next one.
I was having some computer issues. Now I'm clear with my computer issues.
One device need to be off. Try again, Senator. Let me hear you sounding.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We still have a feedback over here, an echo.
As soon as you move off from Mr. Joseph, everything will go back to normal. So if you could go ahead and ask him the one question and then. Okay, now we're not hearing anything on St. Croix. Are you speaking, Senator Saru?
I am.
Let's take a 1 minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator Sarah, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so the director indicated for paternity and child support that the last time he was on this island was November of 2021. So who's the director? Who is your assistant director? Do you have an assistant director?
No, I have managers.
We have the same problem, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Joseph, you have on more than one device, and it just isn't going to work. You just need to turn off all. Is Ms. Lockhart Muller here that can answer some of the questions for paternity? You have an attorney that's an assistant, correct, Attorney General?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Do you have an attorney in paternity that can answer some of the questions?
Okay, I was actually checking to see if I can get one of the IT people to go in and assist Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Chair?
There is no assistant. That was your last question, Senator?
Okay.
Was that there is no assistant director at this time. We did have one, but she's since separated.
My time
There
is
is.
dying today.
Hold up, Mr. Joseph needs to mute his device. That's all. And somebody need to go in and make sure only one device is on and shut down the next device. Now it's muted. There's no feedback. Go ahead, Senator Sarro.
Oh, it's muted? Okay, we just sent a text to go get. We just sent a text. We just sent a text so that I can get someone to go in there, an IT person to go in and assist.
Senator Sarro, go ahead now.
Okay, I guess I'll ask you, why is there no assistant director for paternity and child support?
Well, we did have an assistant director, and then she did resign.
When?
Within this fiscal year, I would say it was probably
first quarter, second quarter, when?
Within the second quarter.
Okay, so, and then we have Mr. Joseph, who I am not sure what's happening there. We're not, working from an optimal level. So what are the plans for paternity and child support? Do you plan to hire an assistant director in short order?
I would certainly like to get an assistant director.
Because not having an assistant director, there is there are pertinent documents or requisite documents that have to be signed correctly.
Yes.
So if you don't have, if Mr. Joseph is stuck on St. Croix and you don't have an assistant director, there is a delay in the progress of paternity and child support. Can we agree?
Well, to some extent, because documents can be signed. If the director doesn't sign, it can be signed by the deputy AG or the AG.
Okay, but we do have a lag in paternity and child support.
We do miss an assistant director.
Okay.
Qualified assistant director.
Now, do you have any, Mr. Chair, I have a feedback again.
The feedback is consistent because Mr. Joseph is turning on the device. I'm looking at it on the screen. Every time you turn on the device and somebody's speaking, there's a feedback. You have to keep the device muted. And then if you're answering a question, when the senator is done, then you turn it on. Proceed, Senator.
Thank you. So tell me, one of our biggest issues is child support. I won't even belabor the more because that has been touched on earlier. So paternity and child support, people call and there's no one answering the phone. And I know that the employees are rotating to answer the phone. So Attorney General George, what is the receptionist has been vacant since 2018. What's the plan to hire a receptionist? We're in 2022.
We have immediate plans to hire a receptionist. There is a receptionist on the St. Croix office.
You're talking about St. Thomas?
Yes, and then and there was a receptionist position, and I'm not sure if it stayed on the budget, but what the plan was to rotate the client facilitators once we got them, but that is not working out as well as it should.
Because we know that
and we do plan to hire.
You have a backlog in paternity and child support, and I can't imagine us not being able to find a receptionist from 2018 to now. And it's a funded position, correct? Who's HR?
Yes.
Is your receptionist position funded?
Good afternoon, and thank you for that, Senator Beverly Herman Wallace. I can verify that for you. But since your that question, of my 7 vacancies, the Assistant Director of Paternity is one.
Okay, now tell me about the receptionist.
I will verify that for you, Senator.
Please.
My understanding is the receptionist position was not funded. There was a promotion, and then there was a plan put in place where the client facilitators would rotate. But that is not the ideal situation. So
okay.
We plan now. We had that discussion just recently that we have to get a receptionist.
You have to. People cannot be calling because the senator next to me have a whole fatherhood council, and people cannot be calling to paternity and child support, and they cannot even have anybody answer the phone because staff that should be working on cases, you're rotating between them for the receptionist. Now, in your vacant positions as well for paternity and child support, do you have a vacancy for, let's go back, your attorney for paternity and child support, I believe that's Attorney Barnes, correct?
Yes, he's presently there.
Okay, HR.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, he's retiring August 30th, correct?
That's correct.
Is that one of your, do you have that intentions to move swiftly to hire an attorney?
Absolutely, we do. As the AG indicated earlier, we already have someone coming on board who's going to shadow him or assume his duties in the brief time he has remaining. But yes, ma'am, that is the plan.
So when is the brief time is 2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am, we realize that.
So when are they coming on board to shadow?
Jacobs?
Senator, that person will probably not be on board by time Attorney Barnes leaves, but that does not mean that a person will not have someone to shadow. Because we have 2 attorneys in St. Croix. We have Attorney Benoit, who is very experienced, and that person will be able to shadow Attorney Benoit. We're working on getting that person on island. That person is being recruited. Right now, it's very hard finding local attorneys, so we have to recruit from the mainland.
Ms. Jacobs, thank you for your honesty, because if you didn't chime in, I would think that somebody coming to shadow Attorney Barnes in the 2 weeks that he's leaving. So,
and I stand corrected on that, Senator. My apologies.
Okay, good. Let's talk about capital projects for the previous fiscal year was 0. And from the general fund, it was 0 again for 2021, 2022.
Time.
I know improvements was made to the Attorney General's office, your office personally.
Yeah,
where did you get that funding source from? Attorney General, or where did that funding source come from for the renovations to the Attorney General's office?
So those funds came from the Criminal Activity Fund.
From the where?
The Criminal Activity Fund.
The criminal. So is that a lawful expenditure? The kind of Criminal Activity Fund be used for capital improvements?
There are no restrictions.
Okay, you may go ahead and answer. Your time has been called, Senator, but they can go ahead and answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. And lastly, just one more question. I need an attorney on the floor to answer the Criminal Activity Fund uses, Mr. Chair. And lastly, let's look at utilities. Your utilities, you have a reduction of $400 for your utilities. With the cost of inflation, how did your utilities reduce this year? How did you get to that?
That was the remaining amount that was left when we met the ceiling, Senator.
Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude, that can be. This is not good budgeting. If we're looking at the trends on inflation and the cost of gasoline and just everything that's happening with WAPA, there is no way your utilities should come with a reduction to this body. Absolutely no way. Mr. Chair, I hope that we have a second round, a rapid fire or something, because my flow was interrupted this morning. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Sarul. Point of inquiry, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to go, but I mean, if we're going to continue to have these interruptions with this one computer, can we just simply ask that employee to go to the legislature so that he don't be on there with the 2 devices on and continuously interrupting the proceedings? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Potter.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers at the Department of Justice, AG George, and your very competent and capable leadership team. I wanted to really start by really issuing a kudos to you and when I was driving into work this morning, I tuned into a very, very informative program that you do on 107.9. I think it's a very educational and informative initiative, and you're doing a great service to the people of the Virgin Islands. So I want to really congratulate you for that. I think when I was driving in, the topic was opioid and the status of, I think, the opioid fund and how the crisis is impacting us here in the territory. I just wanted you to just take a minute or so to just generally tell us a little bit about the opioid situation, the fund that the territory may be eligible for, and just in case people were not listening.
Well, what has happened is we joined a lawsuit and a settlement of a national opioid lawsuit. This is one of our multi-state type suits that we do when we join with, we're members of the Attorney General, National Association of Attorneys General. So a few attorneys general joined this lawsuit. We, in the settlement, or portion of the settlement was $8 million, approximately $8 million so far. And it's going to be paid over time. The funds, however, can only be used specifically for the opioid abatement, substance abuse, treatment of substances and everything, and it would have to be done through the Department of Health. The Department of Health would have to be, as I indicated, the lead, but we also have to have a special fund, which requires, the agreement requires a legislation that would establish a fund and establish perimeters as far as what and how the money would be used under the Department of Health. So that's something that we're working on to so that we can start using the funds, because we got the first set of funds, approximately $300,000 that just came in a few weeks ago. So it's sitting there, but we're going to need the funds so that we could put it in and we can establish the proper kind of committee to be able to determine how they should be dispersed.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Mm-hmm. I want to say kudos again also for finalizing the collective bargaining agreement with the Assistant Attorneys General. I know that is something that was a long time in coming. How many other collective bargaining agreements do you have at the Department of Justice?
Just two, actually. Just two. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And is the other one up to date?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. In your view, how long, from your experience, how long does a typical Assistant Attorney General remain at justice on average?
Okay, this is just going to be a guess. Rough. Because I'll tell you, it's always been a revolving door with assistant AGs, and you have a few diehards who stay long and make it a career. So I would say probably an average of about maybe 4 or 5 years.
Okay, 4. And typically, why do folks leave? I mean, when you conduct your exit interview, what do they,
Well, particularly with the attorney, then let's say for now, especially since since I've been Attorney General, what we find is mostly if it's not just personal reasons, certain personal reasons, a lot of them actually leave for better, greener pastures, and meaning more money. We've lost quite a few, even to other government agencies who are paying them and offering them like a good $25,000 more than they were paid at the Attorney General's office.
2 minutes.
So that definitely was something, and that's why we're glad with the collective bargaining agreement that hopefully that would slow that sort of thing down.
Okay, AG, I know you've been around at the Department of Justice in the role of an Assistant Attorney General, and now you're the leader of the organization. So you, I'm sure, have an opinion in terms of critical criminal justice reform that you would like to see, take place here in the Virgin Islands.
Well, one thing that I do see is that we have very strong laws already. Sometimes some of the laws may need to be tightened up in the sense that it can, kind of go with the times with respect to what we have. There's one area, let's say, with respect to certain public records. Certain investigations aren't specifically exempted from the public records, the provision, and certain investigations, such as, let's say, medical examiner investigations or or other types of confidential type investigations are not exempted, or 911 calls, let's see, are not specifically exempted. So certain things we have to review and really look at that to make sure that the law enforcement has good tools that, in order to really pursue and enforce these laws.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell us what would you consider during your 3 years plus tenure in this position as AG, what would you consider to be you and your team's greatest accomplishment? And what would you consider to be still your greatest area of concern?
I would say the greatest accomplishment, I would say, has to do with getting the agency in such a way where there is professional development actually occurring within the agency. We have a robust training program from the beginning where just about as of now, I would say that every single employee has attended training in something that promotes the way that they can do their job better for the people of the Virgin Islands. So that has helped. I mean, we've done tremendous training and we continue to do so. So I think that that's good because I think it also increases the morale because people feel like they're developing where they work. And we want work to be a place where you feel that you can grow. And so I think that that's probably it, along with the reorganization process that we did that enabled people to get into positions that, afforded them better, it was better for them economically, and at the same time, afforded some growth.
Area of concern. But still remains an area of concern.
Still, area of concern is staffing personnel, being short-staffed, not having enough to really, or what we really need in order to accomplish. We accomplish a great deal, but when you're short-staffed, even though you're performing at the optimum, you're performing well and having successes, it still risks burnout. Because the burden is still on, on the few that's there. And I find that, justice people that, they work hard and most don't mind working over and beyond the call of duty. But the kind of compensation and staffing, additional staffing, that if we can get, I think that's the biggest challenge. And I think that would go a long way in helping us.
Thank you very much, AG. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Christopher, you were supposed to give me some numbers, and I have an inquiry for the AG. Can you give me the numbers quickly, please, and then I'll have the inquiry?
The total number of expenditures from the federal grants as of July 31st were $3,626,619.70.
Thank you for that. AG, let me ask you quickly, can you explain to us what the process is when it comes to the morgue? Because I got a text from a constituent in respect to her family member that died and in the home, and they want to know what the process is because when they came and picked him up, he was fine, and she was not able to do a proper burial because he was decomposed, and they said they couldn't have the autopsy, and they still have not had a closing, so they want to know exactly what the process looks like, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, and I'll gladly give you the process, and thank you for asking. First of all, you did say that they were in a home, but I'm not sure if it was a hospice situation or, Oh, okay. Well, if it is that the deceased was taken custody of the Department of Justice, then what happens, the process is, and I'll tell you the process, and as I indicated to you, I'd want you to give me information so that we could actually do an investigation and speak to the next of kin, okay? But the process is that the forensic technicians are called out, and they go and they pick up the deceased. It's then transported and then secured in the morgue. That is the refrigeration, and it's a refrigerated unit. In the morgue, while it's there and it's kept there, then what happens is then if there is whatever examination needs to be done, if it is, it falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, that would be done. If it requires an autopsy, that would be done. immediately after that, what they do is then they would, after an autopsy, they immediately contact the family or the funeral home and sign off on the proper documentation that, from the next of kin that this is a funeral home and they're authorized to take the body. The medical examiner's office then gets the funeral home then comes and they release the body to the funeral home when that happens, and then it's taken over to the funeral home. What happens, and I know that it's an issue of decomposition. It's it's such a case by case type thing, but the refrigeration is very important. But it's important to slow down decomposition. They do not freeze bodies. It slows down decomposition, but decomposition continues. Because it is not the embalming process. The embalming process, which is preserving the body, only happens only funeral homes perform that. So once they're put in there, in the unit, in the refrigeration unit, the body would still go through yet a slower decomposition process. That's just the human body.
Okay.
The longer it stays to get to the embalming situation, the more decomposition would occur.
Thank you.
So that's,
AG, I think that
Please give me the information so I could assist her individually.
Okay, well, 1 minute.
Thank you.
And thank you for that, Senator Blyden. The family has reached out to your office and has been trying to have a discussion as to exactly what took place. So I know for sure that the family
This particular one?
Has called, and if anything, I will give you specific information. The family have also reached out via letter, but we cannot, under any circumstances, have a body that left the house of somebody that died the morning and was working the day before, and by the time the funeral arrives, that body is totally decomposed and there's a closed casket. There had to be issues with refrigeration, etc. We just need to make sure that bodies that go to the morgue are protected, because there's a certain level of decomposition, but not to the point where you have a closed casket at all. And it should not be a long period of time before they're able to go to the funeral home. So I would just recommend, I would reach out and let you know the name of the family, that the family be given an opportunity to be heard. And they heard the exact rationale that you put on the record just now, and the family just really isn't pleased, because the individual was not in a hospice, not in the hospital, not in anything. Just had a medical condition in the morning and passed away. But Senator,
let me just
we don't want to.
I really would appreciate to get that information.
Okay,
so
I will give it.
them.
I will make sure I give it to you. Matter of fact, I will have somebody give you the name over there today. As soon as we finish, they'll give you the name of the family. Senator Saro, a point of information quickly, and then we have Senator Noble Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to Mr. CFO. Tell me the cost of the renovations.
I'll have to get that information for you, Senator. I don't have it at this time.
Okay, so I'm looking at the code, Title 14, Chapter 30, subsection 609, and it says that the proceeds of all forfeitures, ordered, fines imposed, or civil penalties imposed under this chapter shall be transmitted to the Treasurer of the Government of the Territory of the Virgin Islands and deposited in a special fund hereby created to be known as the Criminal Activity Investigation and Prosecution Fund. No monies shall be available for expenditure from said fund except as provided by law. And as you go further down, it tells you the areas provided by law. So I don't know how we took the Criminal Activity Fund to do capital improvements. And it's a valid budget question, because we just can't arbitrarily take money from random funds for capital improvements. That cannot work, Mr. CFO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saro, CFO. Mr. CFO?
I didn't hear your question. What did you say?
If monies from that particular fund could be used for capital improvement based on the way that the fund is written, is structured.
Some of it was from the criminal activity and the other was from general fund.
Okay, you gotta get the. I need you to just look at the fund uses, okay? So that you can, the fund uses are literally broken down 40%, 20%, 20%, 20%. So look at the fund usage for that determination as to whether or not funding could be utilized from that fund for capital improvement. And if not, then you're going to have to use it from someplace else and replace those funds in that particular category. I also wanted to say quickly, you have like $1.9 million left in your personnel charges. There's no reason why you can't request for an additional position through OMB utilizing the excess monies that you already have in personnel. So you can make the request for the individual that you're speaking about, the receptionist. Because you have more than enough money within your budget, and more than enough money would be there next budget for you to be able to add 2-3 positions. You presently have sufficient funding. It is just for you to connect with OMB and make the request for that particular position and to justify that you have the monies. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. AG, what is the malpractice payout that we have for this fiscal year, and what is the delta? What is the remaining balance?
The malpractice payout, I don't know if we have that exact. I'm going to see if Attorney Smith, Ariel Smith, who's at the head of the civil division, over with medical malpractice is under. Do you have that information? And if not, then we can get that.
Yeah, good morning. Ariel Smith, Civil Division. That information is not actually within the Department of Justice because the medical practice payouts are paid by the Department of Health. So that information would be with the Department of Health, but we can obtain that information and provide you with that information.
Very well, but it's paid out by through the Department of Health after it's negotiated by the Attorney General's office, correct?
It is paid out by the Department of Health after it's negotiated, but depending on, if you want an exact number, we would have to get the exact number because time passes, interest may have to be paid. To provide you the best information, we would need to get it from Department of Health and provide you with that information.
Very well. It's critical for the budget. I mean, it needs to be included in the budget in terms of the payout, or what's the delta, what's missing, so that we could be able to reconcile that amount.
Yeah, it would be part of the Department of Health's budget, not Department of Justice's budget, the payouts and the medical malpractice fund.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. Colleagues, we have 2 more entities that will be coming before us today, so we're going to give the Attorney General an opportunity to place a closing statement on the record. Attorney General?
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Finance Committee and senators for this discussion. It's always enlightening and important to hear from you with respect to what the issues are, what we need to look at, and what we need to correct as well. I want to also thank my team, Department of Justice team, for the work that they do, again, and in moving forward and correcting the issues. We always know that nothing can be perfect. There are always mistakes along the way, but the issue is really trying to come up with solutions to our problems, and I think that we're on the way with respect to doing that. I want to also say, with respect to the persons that called with respect to the medical examiner's office, and also with respect to what our plans are for the medical examiner's office. I know it does seem to be quite ambitious, but we're really planning it so that as soon as possible we can get that medical examiner's office modular unit, that temporary modular unit there in St. Croix for the people of St. Croix, and finally to be able to run the medical examiner's offices on both islands fully and efficiently. So we're expecting to do that, and we're going to be focusing on that, on solutions. We got problems, but we always got to come up with solutions and take action. And so I want to thank you again to everyone, and have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you, Attorney General. The Committee of Finance will recess until 12:45. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
The Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Invited testifiers, Robert Graham, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I give Mr. Graham and his staff an opportunity to put the name and title on the record, let me welcome Senator Bolquist. Thank you for coming. Mr. Graham, you may put your name and title on the record.
Robert Graham, Executive Director.
Okay, next, beside him.
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Next.
Good morning, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management, Virgin Islands Housing.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Marvin.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Marvin Nesbitt, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment.
Good afternoon, Cecile Tong Foy, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graham. You may. Is that it, or you have somebody else? One more. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Leisha Francis, Human Resources Manager at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Thank you so much.
Should I do it again?
We heard you loud and clear. Okay, so you may proceed now, Mr. Graham, with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Vice Chair Marvin Blyden, Senators Dwayne DeGraff, Senate President Donald Fred Gregory, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Alma Francis Heliger, Senator Milton Potter, and Senator Janelle Sorrow. Good afternoon to all other distinguished senators present today, legislative staff, citizens of the Virgin Islands, my dedicated team, and the listening public. I am Robert Graham, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. In the well with me today is Ms. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Cecile Tung Foy, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management, Mrs. Akela Anthony, Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and Mr. Marvin Nesbitt, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment. In presenting the testimony regarding the Housing Authority's budget, I will provide an overview of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development budget trends and its impact on the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for the fiscal year 2022. VHA's fiscal year differs from the government of the Virgin Islands. It commences on January 1st through December 31st. First, I would like to share relevant information on HUD's fiscal year 2022 through 2026 strategic plan with this committee. In the plan, HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge describes its goals and strategies and how it will measure progress towards creating strong, sustainable, inclusive communities and quality affordable housing for all. HUD has been bold in addressing its overarching goal to pursue transformative housing and community building policies and programs. This year, HUD proposed 2 initiatives to address the housing crisis. HUD proposed a $150 billion allocation for affordable housing in the administration's Build Back Better legislation. Unfortunately, the final bill did not pass. HUD proposed, to repeat, excuse me, what we are seeing in this section is that HUD has made significant steps toward providing affordable housing, although the allocation that was in the Build Back Better did not succeed. It is our understanding that HUD will continue to request additional funding for affordable housing. And so we welcome this strong response from the administration as it relates to housing. The other initiative was to provide strategies to the housing industry's stakeholders to eliminate barriers to producing affordable housing. HUD has also aggressively budgeted funds for local housing authorities to support primary housing programs. On March 28, 2022, the Biden administration released its fiscal year 2023 budget request. The proposal is a substantial increase over previous years and requests $71.9 billion in discretionary funding for HUD. That's an $11.6 billion increase or 9.5% increase over the previous year. These funds will support underserved communities and equitable community development, increase access to affordable housing through construction and repairs, encourage home ownership and wealth building, advance sustainable communities, promote climate resilience and environmental justice, while HUD also will strengthen its internal capacity and effectiveness. I will now discuss VHA's share of these federal funds. Public Housing Authority programs locally for the current fiscal year, HUD will provide approximately $46.2 million to the Housing Authority to assist about 4,000 families with housing in the territory. This housing subsidy helps about 2,000 public housing families, or over 2,000 public housing families and up to 2,000 low to moderate income families utilizing vouchers. VHA's three significant program budget components are capital fund, housing choice voucher, and low-income public housing. Table 1 outlines the funding received from HUD to support the programs and other small programs. These budgeted and authorized amounts will be used to support the activities and initiatives in the Housing Authority's strategic annual plan. Operating subsidy, the largest subsidy we receive is for managing the public housing inventory. HUD has requested $5 billion for the Housing Authority's operating fund, the same amount allotted in the previous year. During fiscal year 2022, VHA projects that HUD will provide $18.2 million in operating subsidies, a decrease of approximately $1 million from the fiscal year 2021 budget. This reduction is due primarily to the conversion of properties from the operating subsidy to the Housing Choice Voucher Subsidy platform. Capital Fund Program Grant, HUD has requested $3.2 billion for all housing authorities capital fund, a continuation of the amount for the previous year. This fiscal year, HUD provided $10.4 million in capital funds to the Housing Authority. This year's funding is approximately $870,000 more than the $9.5 million received last year. The Housing Authority's fiscal needs assessment is approximately $200 million. In addition to maintaining building systems in the public housing inventory, the capital fund is also used for development financing, comprehensive modernization of public housing developments, and improvements in management operations. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, HUD has requested $32 billion for all housing authorities to administer the Housing Choice Voucher Program, an increase of 10% over the previous year. The Housing Authority has been allotted approximately $15 million in housing assistance payments for approximately 800 landlords. This year, landlords received roughly $1.2 million in housing assistance payments to house 1,500 families. That's a monthly figure for $1.2 million for landlords on a monthly basis. The Housing Choice Voucher Program consists of two primary types of assistance: tenant-based and project-based vouchers. For the there are 1,200 applicants on the tenant-based waiting list, and for the 6 project-based communities, their combined waiting lists have approximately 3,700 applicants. The waiting lists for both programs remain open for applicants. To support the administration of the voucher program, HUD has requested $3 billion for all housing authorities, a 25% increase over the previous year. VHA has been allotted approximately $1.6 million in administrative fees for this year to run the voucher program. This funding is used to cover salaries for the 20 full-time employees assigned to the program, and we expect to grow the program, grow the number of vouchers between 150 to 200 vouchers per year. As a result, the Housing Authority anticipates increasing staff to support services provided to voucher holders and landlords. Within the Housing Choice Voucher Program, there are 5 smaller grants with allocations totaling $589,000. For special needs families, which are as follows: foster youth to independence, $132,000. In fiscal year 2021, the voucher program received 26 foster youth to independence vouchers, which are tenant-based vouchers to partner with public child welfare agencies. These vouchers are designated only to assist youth aging out of foster care and are at risk of becoming homeless. VHI has processed 16 applications for eligibility, issued 7 vouchers, and housed 2 participants. Working with the Department of Human Services and other partners, we expect to utilize all available vouchers within the next 12 months. Mainstream vouchers, $174,000. These are tenant-based vouchers designated to assist non-elderly persons with disabilities. The funding provided 75 vouchers effective January 2021. To date, there are a total of 10 families housed. Although almost 1,900 applicants from the waiting list were notified, only 10% or 200 applicants were identified as eligible. These applicants must seek out available units in the private marketplace. We expect to lease 10 additional vouchers this year and approximately 24 applicants in 2023. Emergency housing vouchers, $124,000. These vouchers are designated to assist the following family types: homeless, recently homeless, at risk of homelessness, and families fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, and human trafficking. VHI has 20 vouchers that are not leased. We are working with our continuum of care to improve the referral process to help individuals and families that may fall in this category. Single room occupancy is $58,000. This program provides funding for 8 vouchers. 4 families use the vouchers and participate with the Methodist Training and Outreach Center. We expect the remaining 4 vouchers to be utilized by the end of 2022. Resident opportunities and family self-sufficiency, $98,000. The funding is to pay the salary and benefits of our family self-sufficiency coordinator. The program has 25 participants, which requires them to develop a 5-year plan of action consisting of immediate and long-term goals tailored to their specific needs. In return, VHI maintains an account in the form of escrow savings that grow as the residents' earnings increase. These goals also are designed to improve marketable skills, guide residents to the next career steps, and develop the tools and methodology to make sound personal and professional decisions. The funds gained can be used as a down payment on a house or a car, for car repairs, or to pursue educational opportunities. Our goal is to increase this program, doubling it or perhaps even tripling the program. Federal funds impact local housing programs. Over the last few years, HUD has strongly encouraged housing authorities to transform their old public housing inventory into a housing choice voucher subsidy through the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. The voucher option provides a 20-year subsidy, this is an important part of this. It provides a 20-year subsidy that is enough to allow a housing development to afford debt to eliminate deferred capital improvements if it's a rehab. In the last few years, housing authorities have been converting approximately 100,000 public housing units into housing choice voucher platform over the last few years. Thus, there's been a steady decline in public housing units from 1.2 million a decade ago to about 900,000 units to this year. This trend is predicted to continue for the next 10 years until only a couple 100,000 public housing units remain. In summary, we are cautiously optimistic that the Biden administration is listening and responding to the housing practitioners with budget proposals that would provide unprecedented funding to address the affordable housing crisis. We will keep the leadership of the Legislature Housing Committee apprised of positive legislative developments. VHI's Fiscal year reporting period, again, is the calendar year. FEA has four preliminary budgets are shown below in the table. First, low-income public housing. Second, capital fund. Third, housing choice voucher program, and central office cost center. The low-income public housing operating budget in Table 2 provides funds to manage approximately 3,000 public housing units in 21 communities. FEA's low-income public housing consists of 11 project groupings called asset management projects, or AMPs. The inventory is grouped into 4 AMPs in St. Thomas, St. John District, and 7 in the District of St. Croix. FEA directly operates 9 AMPs. The other 2, Lewis E. Brown Villa and Lewis E. Brown Villa 1 and Lewis E. Brown Villas 2 are privately managed. Table 2 below show an income statement comparison for 2 years, fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022. FEA's revenues are from HUD's operating subsidies and tenants' dwelling rent. The total budgeted revenue for fiscal year 2021 was $27 million, and for fiscal year 2022, projected revenue is $25.2 million, a significant decrease of approximately $1.7 million. Decreased dwelling rent and operating subsidy are offset by using capital fund to support operations. FEA's budgeted expenditures for fiscal year 2021 were $26.6 million, and fiscal year 2022 projected expenditures are $25 million. This decrease for $1.6 million reflects a corresponding reduction in revenue and proactive management of finances in a dynamic budget environment. Thus, there is a projected positive cash flow of approximately $200,000 for the properties. The capital fund. The approximate annual capital funding of $10 million from HUD is not enough to keep at bay the normal wear and tear on public housing units that are over 50 years old. In contrast, FEA's unmet capital need, again, is approximately $200 million for 3,000 public housing units. However, the physical needs estimate will gradually decrease as the old public housing units are replaced with new units. As shown in Table 3, HUD provided $39.7 million in capital fund. Of the total grant, FEA has obligated $35.8 million, or 90% of these funds. As of June 2022, FEA expended $33 million, or 83% of the authorized funds. FEA consistently complies with HUD's obligation and expenditure deadlines for all capital fund programs. The capital funds are used for the capital improvements of building systems, redevelopment financing, and management improvements of operations. We will provide a brief overview of how the funds are programmed. For the 2018 capital fund grant of $9.6 million, $7.9 million, or 82%, was allotted for physical improvements and $1.7 million, or 18%, for administration and operations. The funds earmarked for physical improvements will continue to be used for rehabilitating vacant units, architectural and engineering fees, development and consultant fees, underground water line replacement, electrical upgrades, generator installation, roof repairs, and demolition of obsolete public housing. For the 2019 capital grant of $10 million, $7.2 million, or 71%, was allotted for physical improvements and $2.9 million, or 29%, for administration and operations. The funds earmarked for physical improvements will continue to be used for large capital projects such as rehabilitation of vacant units, A&E fees, playground equipment replacement, resurfacing of basketball courts, senior facility kitchen renovations, and installation of CCTV systems. For the 2020 capital fund grant of $9.5 million, $6.5 million, or 68%, was allotted for physical improvements, and $3 million, or 32%, for administrative and operations. The funds earmarked for physical improvements will continue to be used for large capital projects such as clearly vacant units, A&E fees, modifications of external property deficiencies. For the 2021 capital grant of $10 million, 7.4 million or 71% was allotted for physical improvements and 3 million or 29% for administration and operations. The funds earmarked for physical improvements will continue to be used again for the items indicated above, including external property deficiencies. Housing Choice Voucher Program. The voucher program, formerly known as Section 8, assists low-income families in obtaining affordable housing in the private market. A family that is issued a housing voucher is assisted with funding a suitable housing unit of their choice from private landlords. With the severe shortage of these units available to rent, families continue to find it challenging to locate apartments. To address the challenge of finding units, Senator Blyden suggested that families be given up to 18 months to secure a unit. In our response, we suggested that our policy allows a family 60 days with time extensions on a case-by-case basis with proof of a valid search. The time constraints aim to incentivize families to have a sense of urgency in their search. While we understand the reasons for the suggestions, allowing a family 18 months to search provides an incentive to hold on to a voucher, which could be used by another family that may be more successful in finding a unit. Regarding the budget, VI has an annual budget authority of $15 million to provide housing assistance to 2,047 eligible families. Currently, there are 1,478 vouchers leased, as shown in Table 4. VI pays approximately $15 million annually in the housing assistance payments to about 800 landlords in the territory and the mainland. During fiscal year 2022, VI expects to pay on average $824 per month or $9,900 annually to landlords to house an average. VI spends more on average than on the mainland, about 19% more to house a family than on the mainland. On the mainland, the average annual payments per household is approximately $8,000. Our costs are higher to compete with private sector households that can afford to pay higher rents. The impact is that we spend more per household on average, which determines the number of households that we can serve. This dynamic contributes to the shortage of available units to lease to our waiting list families. As of June 2022, the tenant-based and project-based waiting lists combined consist of approximately 4,700 families. The average wait time for individuals on the tenant-based waiting list is 2 years. Central Office Cost Center. It provides fiscal and operational oversight and services to the AMPS. The central office has 5 component units: executive office, accounting and procurement, information technology, human resources, and the modernization department. In exchange for services to the component units, the central office charges fees to the AMPS. These fees fall into 3 basic categories: asset management fees, property management fees, and bookkeeping fees. There are HUD restrictions on how the fees are calculated and when they can be charged. Table 5 below shows the central office unaudited fiscal year 2021 revenues and expenses and the fiscal year 2022 budget approved by the Board of Commissioners. I hesitate because there are some corrections between the last versions of this, so bear with me, Mr. Chairman. The central office budget is designed to break even and is relatively the same yearly. Revenues and expenditures may vary by $600,000 from $4.7 million to $5.4 million for fiscal year 2022. Overview of fiscal year 2022 revenues. The total fiscal year 22 revenues for the central office, again, is $5.4 million. The asset management fees collected were the primary revenue source, 2.2 million or 41% of the total revenue. The other primary driver of revenues is the fees charged for the capital fund program, which is 90% of the total. The remaining 4 fee categories contribute 39% of the total revenue. I will address the questions that's in the invitation from the chairperson. The first one, I believe, is personnel. For fiscal year 2022, VHA has 240 budgeted full-time positions, a 5% increase from 228 full-time positions in the prior year. Table 6 below lists department budgeted positions, the number of full-time employees active, and the number of vacancies in solicitation. The asset management department have increased by, well, it says 28 positions here, but I'm not sure if that's correct. There's a category in the questions as to other federal grants. VHI has been allotted $6 million from the American Recovery Program, ARP, to partially demolish and rehabilitate the Williams Delight community. VHI is refining the scope of work to procure a contractor for the demolition, site work, and unit rehabilitation. Bids will be advertised, in September 2022, and funding for the grant is federal, and the territory is the subrecipient of these funds, the ARP grant. Next question was VHI's fleet. VHI currently operates a fleet of 70 vehicles between the 2 districts, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. The table will show the number of vehicles by district. Bank accounts. VHI has several bank accounts as required by policy to prevent or minimize fraudulent activity. A formal reconciliation is performed monthly for each bank account by the assigned accountants. They do not have a deposit or check writing responsibility. Our independent auditors audit all bank accounts. Professional services contracts. VHI has approximately 19 professional service contracts during the fiscal year, as shown in Table 9. Vendor payments. VHI has consistently paid all vendors within 30 days of a received invoice. On average, VHI processes $2 million in invoices monthly and pays 98% of all invoices net 30 days. The only vendor we have an outstanding balance with is the Water and Power Authority, and we are in ongoing discussions to reconcile over billing. Real property, rent or leased. Currently, VHI does not lease any real property from the government of the Virgin Islands. However, VHI leases 8 properties to several government agencies, the Department of Human Services, Department of Health, and the Virgin Islands Police Department. That's listed in Table 10. VHI is in discussions with the Department of Property and Procurement to negotiate a land swap with 3 of the properties that are currently leased. That is the Wilhelm George Community Center, George Simmons Community Center, and the VIPD Zone C precinct. In exchange, we're seeking buildable land to support the redevelopment or replacement of old public housing. It's missing on this version of my testimony, but we're also negotiating with property and procurement to do a land swap for the Deshabert vacant land for other vacant and buildable land on St. Croix, the Deshabert land. We expect that negotiations will be concluded shortly, and I am certain that it'll be coming to the legislature for approval. VHI's 2022 accomplishments. Despite the impact of the coronavirus on operations, the overall health of VHI continues to be financially strong due to well-managed financial programs, as reflected in our clean, no-finding audits. Positive cash flow, and adequate reserves. The Housing Choice Voucher Program is a high performer on HUD's report card, while the Public Housing Division is a standard performer with continued room for improvement. The condition of the aged inventory emphasizes the significant physical and functional deficiencies. Our long-term plan will significantly reposition and preserve the public housing portfolio to reflect present-day need. A summary of our current work this year includes continued implementation of our $1 billion redevelopment plan. In summary, the plan calls for the complete replacement of the entire 3,000 unit of public housing, with half new construction and with half comprehensive rehabilitation. The 5-phase plan will produce approximately 30 phases of 100 unit developments. Towards this goal, this year we have 3 projects, we have 6 projects in the works. 2 are under construction and 4 in pre-development phase. Estate Duno project, Tutu replacement phase 1, St. Thomas, 84 units. The total development cost is $57 million, including a construction budget of $38 million. The developer partner is Penrose, and the financing for the project is a combination of low-income housing tax credit equity, Banco Popular construction/bridge loan, and CDBG DR program funds. The general contractor is GEC, mobilized in December 2020. However, in June 2022, the contractor suspended work on the project because of environmental issues. Currently, developer, contractor, surety, and the Housing Authority are negotiating terms for the contractor to complete the project. It is expected that acceptable terms will be reached to allow the resumption of work in September 2022. As of July 2022, the project is approximately 38% complete. The project completion date is to be determined at this point. Thus far, $16 million of work has been completed, and $10 million of that is drawn down from Housing Finance Authority's Community Development Block Grant funds. Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion Revitalization Project, St. Croix, 250 units. The total development cost is $116 million, including a construction budget of $63 million. The developer partner is MDG out of New York, and the general contractor is J. Benton Construction. Financing for the project includes $49 million FEMA, $428 public assistance, and FEMA 404 hazard mitigation, and $22 million for community development block grant. The Merchant Bank of Indiana provides $28 million in construction loan to the project. The groundbreaking was held in June 2022. As of July 2022, the contractor has mobilized and the asbestos abatement is in process. The project completion date is December 2024. Stony Ground Senior Project, 98 units St. Croix, is to replace the current Wim Gardens. Total development cost is $89.6 million, including a construction budget of $58.8 million. Our development partner is the Richmond Group, and the bids received are currently being evaluated. The project is the first phase of a 4-phase redevelopment project to replace Pedro, and a financial closing for the project is expected in the 4th quarter of this year. The financing for the project is a combination of CDBG DR, 4% latex credit, tax credit equity. After closing construction, we will start in the construction is expected to start in the 1st quarter of 23, and the project completion date is the 1st quarter of 2025. The Hamilton Jackson. In the testimony, this includes Peggy Gerard. There's been a modification, and the Peggy Gerard project is not in the 1st phase of this redevelopment. The total development cost is $108 million, including a construction budget of $58 million. The financing for the project is a combination of FEMA 428, CDBG-DR, 4% LATEC tax credit equity, coupled with tax-exempt bonds. Our developer partner is MDG, Design and Construction. The bids received are currently being evaluated. The financial closing is expected in the first quarter of 2023. As of July 2022, the project completion date is the second quarter of 2024. Estate 22 North Development, Phase 2, St. Thomas, 92 units. The project is the second phase of a three-phase replacement of the Estate 22 high-rise apartments. The total development cost is $64 million, including a construction budget of $41 million. The financing for the project is a combination of FEMA 428, 4% LATEC tax credit equity, and tax-exempt bonds. Our development partner is Penrose. The general contractor will be procured after the financial closing. The project is in the pre-development phase, with design drawings being 60% complete, and the financial closing is expected in the second quarter of 2023. As of July 2022, the tax investor has been selected and the drawings are being completed to prepare for general contractor solicitation. The project completion date is the fourth quarter of 2024. In summary, one last project, and that is the Ludwig Harrigan St. Croix 70 units. The old public housing units have been demolished, and the project is in the concept stage and will be in the design stage by the end of 2022. A preliminary budget is approximately $70 million, with a construction budget to be determined and after the design is complete. Thank you. FEMA public assistance. We summarize the funds that we're receiving from FEMA. We continue to work with FEMA and VITEMA in the Office of Disaster Recovery to process approximately 88 project worksheets estimated at $240 million. The categories in the testimony are listed. I will not detail those. But to date, FEMA has obligated $239 million, or 99% of the total projected funding. Although FEMA has a legendary, complex, and lengthy review and costing approval process, VI has provided timely documentation to expedite the outcomes. Several roof repair projects have been completed at Curran, Content Knolls, Paul Pearson Gardens, and Marley Homes and Additions. VI is leveraging its FEMA funding into the redevelopment projects that will be undergoing comprehensive modernization, like Hodge or new construction projects. Various other funding is reported or updated. The CARES Act funding, COVID-19 relief fund is $3.2 million. VI received $3.2 million to develop strategies to reduce the risk of exposure to the coronavirus in the workplace and amongst its residents. As of December 2021, all of the funds have been spent. The funds were spent as follows: salaries and administrative costs associated with leave granted due to COVID-19 equipment and tools to facilitate telework, personal protective equipment for employees, care packages for all public housing households and employees, resident self-service kiosk, the installation of safety barriers and shields at workstations, dedicated virtual meeting spaces where residents can participate in screening and recertifications. VI's financial audits for the last 2 years were submitted to the post-audit division, and if I didn't say, they were finding free for the last few years in our financial audits. Agency, the last section is agency goals. Continue implementing the $1 billion redevelopment plan to transform the 3,000 units of obsolete public housing. The following sources of funds will be utilized: LATEC, $400 million, CDBG-DR, $300 million, FEMA, $200 million, and $100 million from VI and other funding sources like Federal Home Loan Bank. Approximately 85 to 90% of the $1 billion will be available to implement the plan fully when needed. However, VHA has commitments of only $170 billion of the $300 billion of the CDBG DRR funds. The things that we're doing, the tasks we're doing, the work we're doing is summarized in the following bullets. Work with the Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority to reprogram any CDBG DRR funds that's unspent to support the redevelopment plan to ensure funds are spent by 2026. Work with the Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority and the Public Finance Authority to establish tax-exempt bonds and 4% low-income housing tax credits in the territory. The purpose is to create a new funding source for new construction and rehabilitation projects. This funding source has not been utilized for housing in the territory until now. This endeavor will establish both Housing Finance Authority and the Housing Authority with the capacity to issue tax-exempt bonds. This additional funding source, coupled with tax credit equity, will significantly contribute to the implementation of VHA's redevelopment plan. Work with FATIMA and the Office of Disaster Recovery to expedite the governor's top 100 priority projects and continue to leverage $240 million from FEMA to complete the disaster repairs in public housing. Work with the Housing Finance Authority to implement its rental, rehabilitation, and reconstruction program by providing eligible applicants from the Housing Choice Voucher Program waiting list to be housed in private sector units when repaired and available to families. We're going to partner with the Richmond Group, St. Croix Foundation, and the residents of Marley Homes and stakeholders to apply for a $450,000 HUD Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant to revitalize Marley Homes and Frederickstead. Work with HUD and the Department of Treasury to reallocate unused funds from the ERP2 program to fund the preservation and production of affordable housing. Work with the Federal Home Loan Bank of New York staff to modify the scoring criteria in their affordable housing program. The scoring modification will facilitate 3 development funding applications to receive funds each year to support the redevelopment plan from the Virgin Islands. Work with stakeholders to implement our new resident service model, Bright Path, in new developments and expand resident services in our traditional communities. The model is supported by new funding from equity from private investors. Implement relevant recommendations from the Urban Land Institute from the Advanced Panel for Frederickstead St. Croix. We thank all of the policymakers and community stakeholders that participated in the interviews. Engage a consultant team to prepare an economic impact analysis in the territory of the implementing the $1 billion redevelopment plan to replace or preserve the obsolete public housing inventory. In closing, VHA plans to accomplish these goals by effectively managing our public housing assets and utilizing all funds received from FEMA, HUD, and the private sector to deliver lower density, energy independent, and attractive affordable housing for our residents. VHA will comply with all federal regulations, notices, and directives in all of our activities. I'd like to end my testimony by thanking you, Finance Chairman Ville, and the other members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity afforded to the Housing Authority to provide testimony on our budgets and operations. We are grateful for the continued support and look forward to answering questions related to the testimony. However, if there are no questions, once again, I would like to thank the hardworking men and women of the Housing Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Now, you know there must be questions. We're going to go to a round of questioning, colleagues. Let's go with 5 minutes. Make sure your questions are direct to find out the information that you need. And we're going to begin with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wishful thinkers, Director Graham. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the most comprehensive testimony. I know you mentioned in your testimony in respect to your funding from the federal funds, some $18.2 million for public housing operations, some $15.5 million for the voucher program, and some 10.4 capital fund. Let me ask, in respect to your testimony, you spoke to vacancies. You say you have 28 vacancies under asset management. How much other vacancies do you have in other areas, and what the total amount combined vacancies at the authority?
Approximately 60 budgeted positions that are vacant.
60 budgeted.
Correct.
Where are most of those vacancies at?
Half in asset management, half in other departments.
In asset management, what area?
Maintenance.
Maintenance. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay. Now, when it comes to your housing stock, I know you mentioned several times in your testimony, and the numbers reflects that in terms of the condition of the units and the repair of the units, and your plan in terms of the 10-year plan to replace most of those units and or repair those units. Let me ask, what are you doing to fill those vacancies expeditiously in order to maintain, your stock? Succinctly, please.
Are you referring to employees?
Units. No, the employees, yes. What are you doing to fill those vacancies, the employees?
Well, as you know, Senator, almost all departments in the territory are looking for staff. So it is a competitive environment, but we are posting and we are soliciting and even using headhunters where we can. We have one under, well, not under contract, but under task order when we need to use those services. So we're using all the available sources, including, I believe, social media as well. So we're using all available sources. And there is the job fairs, the local job fairs. We've been working with the Department of Labor in their skills for today and looking to attract individuals. And I believe there's an affair coming up. What's the date on that?
It's August 25th.
Okay, just say it, please.
The government of the, I'm sorry, Leisha Francis, Human Resources Manager. So there's a fair, the government of the Virgin Islands is hosting a fair this Thursday, and we will be there, and also on St. Croix on August 31st.
Good.
We'll also be attending.
2 minutes.
Thank you for that, because as you know, 2 minutes? Wow. As you know, those vacancies are critical to be filled because of the situation when it comes to the units based on the age. So I look forward to you seeing how you can fill those units quickly before my time run out. I know you spoke to 98,000 for self-sufficiency to fill a position, but my question to you is, in terms of the community centers, how many community centers do we have open? St. Thomas, St. John District, and St. Croix. The reason why I asked that question while you gave me that information, because I know when it comes to self-sufficiency, the authority partnered with many different organizations in the past to assist with self-sufficiency, and that's critical. And the centers should be open on a daily basis at the housing community. So can someone speak to that for me quickly, please?
Senator, I'm going to ask as our director, Marvin Nesbitt of Resident Empowerment, Resident Wellness and Empowerment, to address. They're working to ensure we have active programs at our community centers.
And do we have any money budgeted beside the $98,000 for self-sufficiency within the housing authority?
Yes, sir. There's a budget in the operating budget and also in the regular asset management budgets for resident services. So this is just for the salary of the one family self-sufficiency coordinator.
What that amount?
So let me just, I'm sorry, Marvin Nesbitt, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment. I think what I want to make sure that we communicate is that we're taking a comprehensive approach to getting those community centers back up and active. So just so that you know, our departmental budget right now is $950,000 for our department. We've also secured an additional $900,000 in funding to provide community health and wellness centers as well as 4 academic enrichment centers inside of our communities that are non-HUD funds.
Sounds good. I'd like to see what the plan looks like in terms of getting those centers open and getting them online, because I think that's so important,
sure.
You know, for the residents and for the authority as a whole. And also when it comes to your cash flow, how much fund do you have in reserve, and what's your cash flow? What's your cash on hand?
We're required to have, HUD requires all housing authorities to have 4 months of operating reserves, and we have sufficient reserves.
So you have 4 months or more?
That's the minimum.
Correct. And
Time.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may,
go ahead.
I know you have a situation in WAPA for some time now. How close are you to resolving that issue in terms of outstanding vendor payments? With the water situation in WAPA, the Water and Power Authority, what's going on there?
My chief financial officer is working with WAPA staff to resolve that. One example is that we have a bill for Marley Homes of $1 million. On average, that's usually no more than 150,000. So it's some serious discussions with the water meters, the accuracy, and the estimating billing. But we expect to have that resolved in the next couple months.
How long have you been negotiating with WAPA for that outstanding?
Ms.
Foy. How long have they been on, Ms. Tong? Ms. Tong Foy.
Cecile Foy. It has been ongoing, however.
How long?
I would say maybe the last 3-4 years.
Exactly, that's too long. So we need to deal with it and get it resolved.
Yes, Senator, we are.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon, testifiers. My question to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority: when it comes to the FY 2023 budget that we are addressing here today, as far as maintenance for our housing community, have you done a recent assessment to find out what it would truly cost to maintain our housing communities and the kind of workforce that is needed? Have you factored that into the budget?
Yes, sir. That is the actual budget estimate that we request from HUD.
All right. The reason why I'm asking that question, I know right now you're going through the process of improving our housing stock territorial-wide, and I want to make sure as we see some development there that we have adequate funding to maintain our housing communities and have the proper staffing. I know the previous speaker mentioned recreational centers. I know at one point it was the Department of Housing, Parks and Recreation, and then you inherited a certain part of the sports parks and recreation infrastructure. So as far as like the basketball courts and what have you factored in the cost to make sure that we have a suitable environment for our young men and women to be able to utilize the various basketball courts and infrastructure in the territory? Is that factored in the budget, the FY 2023 budget?
Not only is it factored in, but the work is being done. I'm going to ask Ms. Pell to provide more information.
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the basketball courts at all of our properties, other than the ones that are going through our redevelopment, there are currently, with the exception of Marley, we had to reassess that court. They've all been resurfaced.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And if I'm not mistaken, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority was responsible for the recent renovation of the housing community's basketball court in Williamsville, right?
That is correct.
And just on average, what was the cost to renovate a facility of that nature, and what was the funding source specifically for the Williamsville housing community?
The average cost for each court is roughly about $60,000, roughly. We utilize our capital fund, So the information you see in the testimony in regards to our capital funding for our physical improvements, that's the funding source we use.
Thank you. And now that we have established the average to renovate those recreational centers or the infrastructure, my question to you as far as public-private partnership, because the government can't do everything, as far as communicating with nonprofit organizations to utilize those infrastructure to be able to help our children on the weekend and be able to get things going. As far as recreational and educational activities, are you considering that? Would you like to consider that? Because you just don't want to maintain, you just don't want to maintain and renovate the infrastructure, and then it's dormant and it's not being used.
So the Housing Authority works in a team. So I work on the physical improvements. Mr. Farmer does maintenance, and Mr. Nesbitt is coordinating with nonprofits and organizations to facilitate the activities that are now going to be planned into these facilities. So it is a process, and it's a team effort.
I want to add that in terms of basketball, we all also are looking to facilitate the basketball clinic that Senator Ville conducts at Hodge every year. And so with the redevelopment, rehabilitation of that site, we are going to ensure that the amenities are there to facilitate a league, whether it's public housing league or a league in the city. But we want to expand what Senator Ville is doing at Hodge and other developments as well.
And thank you for placing that on the record. I can ask 1,001 questions about vacancies and what have you, but we already know the crisis situation there. I just want to make sure moving forward that we actually maintain our facilities, utilize them, and of course in the process we have the workforce to be able to maintain them and budget it. So as we speak about the budget here today, my line of questioning, of course, is just to make sure that while we improve on our infrastructure and find out the costs, that we have public-private partnerships, and we have the individuals who can actually maintain it, because maintenance is a big issue in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Time.
With that said, I just want to say I will probably catch you in the second round if we have one, and if not, please just focus on infrastructure, because we continue to say the youth are the future, but most of those recreational centers are dormant. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, Director, and to your team. Thank you for this comprehensive testimony that you presented this afternoon. I do have a few questions I would like to ask with regards to your public housing authority programs. You have a number of smaller but significant grants, like you mentioned them in your testimony, that total like $500,000, if I'm not mistaken. Specifically the one that speaks about the Foster Youth to Independence program. Can you break down per district? It mentions about 16 individuals, 16 have applied for it. You have issued 7 vouchers and housed 2 participants.
I'm going to ask my Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, Mr. Kayla Anthony, to provide more details for you.
Good afternoon, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. Senator, can you restate your question?
Yeah, I would like to know per district, what does that look like?
The families housed in the program, or the number of vouchers issued? So for the number of vouchers, vouchers issued. So the vouchers issued, they're 50-50 basically, and the house participants are in the St. Thomas St. John district.
Got you. And then for your mainstream voucher program also, you said you have approximately almost maybe 2,000 applicants that were on the waiting list, but only about 10% of those applicants were identified as eligible. What happens to the remaining that did not qualify? Do you guys redirect them to some other programs that might be available that fits their needs?
So just a little history. What we did was we polled our entire waiting list, or most of it, to discover families who may be eligible for mainstream housing assistance. Those families that responded are the families that we then asked to complete the application process and to give us the documentation to determine their eligibility for the program. The families who did not respond, they remained on our waiting list. And as you may be aware, with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, most of the families that we serve are also receiving services from other public agencies, such as the Department of Human Services, the Continuum of Care programs in the territory. So those families are receiving assistance, or may be receiving assistance through those programs. But they're allowed to remain on our waiting list. And as we go through our waiting list, if a family may not have responded but qualified, they would receive the assistance.
2 minutes.
So from the 75, only 10, from the 75 vouchers that you have available, you were only able to give out 10.
Right. We found that families were having a hard time providing us with documents to support the disabilities in the household. And that's a very important part of the process. So just so that you'll understand, the family said yes initially, but then they had to go through the process of the verification of the disability of the non-elderly household member on their application.
Okay. And with the resident opportunity and family self-sufficiency, what's the breakdown per district? I saw here 25 individuals participated. Can you elaborate, give me a little bit more detail on that?
Marvin Nesbitt, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment again. Unfortunately, Senator, I do not have the breakdown by district right now, but we can certainly get that information to you.
Thank you, please, through the chair. Now, Director, I see that from the properties, the asset management projects that we have, there are approximately 9 that are managed internally, and there are 2 that are privately managed. Is it the plan of the Housing Authority to move into privately managed units or complex instead of managing yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
The process is that the developer usually brings or solicits a property management company. If the developer is vertically integrated, they'll have their own property management company. And so there's a solicitation process that the developer will use if they don't have their own property management company. And it's usually firms that have significant experience and want to have a footprint in the Virgin Islands.
Time.
Very well. And if I can, Mr. Chair, just in closing, wrapping up. And what I'm pretty sure the cost varies from depending the housing unit. So what's approximately the cost for Lewis E. Brown Villas 1 and 2?
You're talking development cost?
Yes.
I don't recall that offhand. That's 12 years ago. You do? Ms. Pell does recall approximately $35 million for which one? Go ahead and answer.
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. LEB 1 is roughly 35, and LEB 2 roughly 40.
And I was interested, sorry, on the those that are privately managed, like those 2. What's the cost? What that agreement looks like, and the cost to be able to manage that?
Usually the cost is approximately 5 to 6% of rental income.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Mr. Graham, in reference to William C. Light, those homes that were supposed to be sold to the residents, what's the status? I drove through William C. Light yesterday, and easily saw over 60 homes that the windows and doors were concrete to stop access, but I'm not seeing any development with that particular area. Give me an update for the Williamsy Light.
Yes, we are in the process of working with the architect to develop the specifications for rehabilitation and the demolition of the units in Williams Delight. The approximate, Ms. Pell, do you want to add to that?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the approximate time for that solicitation to go out is between November and December of this year. Currently, there are 16 families going through the process of purchasing their homes right now.
So there's 16 families right now that are trying to purchase?
Yes, and another 16 that are already pre-qualified, and we're starting their process.
Okay, so that would be 32 families, hopefully, that will be able to transition to that area.
Not necessarily in the sealed units that you visited, but in the homes that they currently occupy. Yes.
How many sealed units do we have?
I do not have that information with me today, but we can get that information to you.
No, there's a lot, because I saw them yesterday. There's a tremendous amount, and we really need to see what we can put in place to be able to revitalize those units, and so that families can be able to purchase and make it their own homestead. Are you going to open it up to other
Senator Vele,
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to add that in the redevelopment of Williams Delight, we are going to rehabilitate 75 units for purchase, in addition to the ones that have been purchased and the ones in process now. So there are additional 75 units in the reconfiguration for home ownership.
Okay, if we can just speed it up, that would be perfect. Senator Blyden had a point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, Senator Boquist had one, but in respect to the last Senator line of question, I want to come into the voucher program. As I mentioned, I know the $15.5 million circulating in our economy for 800 landlords, which is good. But at the same time, when it comes to the program, and you mentioned it in your testimony, I did ask for 18 months grace period based on the slow pace of homes coming online, because as you know, we're in a crisis and they are not coming online fast enough. But my question, in addition to that, is portability. For those that wants to relocate for whatever reason because of the shortage of homes, have we asked for some type of adjustment for that? What the regular time frame for someone to move off island, and have we asked for that to be relaxed at this time?
Okay, Senator, I'm ask Director Anthony to address that.
Kayla Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. A family issued a voucher from our waiting list can use that voucher to immediately port off island. There's no waiting. So if you get a voucher today, you can request to move off island with that voucher immediately.
Thank you so much for that information. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Boquist.
Mr. Chair, part of my inquiry was answered concerning the amount of units for Williams Delight, but I wanted to inquire, will any green spaces or community centers also be in the build-out?
Yes, it will, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boquist. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Viha. Thank you for being here. If I ask a question that was already asked, just say asked and answered, and then we can move on because I just kind of stepped out of another meeting. In respect to the Hamilton Jackson Terrace, I saw that the fence line was removed from that facility. What is the status or the intent to either replace or rebuild that fence line? What's the status on that?
Ms. Pell will address that, please.
Senator Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, you're talking about the chain link fence?
Correct.
Line?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is undergoing repairs from hurricane damage.
Roger that. But what's the status of the replacement that's been taken down for quite some time now? And obviously I'm concerned about people being able to access in and out of there as freely as possible. What is the status of the replacement that's going on?
I would have to double check, but there was a solicitation for that work to be completed, and I'll have to double check on the date for the completion of the work. I know we've been having some material issues, especially with fencing on the island, with several of our contractors, so I would have to get back to you on that date.
Okay. What about the situation of security cameras in our housing community? Where are we with those?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So we have gone through some review and adjustments to the cameras that were currently installed. Right now we have budgeted to proceed with solicitation for 2023 for 3 sites, Knowles at Contant. There will be the integration of security cameras at the Hodge facility during the redevelopment. Williams Delight is also included, and Estate Bavoni on St. Thomas.
Okay. And is there some shift in policy or something in regards to payments that's assessed or charged to residents? I got vaguely notified of increase that seems to be happening with some of our housing community, and I'll probably need to go back to look at my notes. But from recollection, there seemed to have been some policy shift where the rents have been increased in our housing community. Can you speak to that?
2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. When it comes to calculating a resident's rent, it's based off of 30% of their adjusted income. So if there has been an increase in a resident's work hours, if they're getting overtime and they're coming in to recertify, there may very well be an increase in what their rent is calculated.
And are you saying that overtime is also included in that formula? Because obviously overtime is nothing that's steady. It's rather fleeting. You could have overtime this month, next month, till next several months you wouldn't see overtime again. Are we utilizing overtime to assess what that new payment will be?
If it's consistently an increase in their hours, that's how the rent is calculated. So if someone is consistently getting overtime 4 and 5 months in a row, there is an adjustment which will cause an increase in the individual rent.
Okay, and generally,
so it's on a case-by-case matter.
It's case by case, very well. And have there been an increase whatsoever? I mean, even in the numbers, and I know that you said that they use a formula to make that determination, but have there been an increase? Generally,
Senator, there's no increase because it's based on what's reported in terms of income. So the formula clearly is a HUD required calculation. So we don't across the board increase the rent. It's based on individuals' reported income.
Understood. What about the road repairs in these housing community, Mr. Graham, Director Graham? I noticed that in several of the housing communities, the roads have really deteriorated. Are you in discussion with the GVI, the government, in respect to repairs of those roads, or will it be a responsibility of VIHA to be ultimately responsible for repairing those roads?
No, sir, and thank you for the question. All roads in the public housing communities are territorial roads. We are working with Public Works to be able to have the list of those properties included in their budget for repairing of those roads.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I might just wrap up and follow up to that. And what is that discussion like? I mean, just having a discussion is fine, but is there any practicality? Is there any movement in respect to repairing some of those roads? I mean, we can't continue to have these housing communities, roads deteriorate because it adds to the environment and the behavior that's going on in the community. Can you speak to that?
But that's why I thank you for bringing it up, because I believe just because you brought it up in this hearing, there might be a sense of urgency that will move the discussions along. And thank you.
Very well. Sound like you need me to step in a little bit more and ask Public Works what's going on with those housing communities, because there's definitely...
We always welcome the help of any senators.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues again. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Mr. Graham, I heard you spoke briefly about Disha Bird property. What's your intent with that property?
The intent, Senator, is to swap the land for buildable land that we can continue the replacement of developments. The land that we're in discussions with property and procurement are 3 parcels of land around the close to Candido and the Ario Diaz site. Those 2 developments would be replaced on those that land that we would negotiate purchasing. Swapping with the territory. The Disha Bird land itself can be reprogrammed for, we think it's a good location to expand the downtown area, the boardwalk and recreational areas up to the Richmond plan. So it's a great opportunity for the territory to increase the number of parks and also, livable and recreational space for residents.
My reason for asking that question is, that property is now become right in the radius of the blast of those tanks that WAPA put into the ground there. And I think we need to proceed with caution as to what we're going to put there, what we're going to do with that property, because most of the housing property in that vicinity has moved out. No one is utilizing it, which will be to the north of those tanks. And now you're coming to the right of these tanks, and I think you need to proceed with caution. But I want to ask about your emergency home and his Hope property. What's the status on that property? I don't know what's going on with it. It's been closed for about maybe 4 or 5 years now. What's the status on that property?
Could you name the property, Senator?
It's the Annis Hope. I don't know the exact name for it, but it's in Annis Hope, right next to Public Works. There's 3 units right above that was destroyed during the hurricane.
Senator, we only have 3 projects in that area. That's JFK, D. Hamilton Jackson, and Peggy Gerard. All the other developments in that area would be housing finance.
Hold a Senator time. Mr. Graham, he's speaking. You know where Public Works is in the state Annis Hope? Spell?
No, but
there was emergency housing before. There were 3 buildings across that were emergency housing.
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So that property is not the Virgin Islands Housing Authority's property.
Okay, so that is.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair. The VIHA pays approximately $15 million annually in housing assistance payment directly to about 800 landlords in the territory and mainland. Out of that 800 landlords, how many are in the mainland, and what is the amount paid out to them?
I'm
2 minutes.
Director Anthony.
Kayla Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. It's about 100 landlords on the mainland, 100 and 150 landlords on the mainland, and don't have the exact amount that's paid out monthly. We can get that to you. And those monies paid out would be to support families who moved off island using housing assistance.
If you can get that information before we leave, I'd appreciate it greatly.
We can, yes.
The Residents Opportunity and Family Self-Sufficiency Program, you only have 25 individual participating. You mentioned that your goals is to double the number of families you are helping. What are you doing to increase that number? What are your plans to double that?
Well, first, we are increasing the staff for our resident services department. We had approximately 4 individuals. We have budgeted now 10 individuals to implement a revised model for our resident services for both the new and older communities to share the strategy to increase the FSS participation.
Thank you. Again, Marvin Nesbitt, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment. I also want to make sure that, for the record, there's a correction. We currently actually have 29 participants who are in the FSS program. Right now, the program, we're kind of on hold due to HUD new federal regulations. We're all required, every housing authority that has a FSS program is required to update their action plan with the new action plan should be implemented or approved at our board meeting on Wednesday. Once it's approved on Wednesday, then we submit it to HUD for their approval. So we cannot engage in FSS activities until the new action plan is improved. In terms of increasing the numbers of participants, inside of that action plan is a comprehensive marketing strategy that is also required as part of the new regulations. That new marketing strategy includes flyer campaigns, radio campaigns, and activities. Also includes sending out information in the monthly rent statements to encourage participation. Also setting up booths at our community health and wellness days, and also doing targeted marketing for residents at each of our communities, doing informational sessions and things of that nature. So that plan has a very comprehensive strategy for increasing our participation.
Time.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, may I wrap up with this final question? With the cost of rent escalating national and more so locally, when will an increase in the amount of vouchers be considered if that's something that's in your power?
Senator, the number of vouchers, HUD based it on the number of vouchers that you use in the prior year. And so it's a very tight leash that they have on the funding for vouchers. And so it doesn't necessarily increase dramatically from one year to the next. It's based on what you're able
my question is not the numbers.
The prior year. However, this administration, I'm sorry.
My number is not in regards to the numbers. I started out with the cost of rent escalating nationally and more so locally. When will an increase in the amount for a voucher be considered?
On a project-by-project basis, we would try to make the case for HUD approval to increase the payment standard above the fair market rent that HUD publishes. So it's an involved process to obtain additional funding based on what the rents are in a particular area. So we do it on a case-by-case basis or project-by-project basis to try and get additional funds.
So have you made any moves to try and seek that increase?
We will, again, on a project-by-project basis as we do developments, transform developments coming up. And if the rents is justifiably require an increase, we would ask for that adjustment for HUD. Right now, HUD will allow the housing authority to use 120% above fair market rent. Anything above that requires an approval process from HUD.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Director, good to see you. I see that gray coming in more and more. This is a cure for gray. This is a cure for gray, okay? You could try it out. No, you know, I guess I'd be the funniest one in the group, but I listened to 16 pages of testimony. And I funny like this because I heard, this is your last paragraph, the last sentence. We are grateful for the continued support and look forward to answering questions related to the testimony. One more sentence, start a new paragraph. And it's almost like, oh, by the way, afterthought. Once again, I would like to thank the hardworking men and women of VHA. That has bothered me. I didn't see it before in the testimony. And we're basically giving testimony about all the great things that you're doing. The people of the Vernon could attest to all the great things that your department is doing. You know what I mean? It's no doubt. Providing homes for people, fine. But that last sentence is almost like an afterthought to me, and it rubbed me wrong. 40 years I work in the government, 40 years. Been out of school 43 years. I worked for the government 40 years. And again, military background, police background. I like to hear about the people making all these programs happen. So you had something you wanted to say, Director? I ain't trying to be rude. Let's get that straight. But you go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to say in the very first paragraph, I referenced my dedicated staff.
That's what I say. 16 pages. That's how I am. So let me talk about how much money the government, the general fund, gives you for your employees.
None.
Zero. Right. So you're basically giving us an update.
Yes.
Of all the great things that you're doing. Right. So how does your staff survive? How do they get wage increases? When last have they had one? This is questions. If you check me for the last 6 years, I'm going to ask you this. If I'm here for 20 more years, I'm going to ask the same question. How the employees come first to me? So how do they go and when last and when are they due?
Well, Senator, I'm glad you asked that question.
Good.
For the last 14 years, the Housing Authority has provided a 3% increase for all staff for 14 years. In this last negotiation with the union, in light of inflation, we have increased that negotiated increase for employees to 3.5% for the next 3 years. So we do recognize our valuable employees, and we make sure that we are attracting individuals to the agency. We have a minimum salary of $15 an hour for every position. There's no position below $15 an hour. So we do show our appreciation for our employees.
See, I didn't see that paragraph in the 16 pages. That's what we're talking about. That's how I am.
But it's not possible to answer all the possible questions.
No. But I'm saying your personnel first.
2 minutes.
Now the facilities that they're in. What is it, time or 2 minutes? 2 minutes, okay. The facilities that they work in. You're still in that housing up there in the entrance to Hidden Valley? And still in that facility? No, right? Where are you located now?
Harris Court on St. Thomas.
So what are the working conditions for your employees?
It's constrained. We're in a temporary office, and we haven't worked on the replacement for the central office because we wanted to make sure we are focused on replacement housing for the residents first.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. We probably have backlogs for the residents, so because, again, we can't take care of our employees. Employees come first. Are you in that old building that I went through as a police in 1987? There was a police academy. That's why I went through as a police training academy. That's what we were. But I'm saying now, it's, again, your facilities for where your employees work, all this great, 16 pages of great work. I applaud your team. I give all them raises, don't bother me. But I'm saying now, you know, that's something I ain't gonna beat a dead horse. Now, any of the buildings that were taken down, has there been any air quality testing to see if any disbursements have been done since they have been gutted and stuff, taken down?
It's ongoing basis. The contractors are required, correct?
Okay, so there is ongoing basis. Has there been any asbestos or any asbestos abatement, if any?
There's going to be asbestos. Almost all the buildings are before the 1970s.
Right. That's why I asked about air quality, because we're going to go ahead and tear down everything, and the air going to go everywhere, and the communities are so tight, so close.
No, there's a requirement for ensuring that there's a dampening effect. They usually water down the development, that's the buildings that's being demolished, to ensure that there's no airborne, and testing, air quality testing is required.
Okay, great.
DPNR does a good job of making sure we stay on point at every site.
Sounds good to me.
Time.
No, you said that if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, the DUNU in project stopped due to environmental issues. What were the environmental issues? And anything
heavy metals in the soil, perhaps from the hurricanes, when the solar panel farm was significantly disrupted. So it could have been from heavy metals from the hurricane period.
Okay, so it's being addressed. Should the residents of the area be in any concern or anything?
The work is stopped at the moment, and we have from DPNR is on top of the issue along with EPA in terms of the environmental issues at that site. So there is a no further action letter for buildings 1 through 9. When we complete negotiations for the contractor to return to work, buildings 1 through 9 can be worked on, as they are working to ensure that the soil issues are taken care of for the rest of the site.
Okay, because everything rolls downhill from up there. And finally, just the total value of your total assets, property in the territory. What's the total value of it, and you insure it? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. You can answer the chairman's time. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Gittins. Go ahead and respond, and then we'll move to Senator Gittins.
I won't carry that number in my head, sir, but we'll get that number to you. It's approximately $200 million in total assets.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's proceed, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I too was not able to listen to your testimony, Mr. Graham, because I was attending a previous meeting. However, I do have some concerns, but I wanted to start back to a response that you made to one of my colleagues, and about the sense of urgency and having us make the calls to Public Works regarding the roads. I must say that there should be a sense of urgency even coming from your end for your residents in the public housing communities. It shouldn't have to take the Senate to push on this. And while I'm concerned about all public housing communities, I'm overly concerned about the Pedro complex in WIM, known as the WIM Gardens for the Aged. Now, when last have any of you visited this site? The CEO or the
Good
COO?
afternoon.
I was there 2 weeks ago, Senator. Mr. Farmer.
Good afternoon. Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management, last week and week before last.
Great. So being there up to last week, y'all saw the road condition getting into that complex?
Yes.
Is that okay? Is
No,
that
it's
okay
not.
for you? I didn't hear the response. I'm sorry.
No, I said no, it's not, Senator. It's not acceptable. And again, we're working with Public Works to schedule repair of the roads in that site. There are craters in the site. We're attempting a quick fix, but it's not going to hold. So we're requesting Public Works to prioritize that site.
So who was the one fixing the sewage line there at the entrance?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. All the work and damage to the roadway was done by the Waste Management Authority.
So the entity that would dig up the road don't have a responsibility to put that road back in the condition in which they met it or better?
That is our understanding and the agreement that was done. But the Waste Management Authority has reneged on
So
it.
we have to see to it that this happens. We have to stay on it. This didn't happen last week, and it didn't happen 2 weeks ago. And if your parents or my parents were living inside that Wim Garden for the Aged,
2 minutes.
we would not have liked to see the condition of that road being like that. Just think about it. An ambulance responding in there, taking one of those elderly residents out of there, trying to start the IV line and coming out of that entrance. There is no way that the EMTs will be able to successfully start an IV coming out of there. That is totally unacceptable and should be handled immediately.
And we have relayed that information to Waste Management. We can send you the series of calls, text messages, emails, etc. We have had discussions with them, numerous. Every element of our staff.
Well, they work for
manager,
someone. They work for someone.
maintenance.
CC copies so that people could start to jump all over their backsides. Because again, if there was any one of our relatives in there, we would not have want to see that place in that condition. It is totally unacceptable. Let's move on. Is there a generator finally on that property that will be able to generate that entire complex if there should be a hurricane or something, God forbid?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. The generator that was installed and it is operational is for the community center and office building, not for the entire site. Remember, this property is currently in process of being redeveloped on the Stony Ground site. The investment that we would put in to do such a generation or emergency generation would not make any sense. We'd be throwing good money after that.
Ms. Pell, all due respect, and you know I got a lot of respect for you and your boss, but all this fancy talk ain't moving me one bit. And the reason being is because a number of those residents depend on sleeping with a respiratory machine, depend on refrigerating medication on a 24-hour basis, etc. We're talking about a home for the aged. We have to make sure that we have the proper infrastructure in place. Telling me about Stony Ground or some other place, that's not going to come into play anytime soon. And I have been trying to work between you guys, Human Services, and Vitima for a number of years to get adequate generator down there so that these residents can be taken care of. It hurts my heart after any disaster to go through there and that place is in darkness and our seniors can't refrigerate their medication. They have to put it in a little cooler with ice or something like that. Y'all are smiling and people watching, you know, this is serious. It is serious. Lastly, what's the average wait time for housing assistance once you're on a waiting list?
Which program, sir? Public housing or voucher program?
Whichever one.
It's 2 years for the voucher
what's
program.
the wait time?
Good afternoon, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. For the low-income public housing program, the wait list could be anywhere from 3 to 3.5 years.
3 to 3.5 years?
That is correct.
And what about placement for emergency relocation for residents?
Emergency relocation, we handle those immediately, sir.
Okay, so you're in contact with like the Victim Witness Advocate Office for the Virgin Islands Police Department?
if we are contacted for a request, but we do, as you know, we do not do the emergency housing. What we do, what you said was emergency transfers of individuals in public housing is my assumption.
Right, emergency relocation. Not
Yes,
emergency housing.
We would immediately relocate individuals that's in public housing in an emergent situation.
Who would be that contact person for them to contact?
Mr. Farmer, Director of Asset Management.
Okay. Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly. A pleasant good afternoon, everyone. I really want to commend the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for all the hard work that you do. And also really want to look at some of the areas that needs to be shored up, especially where we look at resident services. I want to ask a question in that area. I know the current Director of Resident Services and Empowerment is a long title, indicated to my colleague who is also a former employee of the Housing Authority that you received $900,000 in non-HUD funding. And I noted in the budget that is listed on page 5 that it says residents wellness and empowerment. Is it a $950,000 approved budget for this year, for fiscal year 2022?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what was the source of what is the source of the 900,000?
There's two sources. What you're looking at in the spreadsheet is operational budget, and the other reference that Mr. Nesbitt mentioned was a request from Delegate Plaskett, asked if there are needs, and we submitted an application of $900,000.
Okay, so you haven't been awarded that need, that funding, because they should have a source. What is the funding source?
Mr. Nesbitt?
Yes, Marvin Nesbitt, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment. That funding is available FY23.
Okay.
So that's why you don't see it listed in the budget.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure. And they have informed us that we have been selected. The funds will be funneled through one of the federal agencies, depending upon your ask. For us, it will be HUD. However, we won't have access to that funding until at least January, maybe February.
Okay, so the funding source is HUD funding.
It will be.
It will be. Okay, wonderful. And I'm suspecting that's going to be in the next legislative budget federally. Okay, now I have some additional questions. Specifically, let's turn to page 9 of your testimony, Mr. Graham, in your central office cost center, the COCC. You mentioned the LEB 1 and 2 administrative fees. How do you come about getting those administrative fees?
2 minutes.
Under your revenue accounts?
I'm sorry, administrative fee for vouchers?
No, Louis E. Brown 1 and 2 administrative fees.
I'm going to ask Chief Financial Officer to elaborate, but that is there's a formula.
Senator Cecile Tongfoy, Chief Financial Officer. On a monthly basis, VHUD draws down those funds from HUD, and of the total for the month of the operating subsidy for LEB 1 and 2, VHUD earns 5% of the total funding.
Okay, 5%. Is it because you were part of the developer?
That was based on the agreement initially.
Okay. In the agreement as part of being one of the developers of this property?
Negotiations, yes.
Yes. And what about for the senior development? That's included for the senior development for LEB as well?
No. LEB 3?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay.
No. LEB 2, yes. LEB 1 and 2.
Only, but not LEB 3.
No, not LEB 3.
Okay. You have, thank you. Now, I also wanted to get the figure for the reserve. I know, Mr. Graham, you indicated your requirement under HUD for 4 months. What is the amount in your reserve?
I'll provide that information to you, Senator.
Okay, I know you know what it is. I just wanted to ask you another question regarding, this is personnel. I've gotten some calls from some of our really hardworking men and women on the ground at housing regarding policies surrounding the COVID-19 and requirements that personnel are mandated to vaccine. Is that your position still?
Time.
In light of the letter from Senator Blyden and a grievance from the union, the board is going to have that discussion this Wednesday in the executive session.
Oh, thank you. All right. That is all of my questions, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for the leeway and, of course, thank the Housing Authority for its presentation.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. So, Mr. Graham, the policy in reference to vaccination was a local policy and not a federal policy? A local policy enacted by the board?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. We're now in the endemic stage. I think that we need to totally revisit that particular policy and not force any of the employees to be vaccinated. I do believe in vaccination, but I don't believe at this point that we should be forcing individuals and the job being on the line for vaccination. It's a endemic stage, and we all have to be responsible for our own safety. So if you guys can make that decision as quick as possible, and I know a number of individuals have received letters from the Housing Authority in reference to that policy. Senator Saru, you're recognized. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings and good afternoon, Director Graham and Administrative Leadership of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I'm of the belief that a true housing authority delivers benefits and serves the people who are their tenants. I also believe that we're supposed to provide transitional opportunities for the tenants of housing communities. I'm hoping that's something that you also believe in. We have a community of individuals who have lived in housing communities perhaps all of their lives, and we really need to try to change that dynamic and provide them with the proper opportunities to become homeowners in the Virgin Islands. Outside of building new communities, does the Housing Authority have a plan to address the current aging communities that are in your jurisdiction? I'm asking this question because while we want to focus on building new units, and I think you mentioned about 3,000 units in the rehabilitation or revitalization plan. What are we going to do in the interim to make sure that we hold on or sustain the current housing communities that we have? Because I'm sure that's going to come at a cost to you. And is that reflected in your budget currently?
Well, yes, sir. In the redevelopment plan, we project that half the units will be new units and the other half will be rehabilitated. And HUD has a formula, of course, to determine whether a development can be demolished or not. If it exceeds a certain threshold, you're allowed to demolish and build new. And the benefit of building new, as you know, is that we can correct some of the poor design decisions in the original housing. We can make larger units, smaller developments, and one of the things that we can accomplish is energy efficiency in the units. And so there are a number of things that we can do to make lives better for the residents, both in the new construction and in the rehabilitation of those units.
Understood. So how frequently do you audit these buildings for structural integrity or perhaps some of the amenities that you're talking about? Because a lot of them have been built, I don't know, 50, 60 years old or older, And when it comes to the technological advances in electricity and how to save on power, they obviously don't have them, but I'm sure the newer units that are going to be built will. So how do you go about auditing, and how frequently do you do so? And does that come as a cost to the authority?
HUD requires housing authorities to update the physical needs assessment every 5 years, and we are at the point now this year, and flowing into next year, we are currently having a consultant do that work. There is a format that HUD requires, and so we have a consultant preparing the physical needs assessment update.
Okay,
2 minutes.
So you're on the latter portion, going into the 5th year to conduct the audit?
Yes.
And that's your whole portfolio?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have information pertinent to the last audit? And if so, through the chair, can we have a copy?
Well, yes. It's approximately $200 million of deferred capital improvements across the entire inventory.
Okay, understood. I want to ask you really quickly, are you working with HFA and HUD to provide opportunities to housing tenants who are interested in home ownership currently?
Absolutely. Besides the Williams Delight Home Ownership Initiative, we are working with HFA as they build new housing as well. We're working with them to see if there are individuals that are on our waiting list that can be determined eligible for their home ownership projects coming online.
Okay, excellent. Good to hear that. In your fiscal year 21 and 22, I noticed a 50% increase in your resident wellness and empowerment program. I'm curious to find out what precipitated that change, and has it been positive for the authority and its tenants?
Two things. Clearly, we have a plan of action to deal with the properties, but we needed a way to invest in our residents. So recognizing that we need to increase, we reformulated our resident services department, put additional funds in there to increase the staffing by 100%. So we intend to have 10 to 12 individuals in the resident services department. But key to our plan for resident services is to engage residents in a resident council. And one of the things that we're doing in that process, 5 individuals for a resident council, is that we're going to find a way to provide a stipend for those individuals to participate in their own in the planning of the services at the developments.
Okay, good to know. And really quickly, the land swap. I noticed that you're going to be in discussions with property and procurement concerning a number of your properties. Specifically, I'm looking at George Simmons Community Center, which is on St. John. I need to find out and get your assurance. Once it's swapped, will that be swapped for a piece of land on St. John?
Time.
Probably not, sir. It'll be for land on St. Thomas.
I think I would like you to see whatever you can do to really work on that, because as it stands right now, St. John we don't have a lot of options when it comes to property. And it's very important, not only to me, but many members of this institution, that we make sure that representation for St. John is always on the table.
I just want you to consider, Senator, that the way we do provide housing assistance is through the housing choice vouchers. So we do have a couple dozen voucher holders on St. John. So that's the easiest and fastest way to provide housing assistance to individuals in St. John.
Okay, thank you for your answers, and thank you for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since all of your funding comes from the federal government, I don't really have any budget questions, but I am concerned with the state of our housing communities. And when the people in our housing communities live the way that they do, we breed a mentality, and there is a level of self-esteem, emotional issues that are bred by the way people are living in our housing communities. I recently sent an email to you, Mr. Farmer, outlining a slew of issues in our housing communities. And I get a response on these issues when an email comes from this office. But I don't know if these citizens that occupy these units, I don't know if they're receiving responses from Housing Authority when they put in work orders. And I say that because we have seen quite a few constituents come here showing the amount of work orders they've put in for the same issue and no response. But when I email you, I get a response. And I don't want your responses to be because I have status. Each person that occupies a unit deserves a quality of life. And you're going into some units that have not had a water heater in 5 years. No hot water running. We've seen kitchens where the sink has collapsed since the hurricane. There are units where the door is still swollen from the hurricane and it's being shut because a person is tying their door shut at night. So if you could help me, what is the bottleneck in really, some of our people are living in deplorable conditions. And this is federal funding, a federal unit. So if you could explain to me where, even in Kennedy, the roof is leaking, there's a mice issue, and you move them out, some moving back in, I don't know what's the status. And I'm really bothered by, it's like we are just creating a very poor class of people, and from that, it leads to a lot of societal issues. And honestly, after I finish the housing communities, I am unable to sleep at night. And I sincerely say that, because my father is a product of the public housing communities. And my grandmother lived there her entire life.
2 minutes.
And that's after school, that's where we go. You're sick, you go by your grandmother. And I know Paul and Person got in inside out. So what is the bottleneck?
Well, there's a lot of issues, Senator. We have to do a much better job of ensuring that those units that that are not decent for our families, that we address those units. That there's no excuses we have. We're not doing a good enough job on some of those developments where the units are not up to par the way they're supposed to be. We have to do a better job of that.
Because these people are asking you for epoxy floors. They're not asking you for marble tiles. You have kitchen sinks that are on the floor. You have doors that do not close. I don't know. Fine, you can't get repaired in a month or two, but from the hurricane to now, that's alarming, Mr. Graham, Director
Yes.
Graham. And I'm speaking to you from a very sincere place today.
I
Not
understand.
anger, but I'm very bothered because what message do you send? And these are the same students. I come from education that show up at the school, and those are the ones that act out.
Yes.
So, Mr. Farmer, what is the process? Tell me the process for improving a unit beside calling my office. Because I know you get regular messages from me because I am not your case worker.
So, correction, I receive calls from all senators.
We are your case. Okay, we are your case worker. So the point.
There's a partnership.
Pause a second.
There is a partnership.
Pause
And
a
to answer
second
your
for me. Pause a second for me. You receive calls from senators because if they come to us, they couldn't get to you. That's why we're calling you. So go ahead.
You stand corrected. If they go to you, they have not reached out to me. They have more than likely tried to reach out to the property manager.
Okay, let's end this conversation.
And because there was no
Conversation is over because I asked you a question sincerely on where are we? Can you, I asked a question and you trying to correct me today, and I'm telling you, if all of us are receiving complaints, if we're receiving complaints, they come and they show us, I put on this work order this month, this went in this month. They're showing us the documentation. So clearly they made an attempt to reach out to Housing Authority. But I'll end there because
time.
Mr. Farmer don't want to answer my question. Mr. Chair, one more question. Lucinda Millen, status.
You may conclude.
Where are we?
What was the question?
The Lucinda Millen, I know that slated for demolition. What's your timeline on really addressing Lucinda Millen?
Lucinda Millen is in the third phase. And that's simply because the first priority is to replace 2-2, the two phases of 2-2. Lucinda Millen would be the third project on St. Thomas that we would do. We're looking to acquire land in St. Thomas to serve as one option to replace Lucinda Millen. The second option is replace Lucinda Millen at the corner of Oswald Harris Court. So both of those are in the design discussions of what's the best option.
If you could just tell me a timeline. You said third phase. A timeline is, are you looking for in the next 6 months?
No.
Okay. What does what does that mean? You said you're looking to, but are we looking to replace Lucinda Millen in 5 years, 2 years?
Senator, next year we'll be in planning for the replacement of Lucinda Millen.
And the cost?
I wouldn't. As you know, costs are going up, and we don't have a cost yet until we determine the number of units and where it's going to be.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, I'm going to allow you an opportunity to put a closing statement on the record. The third group is already here, so you may close out at this point. I thank you for your testimony. I thank those individuals who accompanied you today at the legislature, so you may proceed.
I want to thank the Finance Committee for allowing us to share information about our budgets and how we believe that this administration, the Biden administration, and the HUD administration is doing an excellent job of trying to help housing authorities provide additional housing, preserve and produce affordable housing. And I think over the next 2 years, they will do an even better job because they have increased in the budget for housing authorities across the board for the last, this is the second year. And so with those funds, we expect to make a big difference. We understand when it's brought to our attention again, and the residents do as well, about some units that need work. We're going to work on those units, and the next time we come to this committee, you're not going to be able to identify units where you have those kinds of deficiencies. So we do understand that there's a lot of work to be done. It cannot all be done, in 1 year. We all know that. So we appreciate your patience and understanding what we're trying to accomplish, and we'll try and maintain those units where we have families living in them. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graham. The Committee of Finance will take a recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda.
Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Invited testifiers, Barbara Jackson-McIntosh, Director.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And Director Jackson-McIntosh, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record along with those individuals who are here supporting you. So you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator VLA. My name is Barbara Jackson-McIntosh, Director for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Next.
Mireille Sankat-Singh-Smith, Systems Manager for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
The mic, go ahead.
Brenda Benjamin, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Payroll and Labor Relations.
Thank you so much. You have somebody that's online?
That's in the Wales in St. Thomas.
Okay, online we have Omari Hicks. No, you're in St. Thomas. You're in the well in St. Thomas.
He's in the well, yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Hicks.
Lafond.
Mr. Hicks, what's your name and title on the record?
His name is Lafond, Leon Lafond.
Leon Lafond.
Oh, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it here on the screen and it's saying Omari and I'm like, what is Omari doing? Sir, go ahead.
Leon Lafond, Assistant Director.
Okay, thank you so much. You may now proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Kurt VLA, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature, the listening and viewing audience. I am Barbara Jackson-McIntosh, Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I'm here with members of the BMV team, Assistant Director Leon Lafond, Ms. Midiel Smith, Systems Manager, and Ms. Brenda Benjamin, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Payroll and Labor Relations. We are here to provide testimony on our fiscal year 2023 budget for the operations of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and our FY 2022 progress to date. The mission of the BMV is to provide the public with driver's licensing, vehicle titling, vehicle registration services, and other business transactions required by law. Our vision is to be a leader in efficient and user-friendly government, which provides real-time solutions and access to GVI services. The Bureau is comprised of two key divisions: one, administrative support services, and two, customer services. Within the BMV, there are 5 functional activities: Office of the Director, Administration, Driver's Licensing and Identification, Registration and Inspection, and Records Management and Information Systems. Currently, the BMV's personnel strength status is 63 authorized positions. 61 positions are filled with 2 vacancies. We have also requested 7 additional positions in the FY 2023 budget. I will take this opportunity to applaud all the employees of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles for their exceptional service and dedication in their service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Our employees exemplify our motto, which is, excellence is all we do. We have developed and implemented a strategic plan that we utilized to assist in accomplishing our strategic goals and objectives. We utilized other tools such as the operational and monitoring plan, along with the BMV standard operating procedures as our guide to achieving our stated goals and objectives for 2020 through 2022 and beyond. Our 4 key strategic goals are customer-driven solutions, culture of excellence, innovative technological solutions, and fiscal integrity. The Bureau's operational plan is tightly aligned with each strategic goal and objective. The operational plan operationalizes each of the strategies on a shorter time frame to be monitored weekly, quarterly, and annually. In short, the OP plan answers 4 questions. Where are we today? Where do we want to be in the future? How do we get there? And how do we measure our progress? The funds that were appropriated and allotted thus far has assisted us in completing most strategic goals, and we are continuing to work on other goals to stay on target up to 2022. As depicted in the inserted charts, our fiscal year 2022 general fund appropriation is $2,856,322 and $1,004,570 in the BMV fund, for a total of $3,860,892 of appropriated funds. We were appropriated a total of $1,386,793 in non-appropriated funds from the personalized license plate fund, for a 2022 appropriated fund total of $5,247,685. Our fiscal year 2023 budget request. For fiscal year 2023, the recommended budget ceiling for the BMV is $6,027,177, of which our recommended general fund appropriation is $2,790,522 and $1 million from the BMV funds. The personalized license plate fund recommended budget ceiling for FY 2023 is $2,236,655. The entire general fund and BMV fund appropriations will be used for personal services, while the PLP fund appropriation will be used for personal services, fringe benefits, supplies, rent, utilities, as well as maintenance and operating expenses. In FY 2021, our revenues were $9,614,549. As of July 31st, 2022, our revenue collections are $9,496,266. We have projected that at the end of FY 2022, our revenue collections will be $10,725,010. I will highlight the initiatives that were completed in FY 2022 and those that are ongoing. We have relocated the St. Thomas office so that we can demolish and rebuild that office. The St. Croix office was not relocated because we are working with FEMA to get the needed authorization to consolidate and work in conjunction with the Department of Property and Procurement to utilize both the BMV and PMP project worksheets to complete the work on the buildings. Through a grant from the Office of Highway Safety, we have completed the process of integrating the BMV and Superior Court databases. This initiative was critical to our continued excellent customer service, specifically in cases where a lien is placed on a motor vehicle by the court for unpaid traffic tickets. As a result of the integration, we can verify real-time at the BMV any outstanding liens on vehicles. This eliminated the need for customers to have to go back and forth to the court to verify and pay for outstanding liens. Customers are encouraged to make their payments on their phones so that they will not have to leave the BMV. Once paid, the lien is removed immediately and the process can move forward. The staff participated in the BMV's annual training in several subject matters to include the BMV internal processes, immigration documents, Microsoft Office products, driver's license issuance, ERP revenue collection, and customer service. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Taxi Cab Commission also gave presentations about their processes that affect the BMV. We have hired additional customer service representatives, 3 in the St. Thomas office, 1 in the St. John office, and 1 in the St. Croix office. All our customer service representatives are trained to work in any area of the customer service division of the BMV. We have also hired receptionists for each office whose responsibility it is to ensure that the customer's questions or concerns are addressed, their documents are reviewed, and that they are directed to the appropriate office or personnel for assistance. As a result of the increased staffing and improved service, the average wait time in each office has been drastically reduced to 7 minutes. We have completed a Government of the Virgin Islands self-service registration renewal portal, whereby the Department of Property and Procurement can complete the annual registration renewals of government vehicles so that they do not have to wait for the BMV to complete that process. In addition, the Department of Property and Procurement will be able to edit a vehicle's information, such as the plate number and department assigned, as well as duplicate documents. Through the cybersecurity grant that was awarded to the BMV from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security through VITEMA, we have completed a cybersecurity assessment. We are pleased to report that the results of the assessment were particularly good and that our data is being safely stored and secured. We thank the Bureau of Information Technology for their hard work in this endeavor. The BMV utilizes BIT's private and public cloud infrastructure to store our data and to provide the necessary compute and storage. Overall, BIT provides our necessary infrastructure for security, storage, backup, and restore for continuity of operation if there is a disaster. Our FY 2023 planned initiatives. We have submitted 2 applications to the Office of Highway Safety for the integration of the insurance providers' databases with the BMV database, and another grant to implement the point system. It is anticipated that we will receive the awards in the first quarter of FY 2023 to complete these projects. We will embark on a paper reduction initiative. The idea is to have most forms completed by the customer service reps and signed by the customer using an electronic signature pad. Customers can also continue to complete and upload their forms online. Along with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's Puerto Rico and New York field offices, we have begun the process of reviewing FMCSA regulatory requirements for issuing a commercial driver's license as per the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 49, Parts 383 and 384. Part of the CDL implementation process also involves an appeal to the U.S. Congress to amend the law to include the territories in the CDL program. We were advised that we must follow the federal regulations when we develop and launch our CDL program so that the USVI CDL will be accepted by the states, even if Congress does not approve the amendment. Once the federal law is changed to include the Virgin Islands into the national CDL program, we will be able to conduct state-to-state verification of all licenses, as well as they will be able to verify all licenses real time. All CDL participating states utilizes the Commercial Driver's License Information System. They use it to network with their state's driver's license databases. But since the VI is not part of the CDL network, we do not have the ability to view or verify other states' licenses electronically at the BMV or as a law enforcement officer in the field. Governor Albert Bryan Jr., through the delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, is working diligently on the required amendment. We will work with the private sector service providers during each stage of the process. The training will be provided by private facilities, while the testing will be done by the BMV. We are indeed proud of the work that we have accomplished thus far, and we will continue into FY 2023 to improve and expand on the services that we currently offer. We thank the community for their patience. Our working conditions and physical space have not been ideal, but we have tried our very best to extol our motto, excellence is all we do. There's still work to be done. However, under the leadership of Governor Albert Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, we have taken the BMV from an agency that the public complain about constantly to an agency where residents and Virgin Islanders can point to with a sense of pride. We have revolutionized the service delivery process by offering online services for most of our products. Since we have started to offer online services in 2020 to date, we have served an average of 15,000 customers online. Our in-office service delivery process was also revolutionized with the use of the online appointment system as well as the electronic queue management system. Customers can schedule their own appointments online and receive regular reminders about their appointments. While in the office, the queue management system allows a customer to track their place in line. The staff also uses the system to summon the next customer who should be served. This makes the process flow smoothly and timely. May 2023 is the deadline for persons who wishes to use their driver's license as a travel document to obtain a real ID. Currently, the machines that are being used by the Department of Homeland Security to verify licenses and IDs cannot read the Virgin Islands and several other states' documents. We are aware of the inconvenience that our residents are experiencing when they travel off island, and we are in contact with the Department of Homeland Security and are awaiting their guidance. We ask for your patience and cooperation as we work towards a resolution. DHS has informed us that the employees are aware and have been instructed to verify the license and ID using the manual process. Upon approval of the fiscal year 2023 budget by this body, we at the BMV strongly believe that along with the grant funds, we will continue into FY 2023 to achieve our vision to be a leader in efficient and user-friendly government, which provides real-time solutions and access to GVI services. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, members of the Committee on Finance and other members of the 34th Legislature for inviting me and Team BMV to present our fiscal year 2023 budget and to share with you our accomplishments for the past year. We are prepared to answer your questions and engage in further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go quickly to a 5-minute round, beginning with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Director McIntosh, for your comprehensive testimony, and I say good afternoon to your other team members there with you. Director, what's your ask for the 23 budget? What's your ask?
5,247,685.
Very well. And I must say, I realize in respect to your budget and your operation, as you have requested individuals to come on board and you have onboarded individuals, your revenues have went up. In 2020 was 9,496,21. 22, I'm sorry. 21 was 9.5, 22. You anticipate $10.7 million in revenue collections. What's your anticipation for 23 in terms of revenues?
Give me 1 minute, Senator. I'll look for that figure.
Very well. While you're doing that, excuse me?
Okay. For 23, the
Yeah, what's your-
anticipate 10,725,000. No, sorry, no, that's 22. Sorry.
That's 22. And that's impressive though, because you increased it by over $1 million between 21 and 22. So you must be doing something right in terms of collections. But while you're looking for that number, let me ask, in respect to your grants, you have a federal grant for 270, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. You just spoke to it that you have executed it. Have you utilized the entire amount of 270?
No, we have not.
How much have you utilized? Because I know it expires this month.
Yes, it
this
does.
month.
We did request an extension, and we're supposed to be having a meeting about that next week. But we have expended a little over 70,000 for the assessment itself. So now we are trying to address the recommendations in the assessment. The projection for 23 is 11,585. 11,585,000.
Wow. See, so there's basically almost $1 million increase every year since 21.
Yes.
What's causing that? What is causing that? What's the reason for that?
In 2019, it was 10,413,000, but we had a significant decrease in 20 due to COVID, and then so we are climbing back upwards. Half of the year we didn't collect some fees, which is like inspection fees and late fees, and we anticipate now that we will have a full year of that, we could tack that back on.
Okay, very well. Quickly, your local grants. You have two local grants there. One for the VA Office of Highway Safety for $65,000, expires next month, and also another one for the Highway Safety for $97,000. And then you have another one for Vitima. They all expire. What's the status of those grants?
The two grants for highway safety, they're not expiring. When we submitted our the information to this body, I think it was back in February or March, the grant was submitted and the anticipation was then, but they subsequently pushed it back to next fiscal year. So that is not expiring.
Okay, very well. What about Vitima, the one for $100,000?
That's not correct. It's actually the $270,000. We only have one grant. So it's 270, it's not 100,000. I don't know why that was entered in there. That's probably an error.
Okay, very well. And in closing, because my time was called, let me ask you, in respect to your new location, as you said, it's not ideal. It isn't, because I myself have gotten a lot of calls, but in respect to the couriers, have that affected their operation in any way, shape, or form, the new location?
I didn't understand what you asked. I didn't hear you.
In respect to the new location and the courier, the young men those individuals that work on behalf of many individuals who don't have the time to go there, have the new location affected their operation in any way, shape, or form?
For the better, but Mr. LaFond, he could speak more to that.
Please.
Leon LaFond, Assistant Director. I will say that the courier services have enhanced. The wait time has decreased drastically because now we have our modernized queueless system. We have more windows to accommodate our customers. Sometimes the couriers get back to work the same day or the next day.
That's good news. I appreciate that. And lastly, Mr. Chair, your vacancies, I know you have two vacancies. Director, yeah, you want to bring on board 7 more. Are they funding in the 23 budget at 100%?
No.
Did you hear what he said?
The 2 vacancies are expected to be filled by the end of this fiscal year, Senator.
I know, but you say you wanted to onboard 7 more. I'm asking you, are they in your 23 budget and are they funded at 100%?
If they're not filled in this fiscal year, they will be in the next year budget at 50%.
The 7?
No,
Not
okay,
the 2,
the 7 is going to be filled at 50% in 23.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the leniency. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Quickly, Ms. Benjamin, what is the actuals collected thus far in the personal license plate fund?
The
Actuals collected in the personalized license plate fund as of July, the end of July.
Director, I have that information.
Okay.
Oh, it's here. As of July, 9,496,266.
In the personalized license plate fund?
Yes, all the revenues are in that fund. Yeah.
So the regular the license and the regular registration goes into that particular fund?
Yes. It's called personalized license plate. I don't know why, but it's just
Okay.
it's more than plates.
Yeah, the name doesn't fit what it actually is. Okay, so what percentage do you get of that? As to how you came up with a figure?
How we came up with the revenues or what we get back? The percentage
how you
is
come up
based...
with the 2 million? I'm reading the Commissioner of Finance shall disperse 50% of the fund upon the certification of the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the remaining 50% shall be deposited into the general fund. So you literally just told on your needs this year as to what you need in the fund.
Yeah.
It has drastically increased from what you usually get, from 1.3
So it's based on the
1.4.
need. Yeah, based on our need. And we try to be as realistic as possible. What we need, know for sure that we spent last year, what's ongoing, and the projects that we have coming up. And it's usually at par.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before I go to Senator Francis, I'm going to come back to your employees. I see you have a lot of employees making $30,000, customer service representatives. So
Yes, Senator.
I will come back to that as to what are the years of service and the pay and some other stuff. But Senator Francis, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Director, kudos to you and your team for the increase in revenue collection. That's always good. Again, the government operates off of taxes and fees, so we appreciate the fact that revenues have increased. How is the morale of the employees?
From my conversations with the employees, the majority of the employees, they seem to be pretty happy. And I do have conversations with them from time to time. And they will have regular, I wouldn't call it regular, but they will have discussions such as sometimes, like right now our computers are on the blink. So we are getting ready to change our computers, internet is slow. Every now and then, stuff like that would happen. But as far as interpersonal relationship, at least with me, and I would say with most of the managers, they seem to be being pretty okay.
How are you, or what instrument are you utilizing to determine your efficiency and customer satisfaction?
We have, as far as efficiency, not speaking, we don't really speak to the customers. We get feedback, public feedback all the time. There is a division of personnel, they do a survey, and our QLS management system has a tool by which we track wait time, number of customers served, etc. So we use different things to give us a gauge as to what we are doing.
Are you satisfied at this time with customer satisfaction?
I am. I'm really satisfied.
What about the Centennial Fund? I know that the chair had asked you about the personalized license plate fund. What about the Centennial Fund that was created for the Centennial
Well, there's some
license
money.
plates?
There's some money still in that fund, And really and truly, our aim is to try to have that fund, the funds in that fund transferred back to us so that we could use it to buy plates. Yeah, we need to do some plates.
And of course, we're talking about, I heard you talk about computers just a while ago, but what does automation and technology look like? And also, if you could just also speak on cybersecurity and firewall protection.
Okay, I could speak to the technology, the things that we are trying to do to enhance and improve the service, but the actual minutia of this whole thing, I have to speak to Ms. Smith, because I have no clue. What I just said in my testimony, I regurgitated what was said, what I was told to say. So let me let Ms. Smith go as far as the cybersecurity is concerned.
So for the security and firewalls, we've just joined the domain with BIT. So BIT is now controlling our network and all the flow that goes through it.
Very well.
2 minutes.
Very well, thank you. Why is it, and I heard your explanation about the driver's license and it not being recognizable. What are they saying is the reason behind that? Is that the material? Is it the software that we're using? What is it that's causing it not to be recognizable?
So they reached out to us after the fact, right? After states and myself, complained about the license not being readable. The project manager, I spoke to the person personally and told me that, yeah, they really admitted they never asked the states to send copies of our licenses so they could be able to get a machine that will format to everybody's license. And they have not even finished rolling out this technology on most of the country, right? There's some parts of the country they're still using old technology. So we have to wait until they're done rolling out and then they will come back. We did send them a copy of all of our licenses, and I guess whenever they get to it. But if this is any consolation, again, it's not the territories only, but what I just found out that the new passport card, they're having an issue with that and some military IDs. So yeah, they have a lot. We have tried to reformat our card using several different barcodes to try to get ahead of them, but it's just not working.
I'm hoping that we're able to get that fixed because it's rather embarrassing at times. I mean, you go to rental cars, you go through the airport, and you're being told that this thing is not recognizable. It almost seems like a fake or fraud driver's license. Telecheck service. Do you utilize the telecheck service?
We call the 1-800 number, but we just got the machines this week in the office. Yeah, we do utilize them because the old way, but yeah, we just got the machine. So Ms. Smith and her staff is busy working to understand what we need to be doing.
Have you seen, as a result of not having the telecheck prior to this, or it being operational, have you seen a significant amount of return checks, bounce check coming back to the BMV?
For so far for the year, we think we have like 8. We have 8 or 9 of them, yes.
And if I may just wrap up, do you have any vendors payment that lagging behind?
Most of our payments are in finance, waiting to be paid. We have one payment where the vendor, which is very significant, but he has to complete is a form that was sent by PMP, our finance. He has to fill out this form that says what he has done, the work that was done, then submit that, and then he'll be paid. But everybody else, we have who we owe, they're in finance.
What is new at BMV? What is it that you're hoping to roll out as we go into FY23? Anything new and innovative and creative that you intend to do?
Small but exciting. I really would like for us to stop using so much paper. Paper creates a lot of problems, mold, and if you pack these papers away in the old building in a box and we have to go to retrieve this stuff, nobody wants to go in there and get them. So we do a lot of scanning. We scan all the documents that we have at the BMV, but we still utilize a form and an application for everything. I would like to see us just complete the form. We'll complete the form online, and then you have a screen where you will see what we have entered, and then you sign on a signature pad. If you want a copy, we'll just give you back a copy. That's what I would like to see.
Thank you very much, and I'm hoping that when you didn't mention anything about relocating, I know that you said St. Thomas office, but there was a plan to utilize the vocational school here in St. Croix. What happened with that? If you could just answer on the chair's time, if he permits it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the BMV has a project worksheet for $500,000. We had only gotten money to renovate the old building where we are, which is totally cannot be renovated. And property and procurement also has a project worksheet for that facility. So we had to go back to FEMA to get permission to move our project worksheet there. And I don't think it was as simple as us using it simultaneously. FEMA had to approve that as well. So we're going through that process. So instead of us, we were moving and doing a quick fix to move, to go back. So now we kind of went back to the drawing board and decided to do the building nicely, perfectly, so we wouldn't have to, worry about moving, since the governor said that we don't have to move. That's where we're going to be. So there's a whole lot of little re-engineering that we decided to do so it could be really nice once and for all.
What's the target date?
Well, we were saying that we wanted to start no later than the middle next year, because we have not even gotten a word back. So, yeah, we have to do the engineering, etc. And I'm sure that we may have to do something with the road as well, because we're going to have a lot of traffic going in and out of there. So it's a lot.
In your lease properties, you have pending to be determined, I guess, St. Croix location 60,000. Is that still?
Yes, and we put that in there. We call it a lease, but it's really maintenance. We're gonna have to pay that. The plan was for us to give that to PMP on an annual basis, since it would be technically still their property, so that they'll do the maintenance for us. And yeah.
Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the team for BMW, and I also want to join my colleagues in congratulating you, Director, and your team for the move, excuse me, in modernizing and digitalizing your processes in the Bureau. So we've seen it, we hear people talking about it, less waiting time, they could go online, things are processed in less time. So kudos to you and your team for the work you guys have done. What would you say is your main budgetary challenge? What challenge are you facing within your office that is related to the budget process?
If you're asking, my major item on an annual basis really is maintenance, building maintenance. We're in old buildings, and the computers. We use them so much, so we find that we have to keep changing them out a lot, because that's what we do.
Do you have staff within your office that deals with maintenance and repair, or how do you deal with those situations?
We have one person that's in charge of identifying hot spots, or trying to think ahead at times. This is what we need to repair, or this is what we need to repair, and his responsibility is to get the persons to come in and get that done.
And
if he can't do it, he'll do it himself.
Those projects are outsourced, or you depend on other department agencies to assist you?
Most of them are outsourced. 99.9% are outsourced. Sometimes Public Works will help. Sometimes the Office of the Governor will help, but most of the times it's outsourced.
Do you think there's a need then within your office to add someone else to deal with maintenance or so forth, or it could be handled how you have it currently?
I believe it can be handled how we have it currently, except that what we just had a conversation with PMP to have regular maintenance contracts for our AC. So when on a regular basis, if you actually do the cleaning and the maintenance, then we wouldn't have some of the issues that we are having. So we are moving to do it that way.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the post-audit report on page 4. Let's go to your budget. Page 4, the first section, which is exhibit number 2. It continues on page 4. We're seeing an increase in your projections for FY23 in your requests for capital projects.
2 minutes.
$150,000. Can you share with us a little bit what's the plan with with that. Currently, you had no capital projects funded for FY21, and nothing showing for FY22 currently, but there's a request for 150 for FY23. Is that to do some repairs, what you have in mind?
I don't have that off the top of my head, so I'm going to look through my little book here.
Sure, and then there's also a 40% increase in supplies.
Okay.
Do you by any chance have any actuals with you for FY22?
Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So the 150 for the
Capital projects?
the capital project is for building and improvements. Yes,
Okay.
it's basically for all of the moves and to pay for some of these repairs and stuff that we are doing. Yes.
Got you. What are your actuals for supplies?
For 22. Okay. For 22, my actual supplies is here as well. Budget.
Because I see in FY21 was $508,508 something, and now for FY22, it seems here, according to the post audit report, you appropriated $355,848. So as to date, what
Okay,
those
so my
figures?
actual supplies to date expenditure is $342,000 for operating and office supplies.
Okay. So you're also increasing that by 40%.
Yes.
That's also part of the move that you want to do. You'll need to get some additional supplies and
Yes.
very well. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. I would like to start out by saying to the commissioner and her team, thanks for that increase in that revenue that you got in. And I also want to say thank you for, answering some calls that made a difference in some people's life. I really appreciate that. I'm glad to see my classmate back here on the job here. I know you went through your little challenge. It's always good to see you. Thank you for your service and everything that you've been trying to do. Commissioner, salaries for your classified employees. These salaries, these are part-time employees?
No, full-time.
The numbers that I'm seeing, this right?
The salary for data entry is $27,000 for a government employee.
Yeah, but
for data entry. What he's saying? What is the question?
You could repeat that question, please, Senator?
The salaries that I'm seeing here for classified customers representative.
Customer service representative is $30,069.
Okay, I see these things here, and I guess these are some typo errors we have in this document here.
No.
A receptionist collector starts at $27,040.
Okay, what is this customer service representative? Customer service representative.
Yeah, those are they replace the data entry operators. They do driver's license, type registration, and also collect money.
All right. And on page 7 of the post-audit report, analyst professional service contract for $25,000. What is this consultation for, and how long is the contract for?
Page 7. For the professional services?
Yeah.
That would be our marketing plan, our public information and education. Yeah, that's what we use that for.
You spoke a lot about training. What part of this budget and how much are you seeking for training for your staff to continue training in the future?
Our training is done on island and in-house. So we really don't need a training budget. Whatever training that we would do is probably would be maybe 1 or 2 off-island training, but as far as the staff training, we do it in-house. We pull from other government agencies, we pull from, yeah.
And you spoke highly about all your employees being able to do and fill in any gap. You do a lot of cross-training?
Yes, we do.
And working hours or?
Working hours, yeah.
Okay. And you spoke about this grant. I think this is the same grant someone asked about that expires at 8/31. I think that's the same grant? U.S. Department of Homeland Security grant?
Yes.
2 minutes.
And then you also spoke, I think someone asked a question about BIT, private-public infrastructure to store your data and to provide necessary compute and storage. How secure is that public cloud with BIT?
It's very secure. It's through the Microsoft Cloud Network. And actually in the cybersecurity assessment, that was one of the things that came out great.
You gotta speak in the mic a little bit. I barely hear you, so I doubt that the other folks heard you.
It's through the cloud service for Microsoft, and it's very secure. And with our cybersecurity assessment, that was one of the things that really came out great.
Okay. And Commissioner, you were speaking about trying to do a contract agreement with property and procurement for maintenance. You don't have a maintenance team on board?
No, we don't have a full maintenance team.
Why not?
Because I don't think that we have that kind of work to have a full maintenance team. We really don't.
Yeah, but I think in the past they had maintenance.
No, they didn't.
No, never?
No, never.
So how was the building being maintained?
Yeah, I don't know
Your
how they
time
were
for
being-
questioning on Senator.
I don't know how I guess they were maintained basically the same way I'm doing. As something occur, they'll call somebody in. So we have one maintenance person,
Okay.
a facilities office, and his job is to make sure nothing breaks down. So he will
Alright.
go around and do assessments, and we try to stay ahead. So that's where we're not there yet, but that's what we are trying to get to.
You was in conversation with this building for property and procurement. What's the status and where are we with it right now?
We're waiting for the FEMA project worksheet to be transferred to that facility.
And that's the one by the highway?
Yes.
So how far out is that? Do you have any idea?
No, I don't. I have no idea.
When last you made contact with FEMA to get some information?
About
as
a
to-
month ago. Yeah.
All right, I think my time has been called. I'm not. No. All right. So you said that once you move from there, that facility down in Golden Grove that's there, you no longer would have no business with that at all.
No.
Time.
And that area that you're now going to, would that be sufficient for you as far as?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no further question. Again, thank you guys for all what you have been doing, and let's hope that we see even a bigger increase soon.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. What is going to go at the old site where you're at? You know how they plan to repurpose the site or what they plan to do?
The old site is done. It's like really, the building is horrible.
No,
So
I know,
they
but
would-
what is a...
Well, actually, that building, that site belongs to PD, you know. It
No.
belongs to the
Yes, I
VIPD.
know.
So once we move, then
I'm just trying to find out because we abandoning sites all over the Virgin Islands. So we're moving from one spot to the next and then they're becoming eyesore. And at some point, we're going to have to repurpose these particular sites. We have already done a lot of schools, abandoned here, there. It's just becoming an
I think the
overgrown
best thing for
area.
that building is to level that building so they could, 'Cause it's a flood. It floods. That's another
But
thing.
no matter what, we need to do something. We just can't, they're just
Abandon
abandoned. Something needs to be done. Let's go to the employees quickly before I go to Senator Gittins. I see 20, I just started counting 20 customer service reps that make $30,069. All different levels of
Yes, we
years
have
of
some
service.
we have some senior employees in there.
So you have some employees in there that are 15, 20 years working?
Yes, we have employees who's been there 30 plus years,
And
but
they
they
and
make more money.
And they're making the same as
No, those 30,000s are new employees, maybe 2-3 years.
And the senior working 30 plus years making how much? 35? The 35,639?
No, they making 36, 38.
So what is the plan with the union for these employees? I know the employees have been complaining about the lack of negotiation. I think I've been asking about them for the last 3 years. We have tried to provide money, but we never have a union package in front of us. What's the status of that?
We're currently in negotiations right now. I can't speak on it right now, but we're close to an end.
You're close?
Yes.
So you expect to have a new pay plan for fiscal year 23?
Yes.
Have the monies been included in this budget?
No.
So you're going to get to us so we can know exactly what we need to provide in this budget for those employees?
Yes.
And when we're doing markup, can you provide an estimate as to the cost?
Should.
Because that's the only way that the monies are going to be included, if we have a rough idea as to exactly what it's going to cost. And your budget to this government, we actually, out of the general fund, it's only $2,790,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it shouldn't be enough, and that's personnel is just $1,815,000. So including the proposed pay raise to those employees should not be anything that's so significant that it's going to cause any particular issue.
I agree.
So we need you to run those numbers and give it to us so that we can include it in the budget to include fringe. Okay?
Okay.
Yes,
Senator Gittins. Senator DeGraff? I'm sorry. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't fussing, but I need to piggyback off of what you're saying. Yeah, by markup, send us them things for the employees because I agree. Thanks for that line of questioning, Mr. Chair. You hit a nail on the head. That's what I be talking about all the time. Good move. So I don't need to repeat that part, but when you mentioned about you're negotiating and you can't say, how many of your units or bargaining units are negotiating? Or how many do you have? One?
No, we have 2 shops, supervisors and U.S. masters.
Right, so which one is negotiating?
Masters.
Okay, and when is the other one due to negotiate? Because then we don't want their salaries to go over.
Supervisors, contract expiring next month, the end of next month.
Okay, all right. So let's keep the parity. Okay, thank you for that. Based on the, and good afternoon to Director. You and your team, I support you guys 100%. So wherever you want, say, I'm going to fight for you, okay? Okay, where I see the personnel services at $1,815,000, $974,650 for fringe. I think that's a bit high though. You could check that because I get that in the 50s in percentage for fringe. Seem to be a little high.
That's correct.
So we could, you could look into that for me again and check on that and tell me, or what do you actually have for fringe?
The 35%, Senator, is correct. That's the average for each government employee. It is 35.
So on 1,815,872, 35% is 974,650.
No,
on fringe, that's what you're saying?
No, 35% of the entire amount. The 118 plus the 974 is 35% of that.
Okay, I've been calculating it differently, so we'll follow up on that. Could look at that. Now, in regards to
7,950.
Now we have you moved out to 2-2, and so the process is you inspect your vehicle down in sub-base, and then you go to your documentation to 2-2. In addition to your online services, or everything will be done online.
It's a customer's choice. You can either do it online or go to the mall and get it completed.
But I still have to go down Sobase to get my vehicle inspected.
Inspected, yes.
Okay, and then they would have to go out to Tutu.
To complete
And then
the process.
Okay, so how much is the rent at Tutu?
The rent is, I think it's like a little over 5,000 per month. Yeah.
Okay, and is that going to be budgeted into the 23, or we'll be out there for a while until?
It's going to be in the 23, yes. It's in the 23.
Okay. Okay.
2 minutes.
Now I noticed that when I got my the real ID, I was given a temporary ID. What is the cost of having to do that versus just giving a real ID with a receipt or something, and then you come and pick it up one time? Are you expending more by doing that temporary ID, and then you have to destroy that temporary ID for 10 days or whatever? What is the cost of that?
The cost is it's minimal because it's just the card. And we have to do that process that way, Senator, because based on our experience, we want to make sure that all the documents that the person or persons submit to us is verified. So we actually go through a verification process. And I must say that process has significantly decreased as well. A week, sometimes 2 weeks the most, that before we turn it around.
Yeah, because I know when I went to do mine, it didn't take long at all. So it was a matter of days. But that's what I was saying. I hope it wasn't any great cost in doing that. Now, for the personalized license plate fund, where there's an increase this year, that's basically the difference you're asking for. So, like you say, anything toward any wage negotiations isn't added. But how did you come up? What were your actual needs that got you to 2,236,655 from 1,766,783? What were the needs that increased for that?
For that, Senator, is increase in professional services. That was the biggest increase. And professional services include our vendor that services our software. We have been adding new features to the software, and we plan to add at least 2 or 3 more for the next fiscal year. Like I said, the insurance, if we manage to do the CDL, those things are extra cost, maintenance costs. So it's going to cost us a little bit more. So those are some of the things that created some increase for us.
Time.
Okay, and in closing, how many employees are left in Sobase presently?
The 2 inspectors.
Just the 2 inspectors?
Yes.
Okay, so, and the facility has been locked down. Is we incurring any WAPA bill or any water bill or anything for down there because of, I guess the employees have to use a bathroom, or what type of money are we looking at in terms of paying into the single payer there and still out in Tutu?
I don't know what the cost would be as yet, because we're not even a month yet, but the front building we don't use anymore. One of the trailers we don't use anymore. We left 1 trailer for the employees to be able to utilize the facility.
Okay, all right. I was just checking on that. I guess when you make the assessment, continue doing what you're doing. Like I said, I support you 100%. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. The Committee of Finance will take a 3-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record, and I actually wanted to say, when I dismiss, I wanted to say thank you, Senator DeGraff, but I'm being bombarded over here, so I lost focus for a minute. Well, up next, we do have Senator Gittens. You're up next. Class of
Thank you,
90s.
Mr. Chair. At least you called the correct name. Thank you so much for that. Good afternoon to all. Director McIntosh, how are you? I'm happy to be back on your good side, and you can answer my calls now. Thank you. I, too, want to join my colleagues in and echo their sentiments of congratulating you and the team for your collections. You know, increasing our revenues, revenue collections, that is part of what we're supposed to do. So thank you. Hopefully we could get everybody to do their part, because what's needed in this government is enforcement and collections. Now, on page 8, you spoke to the status of your collaboration, yes, with the Federal Emergency Management Agency to get the authorization to consolidate the Bureau of Motor Vehicle and Property and Procurement to, I guess, consolidate the project sheets, the worksheets. How are you coming with that, with the collaboration?
Yeah, the collaboration is fine. The FEMA process is a little slow.
You sound like far away from that, and I don't want this
Could you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Okay. The collaboration with FEMA, the process through FEMA is what we are waiting for. The us collaborating is really easy. We know what we have to do. But as far as the FEMA project worksheet, to get it to move to the new facility is what we are waiting for.
So any response from them?
Not so far, no.
Not so far.
No.
Okay, hopefully we could get some movements. Also, congrats on your Homeland Security, Cybersecurity grant that you were awarded and the completion of the assessment. Now, how much was this actual grant?
The grant was $270,000.
270?
270.
And you
yes.
used all?
No, we used about, I think it was 70 or 73,000.
So what do you do with the other 200?
We are meeting with Vitima to use the rest of it because the grant calls for us addressing whatever issues were found in the assessment. And so we're going to have to be using some of that. Some training has to be done.
What's the life of the grant?
It ends at the end of this month. But our goal, which we did submit to them a request to have that part extended.
The end of this month. We could spend $200,000 by the end of this month?
We can, because we've already have stuff identified of what we want to do. So it's just a matter of once we get their approval, we just go ahead and
let's make sure we do what we have to do. Don't send back a dime if we don't have to, okay?
We will.
They pay close
2
attention
minutes.
to these things. Now, again, also congrats on your online appointment system and your queue management system, which allows the customer to schedule their own appointments and receive regular reminders. What about that segment of our community that don't use the computer? What are we doing to assist them?
They can still come to the office.
And what will be their average wait time?
At the same, 7 minutes on a good day.
So same day service?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Excellent.
same day service.
And congrats on that as well. I've been getting a number of people approaching and calling and saying, you know, the BMV is really on top of their game, that they were in and out in 15, 20 minutes, etc. So congratulations to you and your team. Obviously, your team is working. They're doing what they're supposed to do. You're collecting the revenues and whatnot. Hopefully, OCB and the others that's responsible for these negotiations realize what's going on and that you're actually collecting these revenues and that we can increase the salaries of these employees. Now, we got to be, I always say, business friendly. Now, while we have this system in place, while we want to be business friendly, is this system also capable of giving renewal reminders? because you issue licenses and permits and whatnot that may expire. Now, rather than waiting for someone to license to expire and we tack on a late fee for each day that they were late, are we actually reminding individuals like 6 months in advance that your license will be up in the next 6 months? If you come in to renew your license, you could get maybe $5 off, whatever, some type of incentive?
I don't know about the incentive off, but the reminders is part of the plan. Ms. Smith could speak to that.
So talk to me. I know you talk to the computers a lot, but talk to me. Tell me something.
Time.
We are working on extra software that will actually send out emails, because so people that sign up online, they'll get like notifications saying that their registration is due and that their what do you call it, that they need to come and renew their driver's license and items like that.
And my last part, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may, go ahead.
Page 11, you spoke to the real ID. Is there a difference in price, or is there a difference between a regular driver's license now and the real ID?
There's no difference in the price, but there's a difference in the license. The real ID is a license with a star.
Right.
And what it does, it tells all of the states, territories, and federal government that we have done everything possible to verify the identity of this person. That's why the process takes a little longer.
Okay, and I saw that they stated that DHS informed their employees to use they were instructed to verify the license and ID using the manual process. Yes. But is this just on the locally here at our airports, or are you aware whether or not they have sent out a universal email nationally that even on the inbound, someone wouldn't have a hard time utilizing their driver's license?
It is nationally, because I have tested it myself. Nobody knows who I am. I tested it, and one airport, it was fine because the employee recognized the driver's license. Another airport, I had to wait for them to go get this manual to check. So after that incident, I spoke to the supervisor, and the young lady told me, it's the shift, it's the person. Everybody knows, and they'll tell the employees over and over, this is the correct way to do it, but it's the person. If they feel like, going to look for this book, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can I have a point of personal privilege, please?
You may proceed.
Thank you. At this time, I just want to allow me to publicly recognize Ms. Smith, you and your husband, for bringing up what a wonderful young lady and an athlete here in the territory, Ms. Michelle Smith. Allow me to also publicly commend her for the record in her track and field, where she has the world's, and correct me if I'm wrong, the world's fastest record time for 2022 for under 18 age group. And that comes from the training and what we would say the brat-upsy of her parents, you and her husband. So again, I just want to say congratulations to her, and congratulations to you and the village that's raising this young lady.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Just with that, you're going to say a little bit more. You sound like Michelle being interviewed. That's about the only answer that she gave. Thank you so much. She is, that's a segue, she is a fantastic runner, track and field female, and I honestly think that she's going to win an Olympic medal at the level that she's at now, and following track and field from some of our great runners, Allison and Lavon and those others that are complex graduates. At the level she's right now, she's at a level where they were not at this particular age in the amount of medals that she has won at Carifta. She is literally past those two individuals who went on to represent us in numerous international competitions. So we continue to wish her well. We do have a resolution to honor this young lady that have made the Virgin Islands proud, and we're hoping that the resolution will come very, very soon. But again, it shows a lot that when you have parental involvement and everybody behind that particular child, that you could really, really achieve just greatness. So hats off to the mom and dad. They're consummate track and field professionals. All they breathe all day. Track and field all day. This is the only time maybe her mind isn't on track and field when we are talking about computers. But congratulations so much. Senator Sarro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to you, Ms. Smith, as well. It shows us that we have to take sports a bit more serious in this territory because we do have the talent. We just have to hone those skills. Director McIntosh, how long do you plan to be at the mall?
We anticipate at least 3 years.
3 years?
Yes.
Okay, so 66,654 times 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have a problem with us paying. Where's the funding coming from, first of all, for Tutu Park Mall?
For 23, it'll be the general fund.
The general fund.
Yes.
Now, this body appropriated $250,000 to you. You remember?
Yes, ma'am.
So we sat and appropriated $250K for you to take a government building, to retrofit a government building that you can use. And then whenever you're done with that building, we would have already cleaned that building up, and it would have been ready. It would have been a turnkey for another agency or to rent, correct?
Correct.
And you refused, your administration refused to use the $250K that we gave you to retrofit a government building, but you're about to give the mall $200,000 in rent. We don't see a problem with that.
Except, Senator, that the building, Human Services owned that that facility.
It
and
wasn't
they
even
needed it
Human
back.
Services because we struck the language that said Human Services, and we were just giving you $250K to find a government building through property and procurement. Yes, we struck the language. It was a technical amendment after we could not decide if it was Graboko. Human Services called and said, hey, we will end up using Head Start because they got $2 million, and we just struck the language from the bill and just said, here is $250K. And now we're taking $250K to rent from the mall. I mean, it makes no sense, the things that we do. And I have to be a tad bit frustrated because we are not being financially sound in the decisions that we're making. We're giving them all $200K to rent. You could have taken a government building. We have government building knocking dog and renovate them. You could have used it. You move out when you get your real building. When that's reconstructed, and that building could have been for any agency or for the government to lease to a private person. But it won't be later. Tell me about you have any, how many inspectors do you have?
We have
2 minutes.
6.
Okay, any at the mall? Any station at the mall, or is this, because I heard a question asked before.
No, they're
that
not.
you leave sub-base, huh?
No, they're not.
So sub-basis inspections and the mall, the paperwork is processed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you find that to be the best process?
The best temporary process, yes, because we're still trying to locate a more suitable location closer to the mall. But right now, this is the best we could have done.
Okay. Quickly, your online, how much are you generating? First of all, let's go back. The online monies that you generate, what fund do they go into?
Personalized license plate fund.
Oh, so it doesn't go into the general fund at all?
Well, eventually it does. That's where it actually go into the one fund and then it's separated back out to the different funds.
Okay, so we're generating money from the internet because people really, it's a matter of convenience So why are online transactions taking so long?
So long in term, how long, Senator? But that
It takes them a while to get, your renewal registrations, and I know for sure. I know that fact for sure. So what's the bottleneck happening there?
a lot of
Do you
most
need
times,
more staff?
No, most times the bottleneck is the insurance. If we don't receive the insurance card or verification from the insurance companies, it does take a little time. Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about couriers. The courier is a huge issue. Couriers generate revenue for this territory as well, so it's a revenue issue. Now with the opening of the mall, are they getting their information back in the same day?
Yes, they are. If you like, I'll let Mr. LaFont to speak to that issue if you want.
Go ahead, Mr. LaFont.
Yes, they are getting back in the same day, if not the same day, most likely the next day.
So we have an improvement there.
Yes, they have an area where they normally drop off their stuff. It's divided accordingly by the CSRs, and then they process them within that same day. And then we have a designated individual who actually makes contact with them and they come for it.
Okay. Now, employees. I know last year we had a concern with an employee on a personnel side where that employee was making the same salary for roughly 12 years, and then new employees came in making the same salary as that employee. I heard a question earlier asking about salary and salary raises and what's not. Do you have a time frame as to when we'll be able to rectify what's happening with the disparity in salary and the steps?
Time.
I heard the response, but I didn't hear any timeline.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
What timeline are you working, Mr. Chair, if I may ask? What timeline are you working within
we're currently in negotiations.
On the correct step? Is she answering? Sorry.
No, go ahead and finish your question and then let her answer after. Finish your question.
Okay, just a time frame on when will these employees get to the correct step, and when will we address the disparity in pay, and what is the cost that you're looking at to be included in the budget?
Okay, so in regards to disparity in pay, our customer service reps, the new ones, and maybe the ones that come within the last year or two, they are on the first steps. The senior employees are a couple steps above them. We're currently in negotiation, and it's near an end, like I told the chairman. I cannot.
I heard the near an end, I just want to know, are we looking, everybody comes with replanning, reprocessing is going to happen soon, and then you come back your next budget cycle and we're in the same is going to happen soon. I like timelines, so can you tell me, what is your target date? 6 months from now, the first quarter, the second quarter, will we be able to fund those pay raises at 50%, 25%, based on when you plan to implement them? Like, I need some timelines.
Senator, I would like to say in the next 3 months, 6 months, I would like to say that, but I don't make the final sign off on these pay raises. It has to be signed off by the union, OCB, and the governor, and then it has to be implemented.
I understand, but okay. Mr. Chair, I just have one quick question based on the processes. I guess Mr. LaFont can answer me. Why don't you leave an employee at sub-base to handle the clearance, the corrections, and the abstract letters?
You may
Why
respond.
didn't we leave one at
Thank you,
Sub-Base?
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would not answer that question directly in pertains to the clearances. We know that the inspector does have to happen at the sub-base location. However, in terms of the system and processing these actual clearances, it will take us vetting the actual information in our VREG system, and we'd actually have to train an individual and, of course, identify a space. But since that we've transitioned out to the mall, we're actually trying to identify a location in the country to have all those services done in the country.
Okay, because it's kind of hard to traverse back and forth. If you're the inspector in sub-base, I think that would be a lot easier than to go, it's kind of kind of difficult. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much. Do you want?
Yeah, if I will add to that as well. Just this week, I had a meeting with IRB, Director Lee, and he has given us some space here on St. Croix and in Niski to have an employee there to do just that. Because once you pay your taxes there, then you could do your clearance there at one time. So they have given us a space. So now we just have to identify the computer and put the person there.
Okay, thank you so much. How long has a contract expired for the employees you're now negotiating for?
From 2013.
Okay, 2013. So it's been 9 years.
Yes.
Okay, so we need all haste by the Office of Collective Bargaining, because you don't control the process.
No, I don't.
But the Office of Collective Bargaining and the union to come to an agreement so that the 34th legislature can have information as to the costs to be able to implement the new contract, and those employees should be placed on the right step. So if you had an employee that was on step 5 in 2013, they're still on step 5.
Yes.
Okay, while they should be on step 14. So it's going to be a real nice little bump for everybody, but we got to get it completed as quick as possible, and we got to make those employees whole. You know, it's really not fair that in a lot of other offices, you know, the contract is up to 2021, up to 2020. We have contracts up to 21, and individuals are saying we're ready to renegotiate now. And while this contract is 9 years behind for some of the lowest paid employees in government, and that's the sad part. The lowest paid employees, those that are working in sports park, agriculture, DMV, all of their contracts have lapsed and are way behind. And I will just put out the word, you're paying your union dues. It's your responsibility of your union to do what they're supposed to do. So the 34th, we're ready to fund it, because it's not going to be a tremendous amount of money. And it's also going to lead to retention of your employees, because you lose employees because of the salary. They get $4,000 or $5,000 more someplace else, and despite the fact that they like the job, they leave the job. So we're going to be calling you in 2 weeks. And we hope that within that 2-week period, that you have some idea as to what is going to be the cost. If we could look at the union, what the union has proposed, that would give us a good idea as to what we need to put in. So the government defense can be that they don't have sufficient funding, because we've seen as we have gone along this process that just about every department have not spent their allotment. Just about across government, all departments have not spent the allotment that was given to them for personnel, that we're going to have extra money in all of those categories. So we definitely know we have the monies to fund the pay increases. Senator Bolquez, point of inquiry, Senator Gittins, and then Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the director about her interface with the Division of Paternity and Child Support. Earlier this morning, we were asking about the connectivity between the two agencies whenever there's a suspension in driver's license. Can you tell us about your interface with paternity and child support?
Senator, when there's a request for a suspension from paternity and child support, it's usually in paper form, a manual paper. Somebody would bring it over, and we'll just have to do whatever it says. So if it says that we suspend and not reissue, we don't do that. Sometimes it's suspend and reissue a temporary for a certain period of time. Whatever it is that it says in a document is what we do. That's basically how the process works.
So this shouldn't be a request, though.
Request on paternity?
Right. It shouldn't be a request.
It should or should not.
It should not be a request. It should be telling you that the driver's license is suspended. They shouldn't make a request to you to have it suspended.
Well,
they have that authority to suspend the license.
Sorry, Senator, the wrong choice of words. It's not a request. It's not a request.
So when they submit whatever
order. It's an order.
Right. Whenever they submit the order to you, what's next? And is it electronically? Do you have that connectivity where you can log on and see any orders or vice versa?
No, the order is brought to the office physically and served on someone, usually the manager or myself or the assistant director, and we will go in and flag the record.
Okay.
Yeah.
So currently there is no electronic connectivity like that?
No, there isn't.
So, okay. So once you receive that order and the license is suspended for however long, that is entered into your system, and now VIPD, who should have access or some type of limited access to your system, can see that that driver's license was revoked or suspended, rather?
They should be able to see it, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolquist. Last senator up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings, Director McIntosh and the administrative leadership of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I would like to commend you all in your efforts in the areas of technology and interagency communication. It's obvious to me that the increases that you're now seeing are associated with e-government advancements and accessibility, which you provide for your customers. While I'm very excited about these improvements, I want to make sure that we're being proactive and we have the necessary precautions to secure data and information. Concerning cybersecurity, what have you budgeted locally to sustain these precautionary methods? And what is the cost association? Is it absorbed by BIT?
The cost is absorbed by BIT, yes.
Noted. Okay, you mentioned you also had a cybersecurity grant. What is the amount of that grant and what is its duration?
The grant is $270,000, expiring on August 31st.
Okay, how much of it have you expended and what are your plans to expend it?
We have expended 72 or 73,000, I believe, for the assessment, and the rest of the funds are to be used for training, and we are proposing to upgrade our infrastructure, IT infrastructure.
Very good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm also thankful for the integration of BMV and Superior Court databases, which eliminated customers from having to travel to the court to pay unpaid traffic tickets. Is it your goal to also include liens in order for individuals to have to be able to pay for those liens directly with you, to integrate that information as well?
No, that's not a plan. The plan,
okay,
though,
so
is to try. No, it's
do.
not. Only because we are operating on two completely different systems from the court, and we did have that conversation. It would be pretty difficult for us to be able to transmit and separate funds, et cetera, and then we're adding an extra burden and extra workload to our employees. In the past, the court had someone at our facility where they were able to collect the money for the court. If the court wants to revisit that, we'll be more than happy to try to accommodate that again. But as far as us collecting, no, that's not on the table.
Okay, noted very well. At least you had the conversation, which is good. Are there any plans to renovate the St. John offices? I know that you're sharing a piece of it with the fire department, and which has obviously made it more challenging for you to utilize that space. But are there any efforts to renovate the St. John office?
Currently, yes. We're renovating, I call it patching. We're basically, there's some things that need to be done, like a part of the roof, that needs to be fixed. Some painting, etc. But as far as major renovation, no. The really goal is my proposal is to us to really try to get a proper building for St. John.
2 minutes.
And that's what we're looking into, trying to put something on the table, get a nice little plan, identify a site, etc. That's, to me, the more feasible plan.
Noted. Page 8 of the Post Auditor's report, exhibit number 8 and 9. There is a vendor there that's associated with your software in the amount of $197,600, and you also have them listed in exhibit number 9 as an outstanding obligation with an amount of $178,900. Would that be for this fiscal year? Was it previous fiscal year, or is it just upcoming for the next fiscal year? I'm trying to get some clarification on that.
Okay, so the one The 197, outstanding vendors. Yeah, the 178,900 is the amount of money that we owed them for the last fiscal year and some work that they had done this fiscal year. That was rectified. And the 197 going forward would be our annual fee.
Noted. I'm noticing that the funding source is miscellaneous funding. Could you clarify that? I don't see any other funding. I don't see any other miscellaneous funding sources for any of the other professional contracts. So I'm curious as to what that funding source is or how it works.
So we said miscellaneous / funding because we felt that some of these, this item as pertaining to this vendor, we could get some grant funds. We're trying our best to see if we get some. But overall, really and truly, it's a local fund. If we get grant funds, it's fine, but it's supposed to be local funding.
Okay, and concerning your license, I know that we've been having challenges with utilizing our Virgin Islands license in different states and jurisdictions. But have you entertained the notion of EIDs? While this notion might sound far-fetched to a portion of our population, you'll find that younger people, specifically millennials and others, may jump up to say that that's something that they would want. There's about 20 plus states that are now implementing EIDs, or mobile driver's license, not to be confused with the actual card, but something that you can utilize through your app and have on your phone that would accompany a barcode or a serial number of some sort that would be utilized by TSA and others. And it is something that is starting to take over the nation. So I'm not sure if you are familiar with it, but if you're not, I would like to suggest doing some research in that area.
Time.
And I know my time has been called, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the extra time.
Ms. Smith she's the one that's researching EIDs.
Ms. Smith?
So, Mr. Chair, may I ask for another question, please?
But did you want an answer just now?
I did, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Ms. Smith?
We are looking into the electronic IDs, and we're in talks with our software vendor. And basically, we're checking to see like how functional it is too, because right now, not all agencies actually accept it. So, like if you rent a vehicle, you still, need your regular ID and like that.
Okay, and one more question, Senator?
Yes, one moment. Concerning, I apologize, one moment.
I'll come right back to you. Look at the question. I'll come right back to you. Let me recognize Senator Francis for his point, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Jackson-McIntosh, in respect to your testimony today, you mentioned about CDL as well as the, CDL first of all, as well as the point system. Those are two issues that has been on the books and on the drawing board for quite some time. Can you speak to some timeline which we're able to get that really implemented? I think is critical, especially the point system is critical, critically in need, as well as CDL. We have a number of individuals that have to relocate in some instances, barriers in being able to get the proper licensure and examinations for our license for the CDL. Can you talk about when we'll be able to really get that implemented?
As far as CDL, it is going to be a process because the Virgin Islands was never included in the federal regulation that allows us to be part of the CDL program. So that's why we are going through the whole congressional thing, trying to get the delegate to introduce it, because as a matter of fact, Puerto Rico tried, and when it got to the Senate floor, it was denied. So they're going back again one more time to try to attach more Asian territories to see if we could get that done. Once that, even if that is not passed, even though they don't allow us to be part of the program, we were advised that it's best for us when we start to make sure that our program is at par with the programs in the nation. that we don't water down our program per se. No grandfather clause, everybody has to go through the same standards in preparation for acceptance. Even if we don't get accepted into the federal program, by states, each individual state can allow us to operate in that state using our CDL. It will be a memorandum of agreement or understanding between our governor and the governor of that state. So that's usually how it can work. And of course, you can only operate in that state, right? So it's the process will involve assembling currently a team. As a matter of fact, UVSL just emailed this afternoon and said that they would like to be part of the team that is putting this together. So as UVSL have contacted Pinnacle because they're big in training and they do have a huge need as well. The Department of Labor, they also have a lot of people come through that wants that program. So we're assembling a team of persons who will look at what it is that it would take for us to get this done. And we have to do it all the way up to certification. The schools have to be certified. Are we going to allow people to take a class, let's say from the state side, from the states, and move to the VI just to do the technical portion? And as a territory, we have to build a testing site. The testing site is not that stuff that we have down there right now. It has to be like a bay where they could back up as those simulating, pulling up to a Walmart, etc. So it's a process. So I'm not thinking no more than a little over 12 months. It's going to be a while. Yeah, it's going to be a process. As far as point system, locally we can do our local point system. CDL also calls for points, and their point system is totally different. So we're going to start with ours, and knowing that in the end we're going to have to re-engineer the software to accommodate the CDL process as well. So yeah, this whole thing is going to be a little while.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolquez. You ready now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I lost myself in the notes here. Page 7 of the Post Auditor's Report, Exhibit number 7, under leaser. There is no name, but there is a cost associated of $8,346. No term or location. So I was curious as to what that was, if it was a typo or not.
Page 7.
Yeah, but I'm gonna
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to get it out of my spreadsheet with those same information. I'll tell you. Listen, for how much you said? 8,000?
The last one.
Okay, that was here on St. Croix. We do $5,000. We have a lease with Sun Self Storage because we don't. Here we're still in the trailers. We don't have any leasing space. So I think that's basically what that is for storage lease.
So
that
that's
was five, but I
supposed to
don't
be
know
under Sun Self Storage and not under that section?
Page 7, you said, right, Senator?
You already have Sun Self Storage lease
Yeah.
listed for 5,000. He's talking about the last category that says 8,346.
And the other?
Page 7? Okay. Oh, other. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. I don't know, honestly. I don't know, and there's nothing there. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay, that's the way it came
Thank
in.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bull, because it came in with a category other. I don't know if they were thinking about something. If you can find out the information and provide it to us.
I will, because I don't even see it in any of my spreadsheets here. So I'll look at it and let you know.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, we have exhausted all of our questions. I'm going to allow Director Jackson to put a closing statement on the record. Director Jackson? McIntosh.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator VLA and members of the 34th Legislature. Thanks for having us here today and for listening to us. Thank you for your support. I must say that this body have always been supportive of us. Most importantly, though, we want to thank the men and women of the BMV, Team BMV, Because at the BMV, excellence is all we do. We really do. And we try our best. I know at times it has been very challenging for the staff, and we thank them so much for their patience and their indulgence. We really have a great team, and I'm not saying that because I'm here at the legislature. I tell them that all the time. We want to thank the governor, Governor Bryan, and Lieutenant Governor Roach for also supporting the BMV and for really allowing us to do what we do. They have really taken a hands-off approach, gave us our marching orders, and they really support everything that we do here at the BMV. We also want to thank the public for their support, the kudos. We hear you, we appreciate you, and we also want you to also let us know when we need to beef up on something or we have an issue that needs to be addressed. We stand ready to support our community and to be as responsive as we possibly can. Thank you for an awesome team. Thank you for a wonderful day. And I must say God bless and thanks.
Thank you, Director Jackson-McIntosh. We will be calling you in 2 weeks to see if we can get that information so we can assist the hard-working staff at the Bureau of Motor Vehicle. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.